A mysterious and powerful entity appears 30 years ago, surrounded by dark energy, marking the beginning of a cataclysmic event. Monsters began emerging from a portal gate, destroying cities and attacking humans. The monster invasion throws the world into chaos, and another dangerous gate seems to open. A young man, frustrated and full of anger, lashes out at the gate and the hunters responsible for handling them. Showing his despair, the boy vents his frustration, questioning why he has to endure such a miserable life. Feeling abandoned by the world, a police officer tries to stop the boy from jumping, warning him of the danger, but he remains defiant. The boy shouts back at the officer, claiming it's his choice to end his life, showing his deep despair. The officers try to calm him down, but the boy struggles, refusing to listen and venting his overwhelming emotions. The boy screams that no one understands the immense suffering he has endured, highlighting his feelings of isolation. 3 hours earlier, the protagonist is fired from the Bitchin Guild. Shocked by the sudden decision, the protagonist pleads, explaining his dedication to the guild and disbelief at being let go. The guild leader dismisses his contributions, stating he hasn't achieved anything significant for the guild. The guild leader reveals he only hired the protagonist for his diligence, but is now disappointed due to his lack of growth as a hunter. The guild leader harshly comments on the protagonist's injury, saying he can't work with someone who's now useless. The protagonist is speechless, struggling to defend himself against the accusations. The guild leader tells him to quit and offers to calculate his severance pay immediately. Desperate, the protagonist vows to find a way to heal his leg and prove he can still work. As the protagonist turns to leave, he encounters someone with intimidating tattoos. A blonde man mocks the protagonist, telling him to leave as per the boss's orders. The protagonist recognizes him, shocked, and calls him Lee Yongjin. The blonde man ridicules the protagonist, mocking his attitude and calling him pathetic. He taunts the protagonist further, suggesting he should use his severance pay for snacks, belittling him as a D-rank hunter. The protagonist snaps, grabbing Lee Yongjin's shirt and accusing him of being ungrateful, stating he got injured saving his life. He reminds Yongjin of his reckless behavior in the dungeon that led to him being poisoned. Further venting his anger, Yongjin laughs dismissively, mocking the protagonist's claims of saving him. He tells the protagonist to stay in his lane, calling him a pack mule and accusing him of not knowing his place. Yongjin questions how someone as weak as the protagonist could even possess an S-rank skill, ridiculing him further. Yongjin mocks the protagonist's skill, explosive growth, jokingly suggesting it only helps with height. He continues to insult, sarcastically pointing out that the protagonist's growth plates are closed, provoking more anger. Furious, the protagonist attempts to punch Yongjin, calling him a punk. Their fists collide, with Yongjin blocking the attack using a shield-like energy barrier. Yongjin taunts him, saying it's time for the protagonist, Taejun, to learn his place. Yongjin throws a powerful punch aimed at Taejun. The punch lands directly on Taejun, sending him flying backward with intense impact. Taejun cries out in pain and shock, visibly overwhelmed by the attack. Taejun accuses Yongjin of acting arrogant just because he started earlier. Taejun sees this confrontation as long overdue. Yongjin punches Taejun with full force, mocking him, saying, "Let's see how tough you are today." The guild leader mocks Taejun, sarcastically labeling his crime as standing up to someone of a higher rank. Other guild members ridicule Taejun for challenging the boss, mocking him for simply being Lee Taejun. Taejun is brutally beaten and collapses to his knees, injured and humiliated. Yongjin looks smug and satisfied, breathing heavily from the confrontation. Taejun lies on the ground, battered and bleeding. A severance envelope is thrown at him with a mocking remark, thanking him for his past 7 years of work. As Taejun sheds tears of pain and humiliation, the final insult is delivered, but let's not see each other again. Taejun leaves a convenience store late at night, carrying a bag, while the clerk bids him goodbye. He walks through the empty, quiet streets under the moonlight, reflecting on his situation. Taejun opens a bottle, likely filled with alcohol, showing his desire to escape his emotions. He drinks deeply, sitting alone, visibly distressed, trying to drown his sorrow. Taejun gazes at the cityscape, enjoying the taste of the alcohol, though it seems bittersweet. He pulls out the severance envelope he received earlier, staring at it with a heavy heart. Taejun laments over the meager severance money, angry and defeated after 7 years of hard work. Feeling there's nothing left for him in the world, Taejun steps onto the edge of a bridge, considering ending it all. Taejun stands on the edge of the bridge, ready to jump, when a holographic window suddenly appears in front of him. The window displays a warning. The user's life is in danger. Please step back from the bridge. Taejun sarcastically responds, questioning why the system suddenly cares about his life now. He angrily addresses the system, blaming it for his suffering over the past 7 years. Taejun punches the holographic window in frustration, blaming the useless skill it gave him. He continues to vent his rage, criticizing the explosive growth skill for failing to improve his stats and questioning how he's supposed to survive with it. The warning reappears, urging him to step back from the bridge, but Taejun remains furious. A red warning appears, stating, "Initiating strike due to baseless violent actions by the owner." Taejun breathes heavily, his emotions boiling over. Laughing hysterically, he mocks the red warning from the system as rain pours down. Taejun challenges the system, sarcastically inviting it to strike him, calling it useless for failing to explain skills properly. In a fit of rage, Taejun hurls his bottle and attacks the holographic warning, shouting for it to disappear. He slumps in defeat, trembling from the overwhelming emotions. Taejun reflects bitterly, lamenting that no matter how hard he tries, nothing changes. He accuses the system of ruining his life, blaming it for not explaining his skill correctly from the start. Taejun screams at the system, enraged that it dares to dictate his actions, even denying him control over his own life. The police are trying to calm Taejun, urging him to come down and talk. Taejun yells at the officers, venting his frustration and expressing his suffering, standing on the edge of a railing. Taejun loses balance, his foot slipping off the railing. Taejun begins falling, looking shocked. As he falls from the bridge, he contemplates his imminent death, thinking, "This is how I die." Taejun reflects that maybe dying is better, given the misery of his current life. A mysterious system or entity acknowledges Taejun's complaint and initiates his transfer to the administrator's server. Taejun is enveloped by a glowing light, likely signifying his transportation to a different realm or scenario. Taejun is surprised and confused as glowing blue digital patterns start surrounding him. Taejun panics, asking what is happening, as the situation becomes more chaotic. Status windows appear, indicating that his system is being updated. Taejun is engulfed in a surge of bright blue energy, seemingly in the middle of a transformation or upgrade. The progress bar shows the update nearing completion, reaching 99%. The update is complete, confirmed by a glowing yellow status message. Taejun wakes up with a bandage on his nose, clearly feeling the aftereffects of something troubling. Sitting on a bench, he holds his head, complaining about a headache. Reflecting on his actions, he regrets drinking too much alone the previous night and vows not to drink again. Taejun recalls falling and suspects something unusual happened. He experiences strange sensations, as if a status window update is happening, confusing him. Laughing at the absurdity of a status window update, Taejun dismisses it as nonsense. He laments being jobless and wonders how he'll make a living. Considering doing day labor, Taejun is suddenly addressed by a glowing girl who knows his name. Shocked by her appearance, Taejun asks who she is, panicked and confused. A glowing girl introduces herself as Merie from the Status Window Management Department. Taejun is shocked and questions if such a department is real. He realizes that the strange events of the previous night were not a dream. Merie explains they investigated his case regarding explosive growth. She humorously admits his outdated status window wasn't working properly. Taejun is stunned, questioning if this was the reason for his struggles. Merie informs him that due to security reasons, she can't reveal further details. She assures him that the issue is now fixed, but Taejun wonders if all his effort was wasted. Taejun gets angry, realizing that all his hard work may have been for nothing. Taejun accuses Merie of making him train in vain for 7 years due to an outdated status window. Enraged, Taejun demands compensation for his suffering and threatens her in anger. Merie panics and explains that she has restored his stats and healed all his injuries to calm him down. Taejun, surprised, realizes that his body has been completely healed. He checks his condition and finds himself in perfect shape, questioning how Merie achieved it. Merie hints that a special trigger is required to activate his explosive growth but cannot explain fully yet. She proposes a partnership to help Taejun achieve his potential. A sudden disturbance occurs as a massive gate opens in the city. A terrifying monster emerges from the gate, and people scramble to call the suppression team to handle the threat. Taejun is shocked and questions how he is expected to deal with the massive monster. He accuses Merie of sending him to his death, while she tries to reassure him, claiming he can handle it. Merie optimistically tells him to give it a shot, saying, "Worst case, you'll just die," trying to sound encouraging. Taejun is left speechless by her casual attitude. The monster, identified as Venom Spore, is described as needing at least a B-rank hunter to defeat, even posing a challenge to skilled suppression teams. Merie promises that defeating the monster will trigger Taejun's explosive growth. Taejun debates whether to trust her or not, finding the task insane. Despite his hesitation, Merie insists the monster isn't in the best condition, trying to convince him further. Taejun remains silent, deep in thought, contemplating his next move. Taejun reflects that his life has always been full of challenges and hardships. He considers running away but feels weighed down by his current situation. Determined, Taejun questions why he is hesitating and resolves to act. Accepting the chaos in his life, he prepares himself for what's to come, reasoning that it can't get any worse. With newfound determination, Taejun confidently declares, "Fine, let's do this." As the suppression team leaps into action, Taejun decides to join them despite his fear. He charges toward the monster, aware of the danger but ready to face it. The venomous monster retaliates, releasing its toxic attack. Taejun counterattacks with fierce determination, unleashing a powerful move against the creature. Taejun successfully attacks the monster, splitting it apart with great force. A notification confirms that the quest, "A Small Step Forward," has been completed. Taejun activates the skill, Undaunted Experience CC, after his victory. The skill, Explosive Growth, is also activated, enhancing his abilities significantly. He questions the simplicity of defeating a junior spore in one hit and wonders about the strange system notifications appearing. His stats are visibly enhanced, showing a dramatic improvement. A status window displays his updated information, revealing his new skills and significantly improved attributes. Merie excitedly asks Taejun how it feels to use Explosive Growth for the first time. Taejun, with a sinister smile, realizes how overpowered the skill is and revels in his newfound strength. Taejun, glowing with power, is warned by a companion not to celebrate yet as his explosive growth is just starting. Taejun's companion motivates him, urging him to keep fighting and eliminate all the monsters. Taejun charges forward, preparing to attack monstrous plant-like creatures. Taejun fiercely throws a powerful punch with determination. Taejun's punch explodes through the monster, splattering it in a burst of energy. Taejun realizes the massive stat boost he gains from defeating each monster, calling it a jackpot skill. Taejun's Explosive Growth skill activates multiple times as he fights, significantly enhancing his stats. Taejun leaps into action against monstrous creatures, evading their attacks while green energy splatters around. Taejun confidently thinks that at this growth rate, He'll surpass B rank and even stronger levels soon. Taejun envisions himself becoming stronger than an A rank hunter as he faces towering enemies. The scene shifts to a peaceful city setting, possibly hinting at where the battle is happening. The suppression team arrives on the scene to control the situation, noticing the aftermath of the battle. A group of hunters regrets missing the action, expressing their frustration. One of the hunters notices Taejun and mocks him, calling him a loser. Taejun holds a glowing pink crystal, surprising others who wonder if he's acting strange or consumed something unusual. The group arrives at the scene, mocking Taejun and questioning if he even knows where he is. The blonde hunter taunts Taejun again, calling him pathetic and predicting his failure. Taejun realizes the group led by Yongjin is also here for the hunt, further complicating matters. Taejun appears cautious and confused, sensing something ominous around him. Taejun's expression shifts to a sly grin, possibly plotting his next move or preparing for a confrontation. Taejun thanks a member of the suppression team, reflecting on his current injured state. The suppression team member acknowledges Taejun's efforts, praising him for preventing a dangerous situation. Taejun laughs it off, modestly saying he was just doing his duty as a hunter. The blonde hunter and another person are shocked, realizing Taejun's true capabilities. A soldier praises Taejun for his incredible performance, saying they couldn't imagine handling the venom spores alone. The blonde hunter, surprised, questions if Taejun really did it all by himself. The soldier confirms Taejun handled everything alone and asks if there's an issue. The blonde hunter and his group are stunned and find it hard to believe Taejun's achievement. Taejun tells the group to leave and assures he'll explain everything later. The scene transitions to an abandoned building, indicating a new setting or upcoming event. The blonde hunter confronts Taejun, asking if he truly managed everything by himself. The blonde mocks Taejun, doubting that a D-rank hunter could achieve such a feat. Taejun remains silent, standing unfazed despite the insult. A glowing notification startles Taejun, hinting at a new event or quest. Taejun reads the quest details, which challenge him to teach the disrespectful juniors a lesson in exchange for an A-rank skill. Taejun realizes the reward is an A-rank skill, a significant opportunity for him. Taejun smiles darkly, thinking about how he can get both revenge and a skill by completing the quest. Taejun apologizes sarcastically to the group, preparing to take action. Taejun sarcastically apologizes and asks if they mind if he beats them up. The blonde hunter is stunned and confused by Taejun's statement. Taejun dramatically pretends to cry, saying he's not good at sugarcoating things. Taejun repeats his challenge, asking once more if he can teach them a lesson. The group mocks Taejun, thinking he's gone mad or joking around. One of the group members angrily lunges at Taejun, demanding he stop talking nonsense and answer. The attacker emphasizes that in this world, those who commit crimes should be punished, delivering a strong blow. Taejun is grabbed by the head as someone questions if he's serious. The attacker prepares to punish Taejun but realizes something is wrong as he can't move properly. Taejun, with a dark smile, taunts the attacker, telling him to take his punishment like he deserves it. The attacker is shocked, unable to understand what's happening. Taejun strikes the attacker, sending him collapsing with one blow. Taejun easily overpowers the attacker, leaving him stunned and collapsing to the ground. The others are shocked, questioning what just happened. The others are confused, questioning why the attacker collapsed so suddenly. Taejun casually gestures for the rest of the group to come at him, inviting them one by one. Taejun menacingly smirks, daring them to endure just one flick on their foreheads for bullying their senior. The group questions Taejun's confidence and his intent to flick them, finding it ridiculous. Taejun flicks one member's forehead with enough force to cause intense damage, sending blood gushing. Taejun unleashes powerful attacks, effortlessly taking down multiple opponents. Another member suffers a devastating blow as Taejun displays overwhelming strength. The blonde hunter is stunned, questioning why his group is losing so easily. Taejun dismisses the idea that it's a joke and approaches the blonde hunter menacingly. Taejun calls out Yongjin directly, asking if he finds the situation amusing. Taejun declares he might let the others go but won't spare Yongjin. Taejun taunts Yongjin, saying a simple flick isn't enough for him and warning him to get ready. Yongjin, enraged and clenching his teeth, swears revenge, calling Taejun dead meat. Yongjin activates an ice ability, surrounding himself with sharp icicles and a cold aura. He mocks Taejun, assuming he has gained some physical enhancements, and warns him not to get overconfident. Yongjin arrogantly declares that Taejun is the one who's in trouble. Taejun observes the ice missiles and sarcastically questions when Yongjin learned such a skill. Taejun reveals that he, too, has just learned a new skill, showing flames igniting in his hand. A massive explosion of fire erupts as Taejun prepares to test his newly acquired ability in a grand display of power. An rank skill that is stronger than normal fireballs and reduces the target's healing ability. He is stunned by the fireball's sheer intensity, calling it incredible. Taejun jokingly admits he's new to the skill and advises Yongjin to be cautious. The fireball unleashes a massive, fiery explosion, showcasing its destructive power. Yongjin feels the overwhelming heat and realizes the power of the fireball. The fireball creates a huge fiery blast, leaving a crater. Yongjin, charred and exhausted, struggles to breathe and process what happened. He's confused but relieved, questioning how he managed to survive such destruction. Taejun jokes about Yongjin being so scared that he looks like he wet himself. He tells Yongjin to stop bullying guild members and be more respectful. Terrified, he promises to change and never bully anyone again. Taejun charges energy in his finger, hinting at a playful but intimidating move. Taejun suggests there's still something left to deal with, keeping the pressure on Yongjin. A cheerful narrator introduces herself and promises to explain what happened in the previous episode. Taejun gains a new status window ability, unlocking powerful skills to fight back. He uses his newfound strength to stand against those who tormented him. Taejun successfully takes revenge on his bullies. The narrator hints that Taejun might have pushed his power too far, and he collapses. Taejun lies unconscious, exhausted from overusing his abilities. Despite his state, the narrator urges him to head to the dungeon. Taejun has been unconscious for 3 days, and the narrator questions if he can overcome this challenge. Taejun is lying on his bed, suffering from intense pain after pushing himself too hard. He's frustrated and tells others to be quiet. The narrator is relieved Taejun is awake, but he explains he overused his mana, leading to his current state. Taejun admits he was reckless and got carried away with his newfound strength. He resolves to focus on improving his mana. The narrator acknowledges Taejun's rapid growth, but questions whether he truly needs to focus only on mana. Taejun clarifies that his extraordinary growth boosted all his stats except mana, which is now his priority. Taejun explains that his skills, like the fireball, consume a lot of mana, forcing him to prioritize increasing it to avoid future collapses. The narrator wonders if there's a specific way to raise just his mana more efficiently. Taejun notices that he has a set recovery time of 8 hours and 30 minutes before he's back to full strength. A massive tower designed for training and improving mana is shown. Taejun explains to the narrator that the Tower of Training is a well-known dungeon where beginners go to boost their mana. Despite being famous, the narrator notices the tower is oddly empty and questions why no one else is there. Taejun recalls the tower being popular a few years ago, but wonders if it's no longer in use. Taejun and the narrator spot an old man in the tower, surprising them. The old man tearfully mistakes Taejun for someone he refers to as Granny. Taejun and the narrator are bewildered by the old man's behavior, finding it strange. Taejun formally requests the old man for the Tower of Training quest, but the old man mishears it as fast food. Taejun clarifies he's talking about a quest, not fast food, but the old man misunderstands again. The old man finally understands Taejun is here for the tower's quest. The old man agrees to guide Taejun and the narrator through the tower of training. The narrator feels uneasy about the situation, but Taejun reassures her, saying he's prepared. The old man starts explaining the mechanics of the tower to Taejun and the narrator. The tower is divided into 10 stages, and clearing all of them will complete the quest. Taejun guesses the first task is to defeat 10 goblins, and he's correct. The old man acknowledges Taejun's guess with a cheerful response. Taejun impresses the narrator with his knowledge of the tower, claiming no one knows its strategies better than him. Taejun reveals he studied dungeon strategies on YouTube and memorized them, even though he couldn't go on real expeditions. Taejun confidently declares the beginner dungeon will be easy for him, earning admiration from the narrator. Taejun mutters to himself, and the old man overhears, prompting Taejun to play it off as a joke. They reach the first trial area, and the old man prepares to summon monsters. The old man struggles dramatically while summoning monsters for the trial. The old man nervously announces the arrival of the monsters, completing the summoning. Taejun and the narrator are fired up to face the challenge, confident that defeating 10 goblins will be easy. Movement in the bushes indicates something approaching, creating tension. Instead of goblins, large ogres and a few goblins emerge with a loud roar. Taejun, the narrator, and the old man face a massive crowd of ogres and goblins, far beyond what was expected. Taejun and the narrator are shocked at the situation, jokingly calling it bulking season. Taejun questions why the goblins appear to be oversized ogres, asking the old man for an explanation. The old man, lost in thought, mentions kimchi stew, completely ignoring the situation. Realizing the old man might be senile, Taejun is visibly annoyed and doubtful of the old man's capabilities. The ogres begin their attack with another fierce roar, escalating the tension. Taejun and the narrator panic as the monsters rush toward them, increasing tension. Taejun uses a powerful fire attack to hold back the ogres, showcasing his abilities. Taejun boldly challenges all the goblins and ogres, declaring he'll defeat them all. The fire attack devastates the monsters, burning them to ashes. Taejun surveys the burning battlefield, satisfied with his attack's impact. Taejun celebrates his success, but the narrator warns him there are still more monsters left. A massive ogre towers over Taejun, wielding a giant weapon, taking the battle to a new level. The giant ogre swings its weapon, landing a powerful blow on Taejun, catching him off guard. Taejun faces off against an ogre and prepares for a fight. The ogre attacks, and Taejun responds with determination, challenging its strength. Taejun skillfully dodges the ogre's powerful strike. Taejun spins, preparing a counterattack. He delivers a powerful blow to the ogre's head, drawing blood. The ogre roars in defeat as Taejun stands confidently. Notifications appear, confirming the completion of Stage 1 and increased experience. The old man, impressed by Taejun's swift completion of the first stage, acknowledges his achievement while flames blaze in the background. Taejun looks surprised but takes in the comment. The old man teases Taejun, suggesting the first stage was easy. Taejun nervously pretends it was harder than it seemed, masking his frustration. The old man casually suggests moving to the next stage, frustrating Taejun. Monsters appear, stronger and in overwhelming numbers, challenging his mental resilience. Taejun faces a giant beast, feeling the intense physical and mental pressure. Taejun realizes why no one dares to challenge this place anymore. He yells in frustration, calling the dungeon impossible to clear and referring to it as hell. Someone pleads for mercy, revealing Taejun's name as they face the tower. Taejun reaches the final stage, facing an ominous silhouette. The final boss is revealed, a massive hellhound Cerberus, ranked S and level 90. Taejun is horrified, sweat dripping as he reacts to the terrifying scene. Taejun realizes the final boss isn't a simple dog as expected, but an overwhelming threat. Taejun gives up, believing he can't defeat the boss, even with multiple lives. He's out of mana and struggles to find a way to continue. a hidden quest appears, tasking him with curing a senile NPC to restore order. Taejun reads the hidden quest details and begins thinking. He realizes the dungeon relies on the old man's unstable mana. The old man's loss of mana control causes the monsters to grow stronger. Taejun decides that if he can return the old man to normal, he can clear the dungeon. Taejun shares his plan with the spirit, but he's uncertain if it will work. Taejun gathers his resolve, deciding to give it a shot. He recalls that uncontrolled mana can drive powerful mages insane. Taejun notices the tangled strands of mana in the old man's mind. Taejun approaches the old man, ready to act. The spirit is shocked and asks Taejun what he's doing. Taejun channels his focus, preparing to fix the old man's mana. He starts calming the old man, who begins to relax. Taejun jokingly calls it nirvana, while continuing his task. Taejun redirects the scattered mana back into the old man's head, stabilizing him. Taejun checks on the old man, determined to fix the broken mana flows. A massive pink energy blast emerges, alarming the spirit. The pink energy intensifies, threatening Taejun and the old man. Taejun desperately shields the old man, bracing himself. The energy surges out of the tower, creating a massive explosion. The old man regains consciousness, apologizing for the trouble caused by his body. The old man transforms into a muscular and revitalized version of himself. Taejun is shocked, questioning the old man's new appearance. The old man expresses clarity and refreshment, thrilled to be himself again. The revitalized old man confidently stands, emitting a powerful aura. A view from above shows the final battle arena, with the red beast still present. The old man expresses his gratitude to Taejun, calling him his benefactor and offering to grant any request. Taejun looks shocked as someone counts numbers, reaching 97 and 98. A glowing girl stands behind him. A muscular man lifts a heavy barbell, reaching 99 reps. The old man, now glowing with power, shouts 100 while lifting the weights. The weights slam into the ground, cracking it. The man explains that physical strength is needed for high-intensity mana use. His muscles flex, and he begins revealing something important. He proudly announces that his secret to becoming an archmage is intense physical training. The old man flexes and asks if they can feel the mana radiating from his muscles. He invites Taejun to touch them, but Taejun nervously refuses, questioning if this kind of power is necessary. The old man insists and then asks Taejun what he truly wants. Taejun hesitates to answer. Taejun complains about his low mana and asks if his mana capacity can be increased. The old man easily accepts the request and activates the mana body technique. He unleashes the mana technique build-up on Taejun. Taejun screams in pain as his mana increases dramatically to 500. Taejun coughs and complains that he almost died from the process. The old man observes that Taejun's issue isn't a lack of mana. Taejun, confused, asks what the old man means. The old man explains that Taejun is using too much mana for his Fireball skill. Fireball is supposed to be a basic skill. The old man explains that Taejun's Fireball is much stronger than normal but consumes too much mana. He reassures Taejun and offers to help him recreate his Fireball. A large modern cityscape appears, showing a tall building. A woman named Lee Yongjin, a great hunter from the Myth Guild, waves and calls out. Taejun's companion is surprised and asks if he knows her. Taejun says she's an old friend from Hunter's Den. The glowing girl teases Taejun, shocked that he has a female friend. Taejun gets annoyed. She asks why Taejun called Yongjin. He explains it's to test his new Fireball technique. The Myth Guild has the largest training facility in the country. Taejun's previous Fireball was powerful enough to destroy a building. The new one will be even more dangerous. Taejun suggests they need a safe training area for testing his new Fireball. The glowing girl teases Taejun, surprised that he has more connections than she thought. Yongjin hears something and asks what Taejun said. He nervously laughs and denies saying anything. In the elevator, Seon-ah comments that it's been a long time and asks how Taejun has been. He replies that he has just been doing his usual hunter duties. Seon-ah gives Taejun a curious look, making him wonder if there is something on his face. She smiles and tells him he seems different from before. Seon-ah tells Taejun that he used to rely on her, but now seems more confident. Taejun is surprised. She mentions that another person requested to use the training ground today. She hints that Taejun will be excited to see who it is. Taejun is shocked that someone arrived before him. Choi Jin-hyuk, a grade hunter from Bichon Guild, appears riding a massive beast. Taejun and Jin-hyuk exchange intense stares, recognizing each other. Seon-ah notices the tension and wonders why they are acting like rivals after a year. Inside the training facility, Seon-ah activates the system. She explains that the strength of the training monsters depends on how much mana is used. Seon-ah summons a monster, calling it cute, but Taejun is horrified by its appearance. The monster rushes forward, and Seon-ah asks if that explanation was enough. She casually leaves to grab drinks, leaving them to train. Taejun, the glowing girl, and Jin-hyuk stand in silence. Taejun learns that he can create a monster using mana. A giant, muscular orc roars as it appears, surprising Taejun. Taejun cracks his knuckles, ready to fight. The orc charges at Taejun aggressively. Taejun focuses, preparing to counterattack with his fist. Taejun punches the ground, releasing a massive explosion of blue energy. A shadowy figure looms in the background. An ogre wouldn't even count as a warm-up. He considers summoning hundreds more while Taejun prepares for battle. Taejun, lying down, suspiciously asks, "It was you, wasn't it?" The other person responds in confusion. "What?" Choi Jin-hyuk glares at Taejun and accuses him. "Don't play innocent. You're the one who messed up the guild juniors, aren't you?" A battle scene flashes in the background. Taejun stands silently, looking slightly concerned or confused. Someone walks forward and says, "At first, I didn't want to believe it, but now that I look at it, it's true." Their steps echo in the empty space. Choi Jin-hyuk confronts Taejun. "Have you awakened some new power? What are you doing now that you're so strong?" He looks frustrated. A furious Choi Jin-hyuk accuses, "You're beating up your own family members who used to eat from the same pot." His face shows anger and disappointment. Taejun's face darkens as he mutters, "Choi Jin-hyuk." His expression is filled with determination and rage. A flashback shows Taejun, Choi Jin-hyuk, and Lee Seon-ah enjoying a meal together at Hunter's Den. The text reveals that Choi Jin-hyuk was once one of Taejun's few trusted friends. Choi Jin-hyuk distances himself from Taejun as he joins the Bichon Guild and climbs the ranks, symbolizing their growing gap. Choi Jin-hyuk, now more powerful and confident, surrounds himself with strong allies. Taejun watches from afar, feeling left behind. His expression is colder, showing that he has become someone different from the friend Taejun once knew. Taejun, carrying a large backpack, looks troubled. The text states, "I'm no longer a friend," indicating his bond with Choi Jin-hyuk is broken. A deformed man arrogantly admits, "Yeah, I did it. So what are you gonna do about it?" His expression is mocking and unbothered. Choi Jin-hyuk is shocked as the same man dismisses the situation, saying, "So I roughed those punks up a bit, big deal." The deformed man continues to justify his actions. "They were the ones who messed with me first, weren't they?" His face is unsettling and intense. Choi Jin-hyuk gets angry, clenching his teeth. He confronts someone, "And you? While I was getting beaten to a pulp, what did you do besides watch?" He believes the person should have fought alongside him. Choi Jin-hyuk grabs Taejun aggressively and yells, "Hey, you've got some nerve." Taejun is taken aback, responding, "Excuse me." Taejun stays calm despite being choked, saying, "You're strangling me. It's hard to breathe. I feel my life is at risk, so this is self-defense." His expression is indifferent. Lee Seon-ah enters the scene cheerfully, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. This sister has something for you." She holds a bag, possibly with supplies or weapons. Lee Seon-ah looks shocked. possibly reacting to the fight between Taejun and Choi Jin-hyuk. Seon-ah yells, "You two, what are you doing?" as Taejun and Choi Jin-hyuk clash fiercely. Choi Jin-hyuk swings his spear, sending a powerful red energy attack at Taejun, who dodges just in time. Taejun nervously calls for a timeout as he tries to escape. Choi Jin-hyuk responds, "There's no timeout." Taejun gets hit hard and is sent flying backward, crashing to the ground in pain. Choi Jin-hyuk acknowledges Taejun's growth, saying, "You've really become stronger, Taejun," while gripping his spear. Choi Jin-hyuk powers up with electricity and says, "I'll face you seriously." His aura crackles with intense energy. Taejun smirks and playfully says, "Should have done that from the start, tilde haha." He downplays his injuries, calling it just a scratch. Choi Jin-hyuk gets frustrated and thinks, when did this punk get so good at taunting? As his electrified power surges, Choi Jin-hyuk activates the Bitchin spear technique, first form. His spear crackles with powerful yellow lightning. He fully unleashes Thunder Spear, surrounded by electric energy, showing his strongest attack. Lee Seon-ah is shocked and yells, "You're crazy, Choi Jin-hyuk, pulling out the Thunder Spear here." Taejun smirks and casually says, all right, tilde, I knew you'd use that technique, tilde." He seems unfazed by the attack. Taejun steps forward confidently, saying, "Then I'll go all out too." He prepares to counter Jin-hyuk's attack. Lee Seon-ah and the spirit next to her look surprised, reacting to something unexpected. Wait, is that? Taejun begins charging a powerful energy blast, glowing blue. He unleashes a massive fireball attack, engulfing the battlefield in bright blue flames. A system message appears, revealing the attack's name, Archmage's Fireball as it reduces the enemy's healing ability on impact. Choi Jin-hyuk is stunned, thinking, that's just like an energy blast, as Taejun's attack threatens to overwhelm him. A character gathers immense energy, forming a glowing orb in his hands. He unleashes a massive blue fireball attack, sending it towards his opponent. The skill used is Archmage's Fireball S, which reduces healing upon impact. An enemy, wielding a sword, looks in shock, realizing the immense magical power of the attack. He panics, thinking he can't block such a powerful attack. The fireball explodes, creating a massive shockwave and engulfing the area. A mysterious mechanism activates, possibly a defensive tool. The explosion spreads, shaking the battlefield. Taejun, Lee Seon-ah, and Fighter all look in shock and fear *** at the overwhelming destruction. A mysterious figure appears, radiating powerful energy, and Taejun asks, "Who are you?" She is revealed to be Cha Soo-hyun, an S-rank hunter and the vice president of Myth Guild. She scolds Taejun, saying his reckless attack could have caused a serious accident. Taejun, feeling guilty, nervously explains that he miscalculated the power since it was his first time using the skill. The fighter sees the situation and thinks Taejun is in serious trouble. Cha Soo-hyun, in a dramatic moment, intimidates Taejun, making him sweat. However, instead of punishing him, she suddenly offers Taejun a chance to join Myth Guild. The blonde-haired fighter is shocked and furious, unable to believe it. It's revealed that Cha Soo-hyun is one of the strongest hunters in the country, making her offer a huge deal. Cha Soo-hyun officially offers Taejun a scout proposal, recognizing his talent. She admits she has never seen a fireball that powerful before and praises Taejun for pushing basic skills beyond their limits. She repeats her offer with an eager smile, showing genuine interest in recruiting him. Taejun is shocked but intrigued, realizing how rare it is to receive such an offer from the Myth Guild. Lee Seon-ah is overjoyed, feeling that Taejun's skills are finally being recognized. It's revealed that Myth Guild is one of the top 4 major guilds in Korea, alongside Hongik, Longhwa, and Chunjeon. Taejun considers the offer, thinking that joining Myth Guild would be a huge advantage for him. Cha Soo-hyun emphasizes that a true hunter must constantly train and overcome their limits. Taejun recalls his earlier excitement, remembering that he wanted to duel today to test his own limits. Choi Jin-hyuk looks confused, denying that he ever agreed to duel Taejun. Taejun, fired up, reflects on his fight with Choi Jin-hyuk, realizing something important. He sees Jin-hyuk as a massive mountain he cannot overcome yet, symbolizing his current limits. Determined, Taejun refuses the guild offer, stating that he still has mountains to climb before joining. Jin-hyuk is shocked and frustrated, wondering what Taejun is even talking about. Cha Soo-hyun laughs, admiring Taejun's dedication to training and liking his spirit. She asks for his name and rank, and Taejun proudly introduces himself as a D-rank hunter. Soo-hyun is surprised, believing that his talent is wasted at such a low rank. In recognition of his potential, she gives him a recommendation letter, showing that she still believes in his future. Taejun receives an invitation to take the B-rank hunter evaluation in a month. His friends congratulate him. Choi Jin-hyuk is furious, realizing Taejun is advancing quickly. Taejun reflects that higher ranks allow hunters to enter stronger dungeons, making this a valuable opportunity. 1 month later, he arrives at the hunter testing site to take the B-rank exam. Taejun feels excited and confident, believing the atmosphere itself feels different. His spirit companion notes how Cha Soo-hyun gave him a recommendation right away, proving her high regard for him. She then asks, "Why didn't you join the Myth Guild, since they were offering him so much support?" Taejun comically shouts money, revealing his real reason. He explains that guild hunters have to share their earnings, making solo hunting more profitable. Taejun criticizes guilds, saying their rewards are low and they control schedules too strictly. He recalls how guilds exploit hunters, overworking them and discarding them if they get injured. He dramatically declares he would never join a guild, stating his only goal is making more money. Suddenly, someone calls out to him, catching his attention. A cheerful cat-eared girl, Yo Si-ah, from Chincheon Guild, greets him and asks if he's taking the test. Taejun is surprised she knows him, but she reveals that his reputation has already spread. She smirks, saying her guild is determined to recruit him, hinting at Myth Guild's interest. Taejun nervously laughs, realizing his name is spreading too fast. Suddenly, a tall, intimidating man appears, mocking Taejun, calling him a mediocre man. Kang Jun, a C-rank hunter from Hwarang Guild, mocks the event, calling it overhyped. He boldly introduces himself, claiming he's destined to be the greatest hunter of the era. Taejun and Yo Si-ah are speechless, with Taejun internally wondering if this guy is crazy. The announcement begins, signaling the start of the B-rank hunter evaluation test. The participants, including Taejun, Kang Jun, and Yo Si-ah, prepare for the test. The examiner introduces their mentor for the test, an experienced hunter. The mentor is revealed as Choi Jin-hyuk, an A-rank hunter from the Bichon Guild. Taejun is shocked, recognizing his rival, Choi Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk greets the participants, preparing to explain the test rules. The test will take place in a dungeon, and 8 participants will be grouped into teams of 2. The dungeon has 4 entrances labeled A, B, C, and D. The first 2 teams to reach the merge point will proceed to the boss fight. A man announces that even if participants retire from the dungeon, they should not worry. Safety personnel are stationed throughout the dungeon to ensure protection. A streaming score system will be used to track and rank participants. The test is being streamed live, showing a battle against monsters, and viewers are commenting. The test officially begins with red portals activating. The first team, UC Rin and Kang Jun, is called to start. The second team, Yang Dong-jun and Hong Ah-riem, is introduced. The third team, Cho Song-yi and Bong Jun-hyun, is introduced. The fourth team, Lee Tae-jun and Kim Jun-hyun, is announced, and all teams are instructed to enter their designated gates. Tae-jun recognizes Kim Jun-hyun and is surprised to see him, while Jun-hyun happily greets him. The teams begin entering the red portals, with Tae-jun leading the way. Someone watches Taejun closely, saying his name with suspicion. A man smirks darkly, realizing that Taejun is using him for his own advantage. Kim Jun clenches his fist, determined not to be underestimated. Taejun confidently steps into the portal, fully prepared for the test. A dark and eerie dungeon scene appears, with someone in the shadows vowing revenge, saying, "I'll make you regret it." A member of Bitchin Guild is shocked when asked to participate in the B rank assessment. A heavy-built man and a young hunter with blue hair discuss something. The man is confused, while the young hunter seems uninterested. The young hunter is asked to disrupt Taejun during the assessment. The D route is much harder than the standard path, so interfering would make it difficult for Taejun to pass. The heavy-built man is reminded that his mother is sick, implying pressure on him. The blue-haired hunter tempts him with money for his mother's surgery. The man looks nervous, but the blue-haired hunter assures him he'll be rewarded if he cooperates. Taejun and his teammate enter the D route and encounter monsters. A giant snake with red eyes appears, roaring fiercely. Taejun easily defeats the monster, shocking his teammate. Taejun complains about the weak opponent, but his experience points slightly increase due to an ability. The heavy-built teammate is shocked at Taejun's sudden strength. He reflects, realizing that Taejun became much stronger in a short time. Taejun and his teammate were both in a weak position within the Bitchin Guild, but Taejun never gave up. Taejun praises his teammate's skill to absorb attacks, calling it amazing. Taejun encourages him, saying he'll shine one day as a great hunter. Taejun's words gave his teammate hope when he had none. The teammate now struggles with guilt, realizing he's being forced to sabotage Taejun, despite how much Taejun supported him. The heavy-built man feels conflicted, but believes he has no choice because he needs money for his mother's surgery. He convinces himself that betraying Taejun is necessary for his family. He hands Taejun a bottle, acting innocent. He tells Taejun that it will help him, making it seem like a friendly gesture. Taejun accepts it, unaware, and the man explains it's a buff potion used in expeditions. Taejun happily drinks it, thanking him. However, the potion is actually poisoned, meant to paralyze Taejun. The man thinks this will quickly exhaust Taejun, making him fail. Taejun suddenly feels the effects, realizing something is wrong. Taejun starts feeling the effects of the potion, thinking something is awakening inside him. He suddenly realizes there's no bathroom, making him panic. His teammate confirms there's no bathroom, forcing Taejun to clear the dungeon quickly. The teammate is confused, wondering why the poison isn't working. Taejun's poison resistance ability activates, making him immune. Taejun investigates the dungeon's layout, noticing something is off. They reach a dead end, forcing them to turn back. Taejun complains about going in circles, while his teammate sees an opportunity. The teammate considers pushing Taejun into the pit to sabotage his assessment. The heavy-built man nervously calls out to Taejun. Suddenly, he lunges forward, apologizing as he tries to push Taejun off the cliff. However, he loses balance and falls instead, screaming. Taejun is shocked, watching him plummet. Both of them are confused as they realize what just happened. The man keeps falling, panicking. He crashes into the cliffside, hitting the rocks hard. Taejun shouts at him, thinking he's trying to die on purpose. Hanging upside down, the man breaks down, calling himself garbage and saying he deserves to die. A shocked Taejun reacts angrily to being called trash. A man confesses he tried to sabotage the assessment for his own benefit. The man, feeling guilty, wants to die, but Taejun refuses to let go. Taejun panics, realizing the situation has become serious. Taejun considers moving closer, thinking no one is watching his live stream. Taejun is surprised to see 10 viewers on his live stream. Taejun scrambles, not wanting viewers to see him in a humiliating state. Taejun loses his grip and starts falling from the cliff. Taejun and another person fall into the darkness while a blue spirit watches Taejun and his companion crash to the ground, confused about their location. They turn around to see red eyes glowing in the darkness. A swarm of terrifying white snakes with red eyes emerges. Taejun and his companion freeze in fear, realizing the danger. A girl watching the livestream worries about Team B's situation. Exhausted fighters struggle to battle the deadly snakes while viewers mock them. The girl doubts whether Team B can survive the ordeal. A terrified man panics and runs away, abandoning his team. With a teammate fleeing, the remaining member screams for help as Team B is eliminated. Team C is in chaos as one member attacks another in frustration. UC Rin cheerfully introduces herself while facing the deadly snakes. She confidently declares her intent to defeat the 1,000-year white snake. UC Rin prepares for battle, but the snakes suddenly disappear. A man aggressively attacks on his own, while UC Rin questions his actions. The man sees this assessment as a chance to impress the higher-ups. Determined, he unleashes a powerful attack, unwilling to miss his opportunity. UC Rin realizes he wants all the attention for himself. Refusing to be outdone, she activates her ice powers, ready to fight. UC Rin unleashes a powerful ice attack, Frost Wind. A fierce battle erupts as Team A dominates the battlefield. Team A reaches the boss room first, proving their elite skills. A mysterious figure claps, acknowledging their achievement. Choi Jin-hyuk offers to lead them to the boss room. UC Rin realizes that Lee Taejun hasn't arrived yet. Choi Jin-hyuk confirms Team D's signal is lost, hinting at their elimination. A teammate mocks Taejun, doubting his potential. Choi Jin-hyuk leads Team A through a portal to the boss room. Choi Jin-hyuk smirks, realizing Junhyun's plan was successful. He mocks how Vice President Cha Soo-hyun would react if she knew the truth. The group looks shocked as they sense something ominous. A monstrous spiked snake corpse lies before them, unsettling the team. A skeletal figure sits on a throne, exuding a terrifying aura. The Skeleton King awakens, its eyes glowing with dark energy. The absorption skill allows the user to absorb magic attacks and return them. The more magic absorbed, the stronger the attack, but it depends on the user's limits. A comedic moment shows the absorption skill leading to an unexpected fiery result. Lee Taejun and Kim Jun Hyun use their combined attack, Hell Train. Taejun pushes Jun Hyun to absorb more power as they charge forward. Determined, they rush straight to the boss room. Team A is confused, realizing the boss should be the Emuji. The team wonders how things took a drastic turn. Suspicion rises as they question the mysterious lich before them. The lich fully awakens, its glowing eye radiating dark energy. Team A realizes the danger as they recognize the powerful lich. They are shocked to see a lich instead of the expected dungeon boss. Choi Jin-hyuk urgently commands everyone to retreat. The lich and the monstrous Emugi stand side by side, ready to attack. The lich launches an attack as the Emugi roars fiercely. Choi Jin-hyuk prepares to counterattack with determination. He leaps into action as the Emugi strikes with force. UC Rin and her teammate refuse to stay idle and prepare to assist. UC Rin and Kang Jin launch their combined attacks against the Emugi. The Emugi retaliates, injuring UC Rin as she screams in pain. Choi Jin-hyuk panics as he sees his teammates wounded. He realizes that the lich is controlling the Emugi. He determines that taking down the lich is the key to victory. Choi Jin-hyuk prepares to strike but is caught off guard. The Emugi launches a surprise attack, hitting him hard. He regrets recklessly charging in without a proper strategy. The Emugi roars, ready to finish him off as he faces near death. The girl regrets not saying something before dying. A hunter is violently thrown back by a powerful attack. A shocked boy feels fear as he senses something terrifying. The team celebrates reaching the boss room. A man is relieved to be alive but realizes something is wrong. Urgent warning is given to Lee Taejun and Kim Jun Hyun. A massive monster, Emugi, looms over them in danger. Taejun and Jun Hyun barely dodge a devastating attack. They realize facing a lich and an emugi is too much for a B-class test. The man suspects someone is sabotaging the evaluation. The team speculates that a powerful guild member might be involved. Taejun acknowledges the situation but finds it complicated. Taejun confidently suggests taking down the emugi. Taejun and Man reluctantly agree to work together. A warrior with dual swords charges forward as something powerful descends from above. A fighter holds a glowing energy orb, declaring a temporary alliance. One character asks if Jun Hyun can take more fireballs, but he seems exhausted. A large, wounded serpent-like creature appears, still moving. A character warns Lee Taejun to be cautious as a dangerous attack approaches. The fighter with the glowing orb confirms that he also sees the danger. A massive 20% fireball attack is launched toward the enemy. A massive blue energy dragon appears, roaring fiercely. A warrior activates Divine Spear Technique, second form, preparing to attack. The warrior unleashes a powerful spear technique, cutting through the air. A lich with a flaming purple staff stands atop a defeated beast. Yu Si-rin and Hangjin see the lich is vulnerable and prepare to strike. Hangjin charges at the lich while it casts an attack. Hangjin declares he won't miss his opportunity to attack. He delivers a powerful ice punch straight at the lich. A fighter asks Jun Hyun for one last favor, believing they can't lose as a team. Lee Taejun and Kim Jun Hyun activate a collaborative attack. Hell Train attack is unleashed, surging with immense energy. The enemy is frozen solid, trapped in ice. A fighter questions if they've finally defeated the enemy. The entire group looks shocked, realizing something unexpected. The lich survives the attack, unaffected by their efforts. The lich counterattacks, summoning deadly energy spikes. Two fighters are impaled, unable to escape. More allies are struck, screaming in pain. The team is injured and trapped by ice spikes, realizing the lich seems immune to damage. A fighter questions their lack of knowledge about the lich, wondering if they missed something. A mysterious manager appears, glowing with energy. The manager jokes about struggling to download an app. She suggests using a map hack key to fight more effectively. Taejun is shocked by the mention of a map hack as dungeon information starts loading. The system analyzes the dungeon, revealing details about its structure and enemies. Parsley Navigation activates, displaying a virtual map. Taejun is confused by the new system's function. The manager explains that Parsley Navigation reveals dungeon secrets, enemy patterns, and rewards. She has also installed more apps, advising Taejun to use them in battle. Taejun realizes this is beyond a normal map hack, calling it a game-changing ability. The dungeon's original boss was supposed to be a B-class emugi, but something changed. Taejun questions what the lich really is, as it wasn't supposed to exist. The Parsley translator activates, revealing that the lich, Eratus Chan, is excited. Taejun senses something terrifying, feeling uneasy. He asks the manager what's happening, suspecting a system bug. Eratus Chan thanks a contractor, hinting someone summoned it. Taejun realizes the translation is working fine, but something feels off. He questions if someone forcibly summoned the lich. Taejun checks on Choi Jin-hyuk, who barely avoided a fatal injury. Taejun claims he found the lich's weakness. Jin-hyuk is shocked but doesn't get a full explanation. Taejun asks him to trust and cooperate. Jin-hyuk hesitates, but the situation forces him to follow Taejun's lead. Jin-hyuk agrees to cooperate, asking what to do first. Taejun smirks, deciding to provoke the enemy first. The group taunts the lich, calling it out. Taejun makes a crazy face, mocking the lich. The lich gets enraged, preparing to attack. It unleashes a powerful dark spell, vowing to kill them. The group prepares for a counterattack, seeing this as their moment. A massive energy strike is unleashed, aiming at the enemy. The team survives the lich's deadly attack. Taejun realizes he can predict the lich's attack patterns. He gains confidence, knowing his strategy will work. Jun Hyun mocks the lich, laughing at its missed attacks. Taejun also taunts it, calling its attack a joke. The lich counters with powerful purple fireballs. Taejun gives precise movement instructions to his team. The attacks explode, but they dodge successfully. Taejun remains focused, ready for the next move. The team is amazed that they dodged everything perfectly. A skeletal enemy acknowledges the protagonist's dodging skills and prepares a stronger attack. The enemy unleashes a massive attack, covering the battlefield in dark energy and sharp projectiles. A panicked ally questions how they are supposed to dodge the incoming attack. A system or skill activates, with glowing barriers appearing around the characters. The protagonist realizes that the attack is unavoidable, covering the entire dungeon. The enemy's powerful skill, Death's Requiem, is fully unleashed. The enemy mocks the group, calling them foolish. The protagonist counters, saying if they keep dodging, the enemy will just use an undodgeable spell. They prepare to strike back. Someone realizes the enemy is on skill cooldown, a crucial moment for counterattack. The enemy is shocked, realizing they won't survive the counterattack. Chaos unfolds as the powerful attack shakes the battlefield, with everyone struggling to understand what's happening. The wide area attack grows stronger towards the edges, but its power weakens closer to the center. Taejun realizes the attack's weak point using his Parsley navigation ability. Using this knowledge, he moves toward the center, reducing the damage taken. Rin steps in, using her ice magic to counterattack. She casts Frost Wind, freezing the skeletal enemy. The enemy acknowledges their effort but remains unfazed. The group realizes their attacks are ineffective, but they decide to focus on restricting the enemy's movement. The battle continues, and one of the characters asks for backup *** to cover the rear. The skeletal enemy is confused, calling out for someone named Hwawa. The enemy realizes something is wrong, looking shocked. It is revealed that the lich was summoned through a contract, using the contractor's sacrifices as hosts. Until the host body is destroyed, the lich remains immortal. Taejun finds the real body of the lich, hidden behind a magical barrier. The team understands they must destroy the objects sealing the lich to stop its summoning. The lich is enraged, accusing them of deception. The lich charges furiously at Taejun, vowing revenge. The lich attacks with its massive scythe, showing its full power. Taejun looks shocked as the battle intensifies. Choi Jinhyuk charges at the lich, taunting it to stay and fight. Jinhyuk, enraged, blocks the lich's movement, refusing to let it escape. He strikes fiercely, stopping the lich's attack. The lich screams in pain, showing its vulnerability. The team restrains the lich, urging Taejun to finish it off. Taejun thanks Jinhyuk, preparing for the final blow. The lich panics, trying to stop Taejun from reaching its core. Taejun delivers a powerful punch, aiming to destroy the lich's true body. The punch lands with massive force, shaking the entire battlefield. The lich is weakened, gasping in exhaustion. The sealed chest, which is the lich's true core, remains intact. Taejun finally finds the chest, preparing to destroy it. Bloodstained, dual-wielding spears, fighting skull with purple flames. Mystery, potential weakness mentioned by Taejun. Injured, shocked, searching for something inside. Speaking unknown language, reacting, resisting attack. Skull reacting aggressively, chaotic energy, others affected. Surprise discovery, secret exposed. Observing, mysterious presence, tension rising. Holding a treasure chest, taunting with excitement. Reacting to Taejun's unexpected ability to understand ancient language. Holding a treasure chest, smug expression, spirit companion behind. Explaining contract-bound status, reacting nervously. Dismissing concerns, confident in contract control. Doubting Taejun's abilities, disbelief. Questioning his ordinary status, asserting dominance. Sacred relic, magical significance, hidden knowledge. Doubting Taejun, realization setting in. Overwhelming presence, contract-breaking possibility. Reluctant agreement, forced cooperation. Offering wishes, tempting. complaining about stomach, uneasy, ordering skeletons to be released, questioning control, skeletons attacking, blue-haired man and green-helmeted man fighting back. Anomaly detected, unknown disturbance. Martial artist Hangjin and cat-eared girl UC Rin destroying skeletons. Accepting negotiations, communication success. Asking for Taejun's wish. Demanding everything. Confused by Taejun's sudden demand. Pressuring for items, accessories. Holding mysterious power, crucial item. Realizing Taejun's target, resisting. Pretending to break treasure chest, manipulating. Handing over staff, distressed. Holding staff, demanding contract release. Pretending ignorance about contract release. Realization hitting, caught off guard. Mocking, pretending ignorance. Intense red energy, furious reaction. Furious, overwhelming force, striking Taejun. Raising treasure chest, intimidating. Intense counterattack, explosion. Last struggle, refusing to fade. Declaring Eratus Chan's rebirth, sinister confidence. Mocking skull's dramatic exit. Examining broken weapon, questioning its significance. Investigating summoning method, questioning target. Thrilled about new item, materialistic attitude. Observing Taejun's greed. Newly discovered item, unexpected find. Speculating value, linking it to the skull. Concerned, checking on him. Assuring he's fine, activating interface. Doubting Taejun's victory against the lich. Declaring victory, dismissing concerns. Hangjin acknowledges Lee Taejun's skills and calls him an impressive hunter, while UC Rin cheers him on. A shocked reaction as Lee Taejun stands bloodied, and someone calls out his name in concern. A remorseful Choi Jin Hyuk says, "I'm sorry," looking down at Lee Taejun. The helmeted Choi Jin Hyuk admits to poisoning and throwing Lee Taejun into the pit, revealing they ordered Jun Hyan to do it. The guilty Choi Jin Hyuk admits they resented Lee Taejun for working hard despite lacking talent. The Choi Jin Hyuk sincerely apologizes to Lee Taejun. He smiles and mockingly tells them to do it properly next time, acting like he wasn't even affected. Taejun calls out the deception, questioning what's really going on. The Choi Jin Hyuk suggests moving forward, inviting Lee Taejun for a meal as a celebration for becoming a B-class hunter. Kim Jun Hyan admits to poisoning and throwing Lee Taejun into the pit, revealing that he ordered Jun Hyan to do it. Taejun awkwardly asks a secretive question. Taejun whispers, "Do you like Lee Xian Ah?" catching the other person off guard. Taejun's question about Lee Xian Ah causes a hilarious shocked reaction. The accused character frantically denies it, while another teases them. A glowing green gate appears, signaling their way out. UC Rin and Kim Jun Hyan celebrate being able to leave, dreaming about food. Taejun smiles and tells everyone to go back together. The group walks toward the portal, feeling the relief of survival. Taejun hesitates for a second as he steps through the gate. They successfully exit, and a mysterious figure watches them. Taejun is officially promoted to B-class hunter, greeted by some intimidating figures. Lee Taejun is shocked to see Seo Yeon HWA Clear Sky Guild representative and Maddie Pyong Hwarang Guild representative. Maddie Pyong, a powerful and imposing figure, raises suspicion as Taejun wonders why the strongest hunters are present. The elegant yet authoritative Clear Sky Guild leader enters. Seo Yeon HWA reveals that someone interfered with their test, manipulating the results. She explains that monsters, including the lich and an undead Emugi, should not have appeared. The investigation suggests that a powerful force was trying to disrupt both the Clear Sky Guild and Hwarang Guild. Revealing the culprit, Seo Yeon HWA finally points to the responsible party. She looks directly at Lee Taejun and says, "It's you." Lee Taejun is left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how he could be the culprit. UC Rin and Hangjin defend Lee Taejun, insisting there's no way he could be responsible. She smirks and points out that Taejun seemed to handle everything alone. The high rankers reveal they witnessed everything live, including Taejun's leadership and strategic decisions against the lich. She suggests that the lich's weakness was concealed somewhere, and Taejun somehow knew about it. Seo Yeon HW questions how a D-rank hunter like Taejun knew so much critical information. Even Hangjin and UC Rin start to hesitate, considering the possibility. Seo Yeon HWA steps up to Lee Taejun, pressing him for answers. She outright claims that Taejun knew about the lich in advance. He freaks out, denying it completely, but his shocked reaction only makes him look more suspicious. Taejun looks nervous as someone questions his hesitation, likely in a high-pressure situation. A warrior unleashes intense energy, warning Taejun that he will cut him down if he doesn't answer quickly. Taejun panics, realizing that the threat is serious and his life is in danger. Taejun, sweating and desperate, tries to think of a way to explain or defuse the situation. Taejun recalls something important related to a lich, a sacrifice, and a contractor, possibly a key mystery. Someone interrupts, asking everyone to listen, possibly to prevent a fight or explain something. A new character excitedly reveals that his dream has always been to become a necromancer. The warrior and the blue-haired girl are surprised by the sudden statement. The character explains that he has studied undead creatures since childhood, knowing their abilities and weaknesses. Taejun proudly reveals that he figured out the lich's hidden weakness. A woman doubts Taejun's claim and questions its validity. The others, including the red-haired warrior, react in surprise to what Taejun shows them. Taejun presents a severed finger found in a sarcophagus, proving someone made a contract with the lich. Taejun explains that the lich wasn't a natural dungeon boss. Someone summoned it to interfere with the test. Taejun argues that the lich obeys its contractor, meaning he and the other attacked hunters aren't responsible. The woman acknowledges Taejun's logic and accepts that the real culprit must be someone else. The warrior demands to know who the culprit is, suspecting the Dark Magic Guild. A dramatic moment as the mystery is about to be solved. Taejun boldly announces that the culprit is among them. Taejun asks everyone to check the hands of those nearby. People start showing their hands, nervously accusing each other. One man hesitates and appears nervous. The true suspect is exposed as the owner of the severed finger. She is impressed and questions how Taejun figured it out. Taejun casually jokes that he learned this from detective manga. She looks completely stunned and exhausted by Taejun's reasoning. The warrior charges at Seo Yeon HWA, who prepares a magical defense. Someone traps the culprit inside a glowing green barrier to prevent escape. Furious, he charges at the bald man, vowing not to forgive him for harming his apprentice. The warrior unleashes a devastating attack called Dragon Strike. He suddenly notices something unexpected. The bald man appears lifeless, making others question if he took his own life. The warrior orders the body to be sent to the Alliance headquarters. He instructs his men to investigate the suspect's origins. The woman realizes that someone is using dark magic to target multiple guilds. She vows to uncover the mastermind behind the attack. The woman apologizes to Taejun for misunderstanding him and promises to repay him. Suddenly, Taejun faints and falls to the ground, shocking those around him. Taejun lies exhausted, realizing he has completely run out of mana. He starts regaining consciousness, wondering where he is. Taejun sees Choi Jin Hyuk and Lee Seon-ah looking at him with concern. Taejun wakes up in a hospital bed, surprised to see them there. Seon-ah says she came because she was worried, while Jin Hyuk jokingly says he just wanted to see if Taejun was still alive. She questions how much he pushed himself to collapse like that. They mention that Taejun made a huge impact in the B-rank exam, surprising him. News about Taejun defeating the lich spreads all over the internet. He is surprised to see himself being praised in online discussions. Jin Hyuk feels overshadowed and claims Taejun wouldn't have succeeded without him. Seon-ah playfully argues that the video clearly shows Taejun doing all the work. Taejun enjoys the friendly banter, realizing it has been a while since they talked like this. The representative makes an unexpected entrance. Taejun and his friends are shocked to see her there. Seo Yeon Hwa reveals that she owns the hospital. She explains that Taejun was taken to their guild's hospital and that she owes him a debt. The cat-eared girl happily reminds Taejun that he saved her. She dramatically expresses how much she cherishes UC Rin, making Taejun question the word precious. Seo Yeon Hwa prepares to fulfill any request Taejun has. She leans in, confidently stating that she will grant Taejun anything he desires. Seo Yeon Hwa, the Vice Guild Master, offers to grant Hunter Taejun anything he desires. Taejun seems unsure about what to ask for, while his friends react in surprise. Seo Yeon Hwa assures Taejun that he doesn't need to decide immediately since there's plenty of time. She walks away, telling Taejun she will be waiting in her office on the top floor until he recovers. With a warm smile, Seo Yeon Hwa invites Taejun to visit her once he makes a decision. Lee Seon-ah excitedly hugs Taejun, amazed at how much he has grown. She reminisces about how he used to get lost in dungeons and praises his progress, while Taejun looks embarrassed. Choi Jin-hyuk watches the scene and jealously calls Taejun a lucky guy. Lee Seon-ah asks again if Taejun has decided on his request, but he still hasn't thought of anything. Taejun considers asking for a magic-related item since Seo Yeon Hwa is a top-tier wizard hunter. Taejun considers asking for a magic-related item. He realizes that recovery is more important right now and decides to think about it later. Lee Seon-ah cheerfully gives him a drink to help him recover faster. She and Jin-hyuk decide to leave, making plans to head out. A mystical spirit comments that Taejun has a lot to think about. The spirit excitedly imagines a beautiful woman granting a wish, while Taejun is unimpressed. Taejun debates what to ask for, considering money as an option. He quickly dismisses the idea, realizing he should ask for something priceless instead. Determined, Taejun decides he needs to figure out what he needs the most. Suddenly, he remembers and asks about the items he got earlier. Taejun realizes his items were automatically stored in the Parsley Market vault. Confused, Taejun wonders what Parsley Market is. The spirit excitedly acknowledges that Taejun is finally asking about it. Parsley Market is revealed as a massive second-hand trading platform with over 100 million users. It has users from various dimensions, offering a wide range of items at reasonable prices. The platform provides no currency exchange fees, membership rewards, and secure transactions. Taejun is shocked to learn that even people from other dimensions use it. The spirit encourages him to try it out, while Taejun realizes he has unique access on Earth. Taejun understands his advantage. He can buy artifacts from other dimensions and sell Earth items exclusively. Excited, Taejun realizes he has the opportunity to monopolize the market. Taejun gets greedy, imagining the money rolling in, while the spirit looks unimpressed. Excited, he decides to connect to Parsley Market and collect amazing items. Taejun initiates the connection, pressing the screen. The system begins analyzing his body and player data as he connects. Taejun is amazed as he enters a bustling marketplace filled with unique beings. A dwarf vendor offers a fully enhanced dragon skin shield for 1.8 likely currency. Another seller offers arcana gems, asking for offers first. Taejun compares it to a generic mobile game, while the spirit encourages him to explore. He approaches the dwarf vendor and asks to check item prices. The dwarf happily invites Taejun to take a look at the dragon skin shield. The Dragon Shin Shield Plus 13 is a powerful B-rank shield made from dragon scales, priced at 18,000 Parsley coins. Taejun questions the currency value, asking how much 18,000 Parsley coins is worth. The spirit excitedly reveals that 18,000 Parsley coins equals 240,000 magic stones. Taejun is shocked, realizing that 240,000 magic stones is worth over 1 billion won. He wonders if there's a cheaper item, but the spirit explains that 18,000 Parsley coins is the market average. Disappointed, Taejun realizes he can't afford anything. A new idea strikes him. He wonders how much the items he obtained earlier would be worth. Taejun approaches a vendor, pretending to be a newbie, and asks for a price check. He shows the vendor an unusual item and asks for its value. The vendor examines it closely, getting ready to determine its worth. The vendor declares the staff unsellable, surprising Taejun. The staff is cursed, making it difficult to use unless someone is a powerful mage. Taejun is shocked to learn the staff is completely unusable for him. He shows another item, a crystal he obtained from the same monster, for appraisal. The vendor values it at only 10 parsley coins, leaving Taejun frustrated at how worthless it is. Taejun feels disappointed, but the spirit encourages him to take things slowly. A mysterious figure approaches, asking Taejun for a trade. A demon lord offers a trade, requesting to examine the crystal. Taejun thinks it's just junk, but the demon lord insists he accepts the trade. The demon lord is pleased, revealing that with enhancements, the crystal will become valuable, and he even offers to cover the costs. Taejun excitedly accepts the demon lord's offer, thinking it's a great deal. The demon lord reveals a condition: if the enhancement fails, Taejun must cover all costs. Taejun and the spirit are shocked by the risky condition. The demon lord adds that if the enhancement succeeds, it's completely free, tempting Taejun. The spirit warns Taejun, whispering that the demon lord looks like a scammer and they should ignore him. The demon tricks new players with high enhancement costs, calling it a classic scam. A character sees through the scam, thinking only a fool would fall for it. Something unexpected happens, making the character hesitate. The demon reassures that the player can stop enhancing anytime. With confidence, he prepares to begin the enhancement. A girl tries to stop Taejun, fearing he'll lose all his money. He reassures her, saying he has a winning strategy. She questions his plan, but he tells her to watch and see. He declares he'll prove that luck-based mechanics can be broken. The demon lord explains the game rules, where Taejun can keep enhancing until he decides to stop. If Taejun succeeds, all costs are covered by the demon lord. If he fails even once, Taejun must pay everything himself, making it a risky gamble. The higher the success, the bigger the risk, making it a high-stakes game. The demon lord gives Taejun 100 parsley coins and materials for enhancement. The demon lord offers to show a perfect spot, but Taejun remains skeptical. Taejun confidently starts the enhancement, ignoring the demon lord's trickery. The obsidian crystal begins glowing, signaling something unexpected. The enhancement of the obsidian crystal was successful, granting +1 strength. The demon lord is surprised by the success rate and admires the player's boldness. The demon lord taunts, questioning if the player will stop at just one enhancement. The player smirks confidently, hinting at his next move. With a crazed look, the player declares he's going straight to +9, daring others to back out. The demon lord is shocked and questions if going straight to +9 is a wise choice. The player mocks the demon lord, laughing and asking if he's scared. The demon lord mocks the player, calling him an idiot for attempting a +9 enhancement with a near impossible success rate. Seeing the challenge, the demon lord decides to take the bet and commits his money. The player confidently confirms the deal with a smirk. He presses the Enhance button, ready to take the risk. A rapid sequence of enhancements begins, filling the screen with energy. A character panics, calling out to Taejun in disbelief. The demon lord laughs hysterically, believing the player has doomed himself. A dramatic reveal: Taejun succeeds in enhancing the crystal to +9. The enhanced obsidian crystal now grants major stat boosts and mana recovery. The demon lord is left in shock, unable to comprehend the impossible success. The demon lord is in complete shock, unable to believe the player succeeded in enhancing to +9 without a single failure. Others suspect the player might be a game admin due to his unbelievable success. The demon lord, unwilling to let him go, plots to get him to enhance again. He tries to tempt the player by mentioning that he's only one enhancement away from max level. With a creepy grin, the Demon Lord pressures him to go all the way. The player hesitates, holding the enhanced crystal and considering full enhancement. He reveals that his success up to +9 was guaranteed due to the extraordinary growth buff. However, the chance for the final enhancement is only 10%, making failure a huge risk. Despite the low chance, the player's curiosity and excitement push him to try. Instead of deciding immediately, he suggests making a deal with the Demon Lord. The player confidently suggests going to the perfect spot for the enhancement. They arrive at Pierian Peak, a legendary enhancement spot. Other players pray desperately, fearing complete ruin if they fail their enhancements. The player stands calmly among the desperate crowd, exuding confidence. He claims he can feel the sorrow of all the failed enhancements from this place. The elf girl asks if enhancing at this location will increase his chances. With a smirk, the player bluntly states that it won't help at all. She is shocked and questions why they even came to this place. The player cryptically explains that luck follows a flow. He believes that understanding the right timing can help overcome even the lowest odds. The elf girl is somewhat convinced, but still questions the reason for coming here. The player cryptically asks if she can hear the wailing of countless items. He claims he can sense the precise moments when to proceed or stop based on the reactions of others. With confidence, he declares that luck is now on his side. He prepares for his final enhancement attempt, pouring all his energy into it. The enhancement process begins with a powerful surge of energy. The Demon Lord is stunned, unable to believe he's actually attempting full enhancement. He doubts the success rate, believing it's statistically impossible to succeed from 0 to +10 without failure. Everyone watches in suspense as the outcome is about to be revealed. The crystal glows intensely, marking the decisive moment. A man is screaming intensely, sweat dripping from his face. The same man shouts "See you" with excitement, while a demon and a cat-like character watch. A notification announces that the obsidian crystal of Passing Porter has been enhanced to +10, glowing with twilight energy. The star-shaped Demon Lord and others are shocked, realizing they are seeing a fully enhanced item, calling it National Power Level material. The Demon Lord angrily accuses someone of being a con artist, suspecting they used an illegal program to achieve the impossible. The man sarcastically questions who the real scammer is. He mocks the Demon Lord, accusing him of trying to extort a newbie while pretending to help. The Demon Lord, furious, threatens to report him to get him banned from the game. Instead, the man blocks the Demon Lord and happily logs out. The Demon Lord screams in frustration, demanding his resources back as the market logs out and synchronizes with Earth. Taejun, lying in bed, laughs about getting a maxed out item for free, while his companion sighs in relief. The elf girl worries about what would have happened if he had failed and how he would repay all the coins. Taejun casually responds, saying he would have just run away if he lost. He then laughs menacingly, mocking the real scammer, while the elf girl wonders if he is a demon. Taejun reveals that he also got valuable intel from the Parsley Market, holding up a mysterious item. Taejun holds a mysterious staff, realizing he might be able to use it. The scene shifts to the Clear Sky Guild's office, located at the top floor of a hospital. Seo Yeon HWA, the Vice Guild Master, is working at her desk and allows someone to enter. Taejun arrives, greeting her and being asked if he has recovered. He smiles, saying he isn't fully recovered yet, but is able to move. Seo Yeon HWA smiles, assuming Taejun has come because he has made a decision. She reflects on Taejun's impressive performance, ranking first in the last assessment. She believes that if her intuition is correct, Taejun will become one of Korea's top hunters. Taejun takes a determined step forward, about to make an important statement. He suddenly grabs her hands and boldly declares, "I want you." A large building with a medical cross symbol is shown. Someone questions if their skill is what the other person wants. Seo Yeon Hwa teases Taejun about his way of speaking, while he looks confused. Taejun is puzzled, but the woman laughs it off, saying it was just a misunderstanding. Taejun wonders if he said something that could be misinterpreted, while a girl observes him. Taejun and the Seo Yeon Hwa arrive at the 3rd basement level. Seo Yeon Hwa confirms that Taejun wants to lift the curse from his item, finding it simpler than expected. Taejun hands over a skull-shaped cursed item to the Seo Yeon Hwa. Seo Yeon Hwa examines the item, confirming that Taejun obtained it when he was a D rank hunter. Seo Yeon Hwa prepares to analyze the curse, confident that it won't take long. She activates her magic, generating a glowing green spell circle. Taejun and the girl recognize it as one of Seo Yeon Hwa's powerful S-rank skills. The skill, Spell Dispel, nullifies and breaks down the structure of the targeted spell. Since a curse is just a complex spell, Spell Dispel is effective against it. A sinister man reveals that he wants that exact skill and holds a glowing crystal. Perfect Mimic's Obsidian Crystal Plus 10 allows the user to scan and store another person's skill. A man confidently declares that he won't just lift the curse, but will also steal the skill. Holding a glowing triangular artifact, he prepares to initiate something powerful. Seo Yeon Hwa performs a mysterious ritual, copying the skill using green magical energy. Seo Yeon Hwa, now focused, looks ahead with a serious expression. A terrifying shadowy creature suddenly appears, shocking the Seo Yeon Hwa. Covered in blood, she looks exhausted while a young man reacts in horror. A monstrous entity emerges, wielding dark energy and exuding a threatening aura. The young man runs toward the woman, calling her Vice Guild Master Seo Yeon Hwa. The man attacks the creature with a powerful explosion, determined to complete his goal. His eyes glow red as he focuses intensely on the situation. A terrifying dark monster with glowing red eyes emerges, exuding an ominous aura. The young man realizes that physical attacks have no effect and prepares a new strategy. He unleashes a powerful 20% fireball, summoning blue flames in his hands. The massive fireball hurtles toward the monstrous creature, illuminating the surroundings. The young man checks on Vice Guild Master Seo Yeon Hwa, who admits she let her guard down but isn't fatally injured. The young man is shocked and confused, wondering where the monster suddenly came from. Seo Yeon Hwa corrects him, revealing that the entity is not a monster, leaving him puzzled. She explains that the eerie figure is actually a cursed spirit, a manifestation of the curse itself. They realize that the curse is attached to the staff and can only be lifted using spell to spell. Seo Yeon Hwa, wounded and struggling, reveals that she has been hit with a debuff skill, preventing her from using spell to spell. Seo Yeon Hwa decides to forcefully dissipate the curse using her magic. Surrounded by intricate magical symbols, she acknowledges the loss of the staff but promises to grant a wish next time. The young man panics as he realizes something is about to go wrong. He shouts in frustration, realizing that he won't be able to lift the curse or obtain spell dispel. Desperately, he asks Vice Guild Master Seo Yeon Hwa if she has a skill called Power Infusion, to which she hesitantly confirms. The young man asks Seo Yeon Hwa if she can temporarily lend him spell dispel, assuring her that he will handle the situation. Seo Yeon Hwa warns that the cursed spirit is too strong to be defeated with borrowed power alone. The terrifying cursed spirit, a high-level entity, looms menacingly as she explains that even for her, dispelling it is a time-consuming process. The young man confidently asks if she would be willing to trust him despite the risks. Seo Yeon Hwa hesitates, looking uncertain as she processes his bold request. Seo Yeon Hwa sighs in resignation, realizing the young man is determined to lift the curse. She explains that spell dispel requires high-level calculations and that he must carefully follow her guidance. As the ritual begins, she warns that the buff duration is short, while he confidently prepares to take action. A system notification confirms that he has been temporarily authorized to use spell dispellus. With a determined smirk, he confidently declares that if Co Yon Hwa can't do it, he will handle it himself. With everything set up, the young man prepares to use his newfound ability while Co Yon Hwa watches. As the battle intensifies, the cursed spirit lunges forward to attack. The young man unleashes spell dispel, surrounding himself with powerful green energy. His perfect mimic's obsidian crystal successfully scans and saves the spell dispel's skill, leaving one slot remaining. The cursed spirit screams in agony as its body begins to break apart from the impact of the spell. The Spell Dispel Enhanced Growth version combines Spell Dispel with a calculation system, allowing automatic skill execution. Co Yon Hwa instructs Hunter Taejun to analyze the calculation formulas behind the skill structure. Taejun, now confident and glowing with energy, assures her that he already understands what to do. Co Yon Hwa is shocked, doubting that this complex process can be performed by instinct alone. Taejun, now fully prepared and brimming with power, boldly declares, "Don't worry, here we go again." The cursed spirit shrieks in anger as it prepares to attack. Taejun, filled with determination, challenges the cursed spirit, ready to unleash his power. He activates Lee Taejun's ultimate automatic spell dispel macro version, sending a massive surge of energy toward the enemy. The cursed spirit roars in agony as it is overwhelmed by the powerful blue energy. Co Yon Hwa watches in shock, realizing that the curse is truly disappearing. Even a skilled spellcaster would need at least 5 years to analyze this complex curse. Taejun effortlessly calculates and breaks the spell structure, impressing those watching. The curse takes the form of a ghostly entity as it begins to break apart. Taejun successfully dispels the cursed spirit using Spell Dispel, leaving everyone in awe. The Eratus staff is now completely freed from its curse. Taejun sarcastically praises Vice Guild Master Co Yon Hwa, shocking her. He humbly admits that handling such a skill proves YS rank hunters are on another level. Co Yon Hwa is stunned, realizing Taejun is far more impressive than she expected. She worries that joining Clear Sky Guild might actually hold him back. She suggests that Taejun check out Hwarang Guild, where the guild master has something for him. She smiles, implying that whatever it is could greatly benefit Taejun. The scene shifts to Hwarang Guild, located in the mountains. A giant red-scaled beast appears, preparing to fight. A martial artist with red afro hair proudly demonstrates his rising dragon fist technique. He ignites his fists with fiery energy, calling it a rare opportunity to witness his ultimate skill. The martial artist prepares himself, ready to demonstrate his technique. He uses Phantom Step, moving at incredible speed with a fiery aura. He launches his powerful Rising Dragon one-horn strike at the massive beast. Proud of his display, he asks if the technique was impressive, while Taejun awkwardly agrees. Meanwhile, a sinister figure observes the fight, holding a mimic crystal, waiting for the right moment to steal the skill. The protagonist dashes forward with intense energy, preparing for an attack or skill on Hanyang Island. Using a copied skill, the protagonist unleashes a powerful Rising Dragon strike against monstrous beasts. Laughing confidently, the protagonist marvels at the high-quality item they have obtained. The character gleefully expresses gratitude for receiving a high-class martial art for free, unaware of any hidden costs. A game-like notification reveals that the user's strength stat is too low, having the effectiveness of their skill. Shocked, the protagonist realizes that their free skill might not be as beneficial as they thought. Frustrated and furious, the protagonist learns the hard way that nothing comes for free in this world. Regretting their choices, the protagonist laments not having trained their body, while a muscular figure laughs at their weakness. A system message assigns an urgent quest requiring the protagonist to practice multiple moves 2,000 times each to improve their strength. The protagonist calculates the sheer amount of effort required and realizes it will take at least 10 hours to complete. Feeling overwhelmed, the protagonist complains about how difficult everything is, despite hoping for an easy reward. The protagonist falls silent, deep in thought, possibly coming to terms with the reality of their situation. Motivating himself, the protagonist recalls his past struggles and convinces himself that this challenge is nothing in comparison. Determined, he decides to maximize his strength stat, showing a fierce and resolute expression. With newfound energy, he launches into extreme training, ready to push his limits. A cheerful character hums happily while carrying a bag, possibly bringing supplies or food. She warmly offers food to Taejun, reminding him to take care of himself while training. She is shocked or confused by something unexpected. A close-up of a sweating and exhausted Taejun, breathing heavily from intense training. Taejun, now muscular and toned, stands confidently, surprising those around him. The female character observes Taejun's unusual behavior, suspecting something has changed about him. The narration reveals that Taejun, once ordinary, is excelling in the B-rank hunter exam and gaining attention from guild leaders. Taejun's rapid and unnatural growth is compared to a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, highlighting his transformation. Lee Yongjin feels conflicted about someone's growing recognition, sensing they are drifting apart. She is startled when addressed, realizing she might be caught for unauthorized training. She nervously tries to cover up, fearing punishment for using the training room without permission. Instead of scolding, the other person reassures her, patting her head. They notice an unusual aura, which turns out to be Taejun fighting inside the training room. The observer recognizes Taejun's martial arts style and seems intrigued. Taejun, surprised, greets the observer, who acknowledges their past acquaintance. The man acknowledges Taejun's success in passing the B-rank hunter exam. Taejun humbly thanks him for the compliment. The man asks if Taejun is still working as a freelancer, and Taejun confirms. The man decides to make an offer to Taejun. He explains that an expedition is planned, but a member dropped out due to injury. Lee Yongjin panics and interrupts, concerned about something. She expresses her worry that the expedition might be too difficult for Taejun. Taejun asks about the dungeon's difficulty, and they reveal it's a grade 2 dungeon with little information available. Lee Yongjin worries about the unknown dangers in the dungeon and is concerned about Taejun's safety. Taejun is surprised by her concern and calls her name. Internally, Taejun feels frustrated, believing she is underestimating him. The man reassures them that Taejun should be able to handle the dungeon and reminds them that joining is optional. He suggests that fighting real monsters will be more beneficial than just training in a controlled environment. Taejun realizes that fighting in real battles gives a significant advantage compared to training. He agrees to join the expedition, but has one question. Taejun slyly confirms that freelancers keep all the magic stones they collect. Taejun walks through the city with a small spirit-like creature following him. A text conversation shows someone reminding Taejun to arrive on time, but he's still on his way. Taejun finds the situation annoying while the spirit calls out to him. The spirit warns him that it's dangerous to move freely since the culprit behind the evaluation manipulation is still unknown. Taejun reassures the spirit, saying he'll be with Shinhwa Guild members this time. The spirit questions if Shinhwa Guild can be trusted. A backstory panel explains that Hwarang Guild's Mati Pyong and Shinhwa Guild's Cha Sunhyun have been close friends for 20 years, strengthening the relationship between both guilds. Taejun explains that Shinhwa Guild is highly unlikely to be involved in the manipulation. Taejun confidently brags about his strength, claiming he's nearly invincible. He insists his confidence is justified, but the spirit warns him to stay cautious. They arrive at a grade 2 transfer-type dungeon, which has no prior information. Lee Seon-ah is surprised to see Taejun already there. She introduces him to the team members from Shinhwa Team 3. No Young-chul, the youngest member, enthusiastically introduces himself. The team prepares to enter the dungeon, ensuring everyone is present. Lee Seon-ah reveals that one more person is joining, which surprises the team. She explains that a member got injured last night, so they called in a replacement hunter. Taejun is shocked to hear about another hunter, just as someone yells at him to move. Taejun turns around, noticing someone approaching. A rough-looking man steps out of a car, annoyed by Taejun. The man rudely questions if Taejun is deaf, acting intimidating. Taejun and the others realize this is the replacement hunter, and his appearance makes them uneasy. Taejun politely introduces himself to the rough-looking hunter and asks for his name. The man remains silent, staring at Taejun with a serious expression. He suddenly bursts into loud laughter, making the situation awkward. He rudely questions who Taejun is, clearly unimpressed. Ignoring Taejun, he tells the team to hurry up and enter the dungeon, frustrating Taejun. Lee Seon-ah calms Taejun down, explaining that despite his rough attitude, he is a well-known figure in the industry. Kim Jun is revealed as an A-rank freelance hunter, infamous for his terrible personality but unmatched skills. Kim Jun hoards all the magic stones, taking advantage of his freelancer status. His teammates suffer, left without resources, even for medical treatment. Taejun and Lee Seon-ah discuss Jehun's reputation, realizing how terrible he is. Taejun has a moment of self-reflection, feeling like he can relate to Jehun's greed. Taejun acknowledges that meeting someone like Jehun was bound to happen sooner or later. Jehun intimidates one of the younger team members, asserting his dominance. Taejun, with a sinister grin, plans to give Jehun a taste of his own medicine, signals danger as a monster appears. Ferocious monsters charge forward, screeching wildly. The team prepares for battle, maintaining formation. Lee Seon-ah watches as the fight turns intense. A strong fighter swiftly eliminates low-level monsters. Kim Jun laughs, feeling rusty in battle. Lee Seon-ah scolds Kim Jun for acting alone. She warns that his reckless actions endanger the team. Kim Jun dismisses her concerns, questioning her leadership. Lee Seon-ah is furious after being insulted as a leader. Kim Jun mocks her, emphasizing power and fame. He laughs, belittling her leadership as he walks away. Another team member grits his teeth in frustration. A mysterious castle welcomes them under the red sky. Duke Duwas, the ruler of the cursed land, introduces himself. Kim Jun rudely interrupts, demanding answers. Duke Duwas reassures them he won't keep them long. The land once sealed away a great and ancient evil. The land was cursed, unfit for human life, until an artifact suppressed its evil. The artifact purified the land through consecration. Someone has stolen the sacred artifact, causing concern. Duke Duwas explains that restoring the artifact could revive the land. The invaders broke the artifact into pieces and scattered them. Kim Jun laughs, thinking the quest is too easy. Other members discuss the lack of a real boss monster in this quest. Lee Seon-ah realizes there are 4 artifact pieces in different locations. Kim Jun mocks her, questioning why she's even thinking about it. Kim Jun suggests splitting into pairs to search faster. Lee Seon-ah insists on staying together for safety, but Lee Taejun eagerly agrees. Lee Taejun silences her with a SHH before she can argue. A creepy smile appears as someone volunteers to team up with Kim Jun. The teams agree to regroup in the south after finding an artifact. Lee Taejun excitedly calls Kim Jun Sir, surprising him. Lee Taejun claims he was inspired by Kim Jun's words. Kim Jun enjoys wealth and power, believing skilled hunters deserve more. Lee Taejun passionately declares his loyalty to Kim Jun for life. Kim Jun laughs, impressed by Lee Taejun's mindset. He tells Taejun to stick with him, offering to help. They arrive at a graveyard, sensing eerie tension. Taejun asks about the artifact, but Jun smirks knowingly. Jun suspects monsters are lurking nearby, protecting the artifact. He prepares to fight, while Taejun requests a favor. Taejun pretends to be nervous, asking for a small task. He requests to handle a small area alone. Jun laughs and agrees without suspicion. Jun allows Taejun to handle the small area alone. Jun grows impatient, demanding the monsters to appear. Taejun swiftly eliminates the incoming monsters. Taejun pretends to be lucky after obtaining high-grade magic stones. Jun complains about not getting any loot as more monsters are spotted. Taejun effortlessly takes down 3 monsters at once. He reassures Jun, claiming he'll handle the endless monsters. Jun realizes all the monsters are appearing near Taejun. Jun starts suspecting that Taejun knew about the monsters all along. Jun laughs, doubting Taejun is smart enough to plan ahead. Jun activates a special skill he didn't want to use. He unleashes a powerful area-wide taunt, challenging all enemies. Taejun grins, knowing exactly what's happening. Lee Hyun-ah observes Jehun's skill but isn't impressed. She recalls that Jehun possesses a taunt skill. Taejun suspiciously shows interest in Jehun's skill. He smirks, realizing the skill could be useful. Taejun manipulated Jehun into activating the skill, making monsters gather. A radar shows a large number of monsters hidden in the area. Someone plans to take advantage while another person lures the monsters. A man turns around in surprise, sensing something. A huge wave of terrifying monsters rushes toward him. He panics upon realizing the overwhelming number of enemies. He desperately calls for help as the monsters surround him. A calm young man reminds him that it's his assigned area. The young man sarcastically hesitates, pretending to be unsure about interfering. The desperate man yells in frustration, demanding immediate help. He smirks and agrees to fight. He activates his power, surrounded by blue energy. Using Phantom Step, he leaps into action. He unleashes Rising Dragon's Strike, causing a massive explosion. The shocked man doubts if he's really just a B rank hunter. He wipes his sweat, relieved that all the monsters are gone. He happily counts the magic stones he gained. He jokingly credits the other man's taunt skill for his victory. He suggests leaving since they've completed their mission. The other man hesitates, wanting to gather more magic stones. A bloody battlefield is filled with the remains of defeated monsters. The team celebrates finding the artifact with Taejun's help. Taejun completes the emergency quest and masters new skills. A teammate is surprised by how many enemies Taejun defeated. They discover a massive pile of glowing magic stones. Taejun acknowledges the large number of magic stones as a problem. Taejun decides to share the magic stones with his teammates. Others hesitate, feeling that Taejun is being too generous. Taejun insists that everyone deserves a reward for their efforts. Taejun smiles as he thanks Jehun for sharing his magic stones. Taejun announces that he will split his and Jehun's stones with the team. Jehun hesitantly agrees, but looks regretful about losing his stones. The team praises Jehun, mistaking him for being generous. The team gratefully accepts the shared magic stones. Jehun is confused but nervously goes along with the situation. Lee Hyun-ah acknowledges Taejun's clever move. Taejun reveals to his companion that his generosity is just for appearances. A mysterious castle looms under a blood-red moon. The team returns with the collected artifacts. The Lord thanks them, saying the land may be restored. The Lord requests the artifact, saying he will offer it himself. The girl hesitates while holding the artifacts. She questions the Lord before handing over the artifacts. She recalls how the artifact was lost to barbarians. The sealed evil was unleashed, destroying everything. The Lord confirms the story but gets interrupted. The girl suspiciously asks how the Lord survived. The Lord remains silent, deep in thought. He laughs, impressed that someone finally figured it out. The artifacts react with dark energy as he reveals it's too late. The Lord transforms into Duke Duwas, a high-ranking vampire. The girl realizes something is wrong with the dungeon. She suspects finding the artifact wasn't enough to clear the dungeon. She deduces that handing over the artifact triggered a new quest. Duke Duwas acknowledges the duplicate quest's true nature. The team realizes that the Lord was the final boss all along. The vampire demands the artifacts to complete his resurrection. Xian stands in a trance, clutching the artifacts. A teammate shouts in panic as Xian moves forward. An ambush interrupts the situation with a sudden attack. A mind-controlled ally attacks with a blade. Charm's evil eye is revealed as a powerful mind control ability. The vampire's charm skill has taken control of an ally. Taejun realizes his spell nullification skill protected him. The vampire mocks Taejun, questioning his resistance to the power. Taejun mocks the vampire with a rude gesture. He taunts the vampire, who is visibly irritated. The vampire begins the ritual to restore his full power. He commands his mind-controlled servants to attack. Taejun finds the situation troublesome as his allies turn against him. The vampire laughs, knowing Taejun values his comrades. He predicts Taejun's downfall at the hands of his allies. Taejun prepares a counterattack, activating a skill. With a powerful strike, an enemy is taken down. A fierce attack strikes a monstrous opponent, causing a powerful impact. A shocked vampire-like character reacts in disbelief. A confident fighter approaches a fallen enemy, preparing to say something. A devastating punch lands, sending the opponent flying with blood splattering. A fighter taunts the vampire, boasting about his strength. The protagonist smirks menacingly, enjoying his overwhelming power. The vampire panics, realizing his power hasn't fully returned. Lee stands in front of the vampire, ordered to protect him. Xian is launched into the air by a powerful attack. Taejun, injured and sweating, warns Xian about the opponent. Xian moves at an incredible speed, making it difficult to stop her. Taejun considers using a powerful attack, but worries it may be too deadly. The vampire laughs and taunts Taejun, understanding the situation. Someone accuses Taejun and Xian of being in love, shocking both of them. The vampire enjoys the drama, calling it a tragic love story. Taejun is confused by the vampire's words while a small spirit warns him. Xian suddenly stops moving, appearing hesitant. Taejun realizes that the charm controlling Xian has weakened. The vampire angrily orders Xian to kill Taejun, but she hesitates. Taejun realizes that Xian reacted to the vampire's words about love. He suspects strong emotions can help Xian break free from the charm spell. Taejun urgently calls out to Xian preparing to say something important. A flashback shows Taejun receiving a wallet from Xian as a gift last Christmas. The wallet, now a significant memory, is highlighted. Taejun awkwardly confesses that he sold the wallet on Carrot Market. He explains that financial struggles forced him to sell it, but Xian is furious. Taejun realizes that making her angry is actually working to break the charm. Taejun angrily confronts the vampire, vowing to stop his powers. Taejun activates his spell nullification technique, preparing to counter the vampire's magic. Taejun unleashes his attack, targeting the vampire's evil eye while the vampire screams in pain. A powerful roar shakes the air as blue lightning surges wildly. The enemy screams in pain as a hand forcefully presses into their eye. The attacker laughs maniacally, refusing to let go. He declares that the enemy will stay like this until death, acquiring a new skill. The Eyes of Enchantment skill has been nullified. The enemy howls in agony as lightning surges through them. The enemy growls in frustration, confused about what happened to their eyes. Someone reacts in shock, while another grins and flashes a victory sign. Two fighters feel as if they were struck, questioning if their powers were broken. The enemy is in shock, unable to believe what just happened. He panics, realizing his power has never been broken before. Furious, he demands to know how his power was shattered. The protagonist mocks him, saying he'll die soon anyway. Jokingly, he tells the enemy to search for the answer online, but laughs at the irony. The enemy grins menacingly, enraged by the mockery. His bloodied hand trembles as he vows that the protagonist will be the one to die. He lunges forward, determined to kill with a bloodthirsty grin. The protagonist smirks, while a red-haired ally rushes in to attack. The enemy is struck mid-air as the team launches their attack. Taejun is surprised to see Lee Yongjin awake, and she praises him. With a determined expression, Lee Yongjin tells them to leave the rest to her. She calls everyone to attack, revealing the enemy can no longer use mental skills. The team unites, preparing to take down the vampire together. The vampire mocks them, but Taejun eagerly accepts the challenge. Taejun grins confidently, declaring that the enemy will be beaten. A cowboy-style fighter leaps in, ready to attack alongside his brother. No Young Chul fires his weapons, determined to prove himself in battle. The vampire is struck by powerful energy blasts, staggering backward. The team calls out to Taejun, telling him to let them handle the fight. The fighters attack together, causing the vampire to scream in pain. The vampire realizes their teamwork is flawless. He acknowledges that they are not just ordinary fighters. Lee Yongjin prepares a powerful sword technique. She unleashes Shattering Strike, creating a massive wave of destruction. The battlefield is covered in mist, leaving an eerie silence. One of the fighters nervously asks if the battle is over. The protagonist counters with a swift, determined strike as his eyes flare with energy. An enemy combatant is blasted backward by the force of the attack. The heroine charges forward, her mystical sword gleaming amid swirling light. A burst of radiant magic overwhelms the enemy, leaving him staggered on his knees. The team quickly regroups, seizing the moment of the enemy's vulnerability. A surge of inner power is visible as one fighter channels his strength into a powerful blow. The battlefield erupts with rapid strikes, each clash echoing the intensity of the fight. Two rivals engage in a fierce duel, their clashing weapons showering sparks around them. In the dramatic climax, the protagonist stands tall as the dust settles, his resolve unshaken. The group celebrates, but Lee Yongjin suddenly realizes someone is missing. They find hunter Kim Jun unconscious on the ground. The team questions Taejun, who awkwardly avoids answering. They confirm Kim Jun-hoon's injuries are not serious and decide to head back. The group invites Taejun to join them for a meal, but he declines. Seon-ah is curious about Taejun's other plans, but he brushes it off. Taejun explains he wants to analyze the dungeon more before leaving. He considers it part of his training, looking at the mysterious dungeon. The team admires Taejun's dedication and commitment to his goal. Lee Yongjin sighs, acknowledging Taejun's extreme passion. She admires his dedication to staying in the dungeon for research. A mysterious warning is given with a gentle touch on the face. Seon-ah warmly tells Taejun not to push himself too hard. Taejun is left speechless and flustered by her concern. The team waves goodbye, reminding Taejun not to go overboard. Taejun stands alone, as a spirit questions his unfinished business. The spirit correctly guesses his real intent to study the dungeon. Taejun reflects on his past struggles, recalling how hard he worked to survive. Taejun excitedly explains that he found something interesting using Parsley navigation. The navigation points to a mysterious jackpot treasure. Taejun can't resist the excitement and insists on exploring, while the spirit looks unimpressed. The spirit questions if Taejun ever studied dungeons, and he playfully claims he was a hard worker. Taejun explores a library, looking for clues. The spirit doubts the treasure's existence, but Taejun insists the navigation led them there. Taejun decides to try pulling a book like in the movies. The book triggers a hidden mechanism, revealing something. Taejun finds a secret passage and celebrates discovering hidden treasure. Taejun excitedly rushes forward to explore, but his companion warns him to wait. Taejun steps onto the ground, unknowingly triggering something. A trap activates, sending Taejun flying through the air. Taejun narrowly avoids deadly spikes and realizes the place is full of hidden traps. The navigation data suggests the traps are intentionally concealed. Taejun acknowledges the difficulty, thinking about how to proceed. Taejun decides to use a special ability to navigate the dungeon safely. Taejun summons a powerful skull-adorned staff with dark energy. The summoner calls upon Eratus using a dark ritual. A man is shocked upon recognizing the name Eratus. Eratus emerges from the summoning circle, demanding to know who summoned him. Eratus greets the summoner with an eerie presence. Eratus, the harbinger of death, introduces himself with his stats displayed. A ghostly creature screeches in fear, questioning the summoner's identity. Eratus is confused and questions how he was summoned. The summoner smugly confirms that he used the staff to summon Eratus. Eratus warns that the staff is filled with countless evil souls that could take over one's body. The summoner grins and proudly declares that he killed it. Eratus is in disbelief, but the summoner casually confirms it. The summoner mocks Eratus, questioning his authority. Eratus is struck by a powerful attack, stunned. The summoner warns Eratus to obey or face destruction. The summoner teases Eratus about his speech being too formal. The summoner gives Eratus his first command. The summoner confidently orders Eratus to charge forward. Eratus hesitates, confused about the direction. The summoner warns Eratus not to disappoint him. Eratus panics and rushes forward at full speed. Eratus turns in shock, realizing something is wrong. Eratus screams as he is shattered and unsummoned. The summoner calmly marks one trap as cleared. Eratus is revived, confused by what just happened. The summoner orders Eratus to charge forward again. Eratus runs straight into a fire trap. Eratus burns to ashes and is unsummoned once more. The spirit questions if the summoner will continue this madness. The summoner grins and confirms without hesitation. Lee Taejun declares he shows no mercy to his enemies. The spirit awkwardly accepts his reasoning. The summoner commands Eratus to body slam. The summoner praises Eratus for being a great detector. Eratus has grown stronger through repeated deaths. The summoner realizes Eratus is surviving traps better. He wonders if this is due to an extraordinary growth ability. Eratus blushes, feeling proud of his progress. The summoner plans to research extraordinary growth after the expedition. Eratus is shocked that his master is leaving after just saying, "Good job." Eratus protests, claiming even immortals have rights, but the summoner doesn't care. Eratus is unsummoned once again. The summoner moves on while the spirit calls him cold-hearted. The spirit believes they have reached the end of the dungeon. The summoner wonders if something feels off. He notices a suspiciously large tombstone. The summoner suspects something is hidden inside the massive structure. He touches the surface, triggering glowing purple symbols. A statue presents a red box containing a bracelet. The spirit recognizes it as a bracelet made from previous relics. The summoner considers appraising it but worries about the cost. He hopes it turns out to be a powerful, world-class item. The elf girl excitedly explains that items don't need to be appraised one by one. She introduces the Item Analyzer app that makes analyzing items easy. The guy is shocked and frustrated that she didn't mention this earlier. She insists she told him before, but he was too distracted to notice. He tries using the Item Analyzer and it scans an item automatically. The Relic of Malice is revealed as a unique grade bracelet with special vampire-related skills. He is shocked by its high grade, while the elf urges him to check the skills. The aesthetic of the vampire passive skill allows rapid healing except for severe injuries. Charm of the vampire skill allows controlling weakened targets. He gets excited about automatic healing, while the elf girl compares it to a duke's skill. She questions if the charm skill will ever be useful. He grins sinisterly, confident it will be very useful. He laughs, saying humans are everywhere, while the elf girl looks uneasy. He tells Merie that she doesn't understand how the world works. He warns that humans can be scarier than dungeon monsters. A mysterious figure confirms their target, a newly ranked B-class hunter. A stealthy assassin with the Silent Shadow skill is assigned to handle the target alone. Lee Taejun arrives at the location, unaware that the assassin is watching him. The assassin recalls that Taejun was a D-rank porter not long ago but quickly rose to B rank. The assassin believes Taejun must die for becoming too noticeable. He launches a swift attack while Taejun finds the situation strange. Taejun stands victorious after a sudden counterattack, confused about the navigation error. The assassin is down, and Taejun questions when he appeared. Taejun wonders if the assassin had an invisibility skill, as he wasn't detected before. Taejun confidently tells the assassin to stop hiding and come out. With a sinister smile, Taejun unleashes powerful energy, warning he'll keep attacking until the assassin is dead. He throws a powerful, blue energy kick. The kick lands with explosive force on the opponent. A man watches in shock and fear. He unleashes a flurry of punches, overwhelming his enemy. The enemy begs for mercy, but the fighter hasn't even started. He mocks the defeated enemy, saying kids lack toughness. He casually asks the beaten man to introduce himself. The man, scared and bruised, reveals he's from the Red Hounds. The protagonist thinks the name Red Hounds sounds familiar. He remembers the Red Hounds as a criminal group that assassinates hunters for money. He questions the Red Hound member, who pleads for his life. He mocks the man's excuse of just following orders, calling him shameless. He prepares to interrogate the man using a mysterious power. He activates Vampire's Charm to control the man's will. A loud scream echoes from inside a castle. Two Red Hounds wonder why their teammate hasn't returned. Han Jong-pil thinks it's taking too long to deal with a B-class hunter. He says next time he'll handle it himself, joking about the rookie's slow work. Han Jong-seo says the rookie's just slow due to lack of experience. The older brother mocks, saying the rookie might end up beaten like him. The protagonist appears with the captured brother and calls them out. He says their late parents would be ashamed of what they've become. They ask how he knows them. He admits he interrogated the youngest. He jokes that he came himself to gather the rest of the info. One brother gets angry and blames Han Jong-chul. The leader defends him, saying he's too well trained to break easily. He suspects the enemy used a mental skill, while the hero mocks their trust. He jokingly gives a praise sticker, while the spirit looks confused. The Red Hounds are stunned and wonder if he's actually insane. One regrets not dealing with him personally from the start. He threatens Lee Taejun, saying he won't leave alive. Lee Taejun casually tells him to go ahead and try. The assassin prepares to use a deadly technique called Shadow Strike. Before he finishes, Lee Taejun punches him right in the face. His brother screams in shock while Lee casually comments on how boring it was. The last red hound hesitates, saying he's low on mana. Taejun threatens the last brother to talk or end up like the others. The red hounds are arrested and taken into custody by the Hunter Alliance. The brothers had planned their ambush using dungeon info. They disguised themselves as cleaners, waiting for Taejun to exit the dungeon. When he didn't come out, they went in to kill him themselves. A mysterious woman admits they got careless. In a guild meeting, she explains they expected an attack on Taejun. She didn't expect them to sneak into a dungeon owned by Shinhwa Guild. She blames herself, but someone reassures her there's no need to apologize. Taejun sensed trouble coming but didn't expect it so soon. An angry ally yells that the enemies targeted Taejun, Kangjin, and Yu Si-rin. He wants to go interrogate them by force, but Taejun stops him. Taejun calmly reveals he already knows who's behind it all. They're surprised how easily the enemies talked during the interrogation. With serious eyes, she demands to know who's responsible. She's furious about the attacks on multiple hunters, including Taejun. Taejun silently stares, ready to expose the truth. He names the culprit, Bi Hyun-soo, the head of the Seong Guild. They're shocked to hear that Bi Hyun-soo is the culprit. The man claims he knew it just by Bi's suspicious face. Seong Guild rose rapidly in rank, known for dirty and ruthless tactics. Until now, they only had suspicions Taejun brought real proof. They trust Taejun's judgment, completely no room for doubt. The guild leader decides to bring elite members and retaliate. The man vows to protect his disciple and join the fight. He gets fired up to storm the enemy HQ and Taejun asks to come too. Taejun smiles and says he wants to see the face of the man who tried to kill him. The Seong Guild building shakes as the heroes arrive to confront Hyun-soo. The man powers up and calls out Hyun-soo, saying it's been a while. He smashes the ground, demanding Hyun-soo to come out. Guild members rush in, shouting at him and calling him insane. Someone reminds them they already know why this is happening. The woman from the Chunjeon Guild demands Bi Hyun-soo be brought out now. She threatens to burn the whole building down if he doesn't show up. She orders her guild to begin the attack. The guild unleashes powerful magic, striking the building with green energy. A man desperately bangs on a vault door, calling for his boss. The boss is panicking as he's told 2 guild leaders have broken in. He curses his situation, blaming himself for hiring incompetent people. He angrily questions where everything started to go wrong, blaming Lee Taejun. Planning to flee, he decides to take the money and escape unnoticed. He hears a sudden noise and looks back, startled. Someone finds his hiding place and taunts him. Shocked, he recognizes the intruder. A creepy man introduces himself as B-class hunter Lee Taejun with a chilling smile. A surprised man asks how Lee Taejun got there, and Taejun casually replies he walked. Taejun enters confidently, saying he's great at finding people. The seated man suspects Taejun wants something for showing up secretly. He offers Taejun a suitcase full of money, asking if that's what he wants. Taejun is stunned by the cash, but his spirit companion warns him to stay focused. Taejun refuses the money, saying he's not after dirty cash. He steps closer, saying there's just one thing he wants to confirm. Taejun accuses him of rigging the promotion exam and suspects another person is involved. The man is shocked, but Taejun insists he already knows most of the truth and wants honesty. The man angrily claims he acted alone in rigging the exam. Taejun laughs, realizing his bluff didn't work. Taejun decides to just beat him up and take him in. The man glares furiously, insulted by Taejun's confidence. He mocks Taejun, summoning dark power to intimidate him. He says he only fears top hunters, not someone like Taejun. Taejun recognizes the dark energy and braces himself. The man smirks, thinking Taejun would have avoided all this by accepting the bribe. Taejun wonders if he should have taken the deal, but his companion freaks out. Taejun realizes that if dark matter is real, things might get dangerous. Dark matter absorbs energy, blocks attacks, and drains mana, making it nearly unstoppable. Taejun's spirit warns him to run, but Taejun stays calm despite the threat. Taejun mocks the opponent, calling the dark matter fake and weak. The enemy is shocked Taejun would fight with just a fireball and accuses him of bluffing. Taejun activates a QR scanner ability to expose the truth behind the opponent's skill. He charges down confidently, ready to reveal what's really going on. The scan reveals it's just a copied skill with only 10% of its original power. Realizing he's been exposed, the man panics and begs to talk it out. Taejun blasts his enemy with a powerful electric attack. The enemy screams in pain as the electricity hits hard. He rolls on the ground shouting for help, while Taejun is confused. Taejun is surprised that the enemy is so weak even though he held back. Water is dumped on the burnt man while Taejun tells him to stop being dramatic. Soaked and miserable, the enemy admits he's done talking. Taejun activates a skill to search for any hidden tricks or surprises. A damaged building sets the scene for Taejun's victory over Bi Hyun-soo. Taejun gets praised for being way more capable than the usual HQ members. Taejun humbly agrees with praise, while the man proudly smiles. The guild master jokes he held back, or the building would have been destroyed. Taejun asks about guild master Seo, and the red-haired man says she's gathering evidence. A portal opens, and guild master Seo arrives just in time. Seo Yeon HWA confirms she found solid proof of exam tampering at the main office. She says some officials were involved, but they've already escaped overseas. She clarifies that Bi Hyun-soo rigged the exam with help from corrupt officials. The man gets angry about how people will do anything for dirty money. Furious, he grabs Bi Hyun-soo and scolds him for thinking money could solve everything. The man drags Bi Hyun-soo off for a beating before handing him over, while Taejun and Seo just watch. Seo Yeon HWA thanks Taejun for catching Bi Hyun-soo in his secret hideout. She says they're once again in Taejun's debt, but he says he did it for his own reasons. Taejun explains he wanted to uncover any hidden forces involved in the corruption. He doubts Bi Hyun-soo acted alone and suspects a bigger plot. Taejun lists dark magic, liches, and assassins too much for one person to manage alone. He believes Bi Hyun-soo had help, and he wants to bring down every last one of them. Taejun declares anyone who commits evil should face justice plain and simple. Surprised, Seo comments on Taejun's unexpectedly righteous side, and he just smiles. Seo asks Taejun if he found the people helping Bi Hyun-soo behind the scenes. Taejun gives a quiet, knowing smile in response. Somewhere else, someone lies and says there was nothing found. News reports confirm Bi Hyun-soo confessed to the exam rigging after his arrest. A furious man, Go Yong-min, is frustrated Bi acted recklessly and hired assassins. He starts to panic, worrying that the consequences might reach him too. He reassures himself that the sealed contract should keep him safe, then someone knocks. Nervously, he tells them to come in, sweating with tension. His vice guild master, Cho Yang-ti, enters and says someone wants to meet him personally. The masked visitor waits in the lobby, and Go Yong-min wonders if it's someone from a known guild. The vice guild master says the visitor is masked and unidentifiable. The visitor left a cryptic message, "Flying Fly," which shocks Go Yong-min. Panicked, he shouts to let the visitor in immediately, wondering if Bi Hyun-soo betrayed him. As the masked person enters, Go Yong-min anxiously questions if their secrets were leaked. The masked man removes his disguise, and Go Yong-min is stunned it's Lee Taejun. The vice guild master recognizes Taejun from the B rank assessment. Confused and nervous, the guild members wonder why Taejun is here. Go Young-min puts on a fake smile, wondering if Taejun came to blackmail him. Go Young-min suddenly bursts into maniacal laughter, completely losing it in front of everyone. Hunter Lee Taejun throws enemies like a whirlwind, shocking everyone around. Someone shouts at Yang T in confusion as he suddenly moves. A girl screams, "Stop him," while falling in terror. Taejun charges wildly through the hall while others rush to stop him. Someone screams, begging Taejun to stop and questioning his sanity. Taejun laughs maniacally as he moves with insane speed. The bald man commands Yang T to stop Taejun immediately. A purple attack is launched as Taejun is mid-flip, and someone yells in anger. A powerful energy blast explodes as someone screams Taejun's name in fear. An impressed voice praises Taejun's strength, calling him Hwarang Guild's true number one. The bald man acknowledges the girl's flawless technique that restrained him instantly. The girl slams someone into the ground, saying it's enough to pass the entry test. The man introduces himself while Taejun flips mid-air and restrains him with help from the girl. Taejun proudly states his name with confidence and a smile. Taejun says he attacked just to test the guild's skill level before joining. He smirks and says it was all just a test to see how they'd react. Someone watches Taejun nervously, thinking he's totally insane. The man is stunned by Taejun's behavior, calling it beyond crazy. He warns Taejun not to act foolish, reminding him of where he is. He mocks Taejun, saying a weakling without necromancy has no place here. Taejun mocks back, laughing at how obsessed they are with necromancy. The Hwarang Guild was built by Go Jin-ho, a master of uncontrollable blood magic. He changed how people saw necromancy and dark magic, making the guild one of Korea's top 5. But now, after the first guild master retired, it's nearly bankrupt. Taejun says they can't afford to be picky and should see crisis as opportunity. He boldly declares that joining him will revive the Hwarang Guild. The man hesitates, unsure, while Taejun prepares to reveal more. Taejun hands him a paper, saying, "Take a look at this." The man reads the document in shock, realizing its significance. A dramatic gasp bursts out. Whatever he saw left him horrified. Go Young-min panics and hides the document when asked what it is. He realizes Lee Taejun had known everything from the very start. The paper reveals shady deals and manipulation in the B-rank assessments. Taejun grins smugly, asking if they've changed their mind yet. He leans in creepily, pressuring Young-min to sign the contract. Angrily, someone slams their fist on the table, shouting, "You little!" Yang T yells at Young-min for letting a non-necromancer into the guild. Young-min nervously tries to calm Yang T down. He nervously argues Taejun is weird, but his skills are top-notch. Yang T complains that Taejun is only here to drain the guild's resources. He warns that Taejun must learn necromancy no matter what. If not, Taejun will face a brutal lesson during initiation. A peaceful city view sets the scene for a calm moment. Taejun enjoys his coffee, finally feeling relaxed. Guan Rimi teases him, saying he's living the good life. She reminds him that bounty hunters were just after him, urging caution. Taejun says he has a plan and wouldn't sit around carelessly. He shows a special ring, saying it helps assassins avoid being caught. Wearing the ring changes Taejun's appearance so most people won't recognize him. The ring is called the Ring of the Hidden Hunting Dog and disguises the user randomly. Guan Rimi feels relieved Taejun can now move around safely. She wonders why Taejun chose Hwarang Guild over the better-known ones. Taejun says other guilds are fine, but dealing with their demands would be too much trouble. He doesn't want to deal with constant international expeditions. He also dislikes being dragged into political events by top guilds. Since Hwarang is ranked low, it lets him freely profit from monastones. He even gets to set his own contract terms. Guan Rimi now fully understands his reason. Taejun casually says he might go shopping since it's been a while. Guan Rimi is surprised by his sudden interest in shopping. Taejun says splurging now and then is worth it. Let's go waste some money. They arrive at a huge, impressive building that leaves Taejun in awe. Taejun laughs, saying he never imagined this life before money really is powerful. Guan Rimi questions the place, feeling it's not an ordinary mall. Taejun explains it's the largest marketplace for hunters, packed with all kinds of gear. The mega mall has everything from weapons to armor, updated weekly with rare items. It's called Gwimuljeon, a massive hunter-only shopping complex in Korea. Taejun is about to shop when someone suddenly recognizes him. A girl says she barely noticed him with the item on. She says she's heard of him from her brother. Taejun is confused. She introduces herself as Cha Yeren, leader of the Shinhwa Guild. Taejun greets her and realizes she's the sister of Cha Su-hyun. He asks why the Shinhwa Guild leader is at a mall, and she's surprised he doesn't know. Cha Yeren reveals she runs the mall and visits to check new items weekly. Taejun is shocked the biggest mall in Korea belongs to Shinhwa Guild. He apologizes for not recognizing her, and she says it's fine since she avoids media. A girl asks Taejun if he has some free time, catching him off guard. She tells Taejun she heard about his heroic actions during the dangerous dungeon expedition. She offers him a reward as a token of thanks for saving lives. Taejun politely refuses, saying he didn't do it for a reward and her gratitude is enough. She smiles softly and agrees not to insist further. Still holding a gift, she hesitantly asks if he's really sure about refusing. Taejun looks shocked when she says he could have picked anything he wanted. She shyly reveals the gift was from their exclusive VIP item store. She double-checks if Taejun is really okay with giving up the reward. She reminds him it's a rare VIP exclusive item she was offering. Taejun is stunned to realize she was offering such a valuable item for free. She starts to walk away disappointed, but Taejun stops her. Taejun changes his mind and asks to see what items are available. While riding the elevator, she comments that Taejun seems more ordinary than she expected. She admits she thought Taejun would have a more unique presence. She explains her expectations were based on all the impressive rumors about him. Taejun laughs awkwardly, realizing he unintentionally hyped himself up. She reassures him kindly. She admits she likes how humble and grounded Taejun seems. She laughs, wondering if Seon-ah might not like her saying that Taejun is confused. As the elevator opens, she tells Taejun that the area ahead is only for VIP customers. She invites him to look around freely in the special VIP section. Taejun is amazed they've entered the rare item store's VIP section. He realizes the items are worth billions and is shocked at their value. He's stunned to realize that she, the person before him, owns everything here. She asks Taejun if anything caught his eye. He admits it's hard to choose. Blushing, Taejun says there is something that definitely caught his eye. Taejun points to a set of items and asks what they are. She smiles and says Taejun has unique taste. She explains the items once belonged to legendary guild masters from Korea. Though no longer usable, the items are preserved to honor their legacy. She tells him they aren't for sale, but offers to show even better items. An assistant notifies her that the vice director of Hyonin Guild has arrived. She realizes she's late for a critical meeting. She says goodbye, planning to meet Taejun again after the meeting. The spirit warns Taejun about his deep bowing, but he says it's part of work life. The spirit is confused why Taejun is interested in such an old, useless item. The item is a broken gauntlet with zero durability, once used by a forgotten martial artist. Taejun admits it's useless, but something about it draws his attention. He can't explain why, but he feels strongly interested, especially since it connects with his skill set. He receives a quest: obtain a synergy item to unlock a new status window function. He recalls that the system never gives him impossible quests, always something he can handle. He realizes there must be a way to restore the broken gauntlet somewhere. Taejun dramatically pleads with the director to help him fix it, desperate for a solution. He even gets on all fours and barks like a dog to show how serious he is, leaving the spirit speechless. Taejun lies on the floor, desperately trying to think of a way to convince the director. He overhears something surprising and snaps to attention. He's confused, hearing someone mention a previous agreement and contract fee. Director Cha Yerin appears surrounded by guards. Someone seems to be causing her trouble. Taejun realizes something: he might have a chance here. He sees an opportunity to help the director and earn her favor, and maybe that item too. Determined, he dashes off to help her like a dramatic hero. He dramatically declares himself as the loyal hound, ready to serve Director Cha Yerin. Cha Yerin, unimpressed, expresses her disappointment and asks how long he'll keep being stubborn. Kang Yang-seok sarcastically praises the director's boldness while defending his high pricing. He smugly says it's only fair business to charge what something's worth. Director Cha Yerin is visibly annoyed by his attitude. He's pushing her buttons. Taejun rushes in after hearing the commotion, ready to help. Yang-seok dismissively tells Taejun to move aside, not knowing who he is. He claims they're in the middle of an important business meeting. Cha Yerin tries to stop Taejun, but he plays along, pretending to respect the business. Taejun throws a cheeky line, saying he enjoys business, especially business class flights. With a smug grin, Taejun takes a seat and suggests they talk business. Kang Yang-seok asks who Taejun is, and Director Cha hesitates to respond. Taejun looks at the weapons and begins to piece together the situation. The Hyonin Guild specializes in item appraisal and dominates the Korean market. Because of that monopoly, the Shinhwa Guild is forced to comply even with unfair treatment. Taejun confidently introduces himself as Cha Yerin's legal advisor. With a big grin, he asks what the issue is, as if it's just casual business. Director Cha is confused by his bold claim, while Kang accepts it without question. Kang explains they're being asked to appraise too many items in too short a time. He says hiring extra staff increases cost, and the added payment wasn't nearly enough. Kang Yang-seok demands double the original fee, shocking both Taejun and Cha Yerin. Taejun says he understands the issue, but finds something suspicious about it. He confirms with Kang that the Hyonin Guild is supposed to be an appraisal specialist. Taejun questions why experts would need a whole week. It sounds too slow and inefficient. He mocks them, laughing that a week per item is absurd and saying he'd have found another guild by now. Kang becomes visibly angry and offended by Taejun's words. Kang challenges him, warning that switching guilds could ruin all their items. He explains that a wrong appraisal can permanently destroy an item's value. Taejun listens as Kang insists that taking a chance with another guild is too risky. The director questions if any other guild can handle the job. The woman tells Taejun to back off before things get worse. Taejun apologizes for stepping out of line and disturbing business. Taejun leaves quietly, and the director feels satisfied. The director smugly claims their appraising skills are unmatched. Cha Yerin shows up, surprising the director. Lee Taejun cheerfully introduces himself as the new item appraiser. A man nervously greets Director Cha Yerin for the first time. Lee Taejun proudly introduces himself as the new item appraiser. Taejun excitedly examines the weapons laid out on the table. Taejun confidently assures Director Cha the appraisal will be quick. Taejun eagerly suggests starting, surprising Director Cha. Taejun asks the other appraisers to leave, calling it a trade secret. The older appraiser is shocked and mutters that this is ridiculous. He angrily warns Taejun that lying could lead to legal trouble. He mocks Taejun and tells him to stop pretending and leave. The appraisers mock Taejun for claiming he can finish in 1 hour. Taejun pulls out a necklace and asks them to look at it. He says he already checked this item earlier out of curiosity. Taejun reveals he finished the appraisal in just 10 seconds. He jokes that even he could become an appraiser at this rate. The boss tells his assistant to confirm if the appraisal is real. As the assistant reaches for the item, Taejun stops his hand. Taejun grabs and twists his arm, warning not to act without certainty. The assistant, shocked and hurt, says he doesn't want to be treated like this. Taejun tells the deputy director he must also risk something if he wants proof. The deputy director bursts into laughter, amused by the situation. He agrees to the bet, saying Taejun finally makes sense. The condition: if Taejun can't appraise all items in 1 hour, he loses. The deputy director wagers 1 billion won and asks what Taejun will risk. Taejun laughs and praises the director's boldness. As tension builds, Taejun suddenly agrees to the bet with a firm deal. Taejun ups the stakes dramatically by adding 10 billion won more. Everyone is shocked, and someone yells out, questioning Taejun's sanity. Director Cha questions how Taejun plans to appraise everything and handle 10 billion won. Taejun confidently says he already has a plan. Taejun asks Director Cha to check the item's appraisal status. She's shocked to see the cape is already fully appraised. She's stunned and wonders how it's possible, while Taejun smiles. The spirit reveals the secret Taejun used the new Item Analyzer feature. She wasn't sure it would work for others until now. Director Cha realizes the appraisal data can be shared with others. Taejun celebrates, dreaming about making a fortune as an appraiser. Director Cha is surprised Taejun really did the appraisals. Taejun proudly announces all the items have been appraised. Shocked, Director Cha is told to check the items herself. She places her hand over the weapons to verify. She sees detailed information about each item instantly. She's amazed the data appears instantly, unlike normal appraisals. She asks Taejun in awe how he pulled this off. The deputy director stands frozen, shocked by what he sees. Taejun laughs and teases the stunned deputy for looking shaken. Taejun smugly reminds the deputy he warned him not to bet without certainty. Taejun lightly mocks him, offering compensation and sarcastic advice. The deputy director loses it and grabs Taejun, accusing him of scamming. He lashes out, suspecting everyone is in on the trick. Director Cha calmly tells him to look at the proof himself. She confirms the contract states he owes Taejun 10 billion won. Taejun grins and tells the deputy to stop whining and pay up. Devastated, the deputy drops to his knees, unable to believe it. In denial, the deputy convinces himself it must all be a bad dream. The deputy director loses his mind, laughing hysterically and calling everything a dream. The girl feels pity as the boy grins oddly with a strange monocle on his eye. She thanks Taejun but warns him that his actions can't be ignored. She says his skills could revolutionize item appraisal and destroy the market overnight. She's shocked and asks how he managed something so impossible. He laughs nervously and says it's a trade secret. Taejun brings up a forbidden antique, saying he found it interesting. He offers a hint about his technique in exchange for the antique. She hesitates, surprised that he wants the item so badly despite the rules. He celebrates excitedly after getting approval to take the antique. She casually sits and asks him to explain. She directly questions how he appraised the items. He stays silent with a smirk, not answering right away. He begins to respond while a tall building is shown. Outside a store, someone thanks the director. She waves goodbye while he happily holds the antique. Someone asks the director what she found out. She says he told her everything before leaving, surprising the other person. She exhales softly, smiling with mixed emotion. He claims the secret is listening to the item's voice, baffling others. She suspects he never planned to reveal the truth or simply couldn't. She warns she won't let Taejun off that easily. With determination, she vows to recruit him into their guild. He laughs maniacally after finally getting a mysterious item. Taejun clings to the item like it's his true love. The girl tells him the item is now just useless junk. Taejun asks if the item can be fixed. He admits with a grin that he has no clue how to repair it. Still hopeful, he believes he'll figure something out. The girl suggests posting about it on Parsley Market. She explains the market has people from many dimensions who might help. She tells him he can post using just the status window. He gets ready to post something using the virtual screen. He asks if anyone can repair the broken spirit sword. He wonders if the post will help. She's unsure but smiling. He says it's not urgent and expects someone to reply eventually. He shifts focus to more important items lying in the room. He laughs about tricking someone to get these powerful tools. She notices all the weapons have holy attributes. She questions why holy items are needed for a black magic guild. He reveals the ceremony will involve dark summoned monsters. She's confused why he's using items in a duel where they're forbidden. He smirks and tells her to just watch how he handles it. The Worm Guild welcomes Hunter Lee Taejun. Taejun arrives earlier than expected and is being guided in. The man says preparations for the duel are already complete. It's revealed that the duel is against Deputy Leader Jo Yangti. A special arena is prepared to witness Taejun's necromancy skills. They enter a dark arena where a grim opponent awaits. Taejun and his guide walk past a strange crowd of bald men. Taejun suspects the guild is trying to mess with him. He thinks they want to humiliate him for being weak at necromancy. He always felt something was off, but now it's clearly worse. The girl wonders why all the necromancers are bald. She panics after learning dark mana may cause baldness. The opponent reminds Taejun of the duel rules. The duel will be strictly limited to necromancy skills. If Taejun wins, he can join the guild on his own terms. But if he loses, something ominous awaits. If Taejun loses, he must serve the guild leader forever. Taejun expected this and isn't surprised at all. Jo Yangti secretly controls the guild from behind the scenes. The guild is crumbling because of Jo Yangti's selfish rule. Taejun decides to add his own condition to the duel. If he wins, Taejun wants to replace the current deputy leader. He also demands compensation for the guild's financial damage. Taejun adds a wicked grin, making it entertaining for the crowd. The opponent realizes things might not go as planned. He angrily denies causing any harm to the guild. He claims the guild survives only because of him and summons a powerful Death Knight. He dares Taejun to show what he's got. He wants to see if Taejun's necromancy is truly impressive. The battle begins as energy builds around them. Taejun confidently calls out to a spirit named Eratus. The audience reacts with surprise and confusion. Taejun's summon is revealed to be a single skeleton warrior. Everyone doubts Taejun, mocking him for summoning just a skeleton. The guild leader laughs at Taejun for summoning just a skeleton. Taejun orders Eratus to attack. The skeleton responds loyally. Eratus delivers a powerful blow during the clash. The opponent is shocked that his Death Knight's armor broke instantly. Taejun grins, taunting that light magic melts darkness. Taejun jokes about the new gear while Eratus humbly compliments it. It's revealed Eratus wields holy power rare for a skeleton. The enemy refuses to believe it's possible. He's stunned by the existence of a wholly attributed skeleton warrior. Mana exists in fire, holy, earth, wind, dark, and water elements. Each attribute has power differences that affect battles. Eratus was once a dark-type skeleton under his master. After training, Eratus evolved to resist holy mana. Taejun commands Eratus to strike as the Death Harbinger. Eratus charges in while an ally yells at him to dodge. Eratus slams down a powerful attack, shaking the floor. A demon prepares to counter with a massive red blade. The demon's slash lands hard, shaking the battlefield. He mocks the idea that darkness can defeat light. Taejun commands Eratus to unleash his secret weapon. Eratus prepares to fight alone, holding divine gear. Eratus starts reciting creation verses, confusing enemies. He grips the holy relic, ready to activate its power. Eratus declares, "Let there be light," summoning holy energy. A skeleton holds a golden relic tightly. A powerful burst of light forms around the skeletons. The light explodes, blinding everything nearby. The enemies panic, shouting in fear at the sudden light. The blinding light is so pure that it purifies even souls. The enemies panic, shocked by the skeleton's divine power. A massive explosion of light overwhelms the area. A man smirks and declares the match is over for Go Yong. The skeleton Eratus wins by surviving until the end. It's weak, but slowly takes small damage over time. The skeleton is praised for being incredibly durable. The opponent panics while the victor demands the promised rewards. The victor demands everything the opponent gained from the Worm Guild. The crowd is shocked, wondering if he will claim all the rewards. The defeated enemy regrets not having more time to fight back. A hidden plan is revealed where Bi Hyun-soo was secretly tipped about the lich's relic. Secretly, evidence was gathered to blackmail Ko Youngmin during his deal. The plan was to take full control of the Worm Guild. Lee Taejun stands confidently as the enemy kneels, furious. The defeated man curses him for ruining everything he worked for. The man refuses to surrender and reveals a dark, forbidden item. He threatens to destroy everything if he can't win. The crowd panics as he lifts the cursed heart, ready to act. Laughing madly, he shouts that they will all die together. People scream in terror as dark energy floods the area. A boy scans the situation seriously with glowing blue eyes. The cursed item is recognized as a deadly, suicidal weapon. The forgotten heart drains life and summons a cursed being from another world. The man laughs wickedly, accepting death and cursing Lee Taejun. A terrifying creature emerges from the dark portal. The summoned being, called the Black Death Bride, appears ominously. The onlookers panic, realizing they are all doomed. People scream in terror and try to run away from the cursed monster. Some manage to nullify the deadly curse effect on themselves. The Black Death Bride unleashes powerful grade curses immediately. Witnesses stare in horror, questioning what kind of monster it is. An old man steps forward and offers help to Hunter Lee Taejun. He introduces himself as Go Jin-ho, the former guild leader. Taejun is surprised, asking when Go Jin-ho arrived. Go Jin-ho comments that the summoned skeleton is no ordinary one. Go Jin-ho notes that the summoned skeleton feels more like a lich due to its high intelligence. He tells Taejun they need to handle the evil spirit before it worsens. Blood magic bursts out as they attack the Black Death Bride. The monster screeches in pain, caught in a fierce assault. The Black Death Bride shrieks in agony but remains strong. Go Jin-ho observes that a demon summoned with a life sacrifice is incredibly sturdy. He decides to escalate the attack using stronger blood magic. A massive, explosive blast of red energy is unleashed toward the monster. Taejun watches in awe, amazed by the legendary power of the Guchin Bone King. Go Jin-ho is revealed as the legendary Guchin Bone King, a master of blood magic. He once ruled the world after the Great Cataclysm and made the Worm Guild famous. The Black Death Bride shrieks as his attack strikes it. Go Jin-ho launches another blood attack with full force. Suddenly, he shows signs of exhaustion, surprising everyone. Lee Taejun rushes to support the weakened Bone King. It's explained that blood magic uses the caster's own blood, making it risky. Fighting the cursed monster in close combat is extremely dangerous. Another fighter prepares a long-range fireball attack instead. The boy launches a powerful fire attack at the monster, shouting fiercely. The Black Death Bride is hit but shows no real damage. Taejun is shocked, realizing the attack failed to harm it. The monster quickly charges toward them, gaining speed. Taejun worries because his mana is low after using the fireball earlier. The Black Death Bride gets struck by a powerful light attack. Eratus charges forward, vowing to protect his master. Taejun yells at Eratus for disappearing during the fight. Eratus awkwardly admits he was weakened by too much light earlier. Eratus admits he fainted while standing during the earlier fight. He reassures everyone that he will now protect his master with all his strength. Eratus bravely blocks the Black Death Bride's next attack. Taejun and the Spirit Girl notice that Eratus's personality feels strangely different. Eratus fiercely attacks the Black Death Bride with holy light. The Black Death Bride counters and grabs Eratus, overpowering him. Eratus screams in pain as purple energy surrounds him. Taejun shouts Eratus's name in shock as he is engulfed by the attack. Taejun panics, realizing even divine power isn't enough to defeat the monster. Eratus struggles to stand and tells Taejun he must survive without him. Eratus decides to burn all his remaining strength into one final attack. His sword glows brightly as he prepares to sacrifice himself. Taejun shouts in shock, trying to stop him, but Eratus charges forward. Taejun panics, warning Eratus about the cost of using the item. He cries out, saying once used, the item can never be recovered. Eratus charges ahead, holding the glowing, powerful weapon. Taejun screams in despair, knowing it's a one-time item worth 8 billion won. Eratus swings the glowing sword with all his strength. A blinding golden light floods the entire area with overwhelming power. The Holy King's gambling card is activated as Eratus strikes. Go Jin-ho watches in amazement, calling Eratus an unbelievable skeleton. He notes that Eratus can not only use holy items, but also wield the holy sword. The Black Death Bride screams in agony as the light overwhelms it. A system message announces the Black Priest is defeated and Eratus's holy durability slightly increases. Taejun scolds Eratus for using the powerful weapon too early. Eratus apologizes, explaining he only did it to protect his master. Taejun sighs, frustrated but unable to stay angry at him. He admits that despite the heavy debuff, the Holy King's star cluster's power is extraordinary. Taejun realizes recharging the Holy King's star cluster costs an astronomical amount. He jokes that it would be easier to just buy a new one because of the insane cost. Taejun pats Eratus and acknowledges his bravery and determination. He smiles and praises Eratus, saying he did a good job. Eratus feels emotional as Taejun thanks him for saving his life. Guchin Bone King notes that Eratus is stuck with a troublesome debuff. Taejun asks if he needs to take any action to fix it. Guchin advises him to simply release the summon and let it rest for a while. Guchin admits it's the first time he's seen a skeleton wield holy weapons. He says the sight reminded him of the heroes of the past. Taejun shyly smiles, thinking it was just a skeleton. Guchin sincerely thanks Taejun for everything he did. Guchin says Taejun helped stop Jo Yangti's betrayal plan. He acknowledges that their goals aren't so different. Guchin asks Taejun if there's anything valuable left in Hwarang. Taejun awkwardly laughs, realizing Guchin had seen through him from the start. Taejun explains he joined Hwarang Guild only for his own benefit. He says he never intended to take anything from others. Taejun confirms that Hwarang Guild still holds value for him. Guchin quietly accepts his answer with a nod. Guchin declares in front of everyone that Taejun's abilities have been proven through the duel. He praises Taejun for defeating Jo Yangti and saving everyone from the summoned spirit. Guchun formally announces that Taejun will become the vice guild leader of Hwarang. Taejun is surprised and confused, not expecting this sudden promotion. Taejun is told to give his induction speech and feels awkward about it. He confidently introduces himself to the guild members. Taejun simply says he has only one thing to tell them. He shouts that everyone should protect each other's livelihood, surprising everyone. The scene shifts to Myth Guild's building shining under the sunset. News spreads that Lee Taejun has officially joined the Hwarang Guild as vice leader. A man feels surprised and betrayed by Taejun's decision. He blames another man for being careless and losing talented people again. The woman scolds her brother for losing talented people like Lee Taejun. She regrets not bringing Lee Taejun into their guild earlier. She can't understand why someone with his talent would join Hwarang Guild. She decides to ask Seon Ah, who is close to Taejun, for help. The girl says she's unsure if asking Taejun to join Myth Guild will work. She explains that although they're close, even she doesn't fully understand Taejun's thoughts lately. The woman wonders why Taejun suddenly joined Hwarang after insisting on freelancing. The girl admits that despite 10 years of friendship, Taejun remains unpredictable. Taejun arrives at the guild, determined to keep getting stronger. Guild members welcome him warmly with a red carpet and cheer for the new vice guild leader. A bald guild member insists on personally guiding Taejun to his office. Taejun, a bit overwhelmed, casually waves and tells him to proceed. Taejun feels awkward, noting how polite everyone is compared to what he expected. The spirit asks how he feels about becoming vice guild leader, and Taejun starts doubting if it's what he truly wanted. Taejun reflects that success feels lonelier than he imagined. Finally, he lies down exhausted, unsure about his new path. Taejun reflects that he's been chasing his goals non-stop without thinking much. After clearing many difficult quests, he's grown rapidly and caught up with strong hunters. Although he's gotten stronger, he feels a strange uneasiness inside. He questions if it's really okay to grow this powerful so quickly. Taejun starts doubting the manager, realizing he knows too little about her and the system. He recalls that it was strange he had a unique status window that no one else on Earth had. The manager panics after discovering something shocking while investigating the dramatic growth. Taejun urgently asks what's wrong, and she reveals she found critical information. Taejun asks what kind of information the manager found, and she begins reading it to him. She explains that users of dramatic growth quests must follow strict quest rules. If users fail to complete quests in time, their growth effects will be immediately invalidated. Taejun is shocked and panicked after hearing the serious consequences. Taejun panics after learning that the dramatic growth system limits user growth and could erase everything he's gained. The quest window appears, showing that Taejun has only 2 days left to complete the mission. The boy is shocked, realizing everything they worked for might be lost. The elf girl nervously confirms the bad news. He screams in frustration, while she defends herself saying she only found out by stealing the info. Another boy suspects she was sent just to secretly monitor him. The boy is stunned after seeing how insanely overpowered the hidden skill really is. The elf girl hesitates, saying there's information she still can't reveal. He complains about how she always avoids giving straight answers, frustrated by her secrecy. She clenches her fist with determination and assures him that she is always on his side. The boy asks if he can trust her, and she responds with a cheerful yes, calling him a friend. He thinks deeply, concluding that she doesn't seem like a bad person. Remembering her concern during past dangers, he decides to give her the benefit of the doubt. Gaining some trust, they shift focus to check the remaining time on their quest. The elf girl updates the interface, and Taejun is relieved he can finally see the quest details. They discover only 2 days remain to complete the Radical Growth quest, which puts Taejun under pressure. She reminds him to check the item post he made earlier at the Parsley Market for a solution. Curious, Taejun opens the post, wondering how many comments it received. Taejun checks the comments and is disappointed to find only one, and it's useless spam. He panics, feeling like all his effort was wasted. Suddenly, a new comment appears mentioning an ultra-legendary item. A mysterious user responds, recognizing Taejun from a past encounter involving a strange staff and enhanced crystal ball. Taejun gets frustrated waiting for the slow reply while the elf girl watches over his shoulder. The message explains that the item contains complex mana circuits that require precise repair. Taejun is shocked to learn he'll need at least a 7th circle mage to fix it. The mysterious commenter jokingly suggests finding such a mage, and Taejun quickly thanks them for the tip. The mysterious user logs off, leaving Taejun frustrated and wondering if he knows any 7th circle mages. They consider asking Seo Yonhwa, but she's only a 5th circle mage at best. Taejun explains that 7th circle mages are extremely rare and top tier even on a global level. As panic sets in, Taejun reveals that he might know one person who fits the requirement. Taejun admits the person he's thinking of isn't the most reliable, but he's their last hope. He knocks on a door, calling out with a polite, "Excuse me." A tired-looking staff member peeks out and says he's brought documents for the deputy guild leader. The staff member reluctantly enters, asking the leader to treat the task as part of his responsibilities. The staff member finds a note saying, "Today's a vacation day," on the guild leader's door. Surprised, he realizes the leader is absent on his very first day. Taejun and the elf girl arrive at the Tower of Training in search of the 7th circle mage. The elf comments on how the place hasn't changed, still empty and unwelcoming as ever. She questions why a dungeon is in the middle of the city instead of behind a gate. Taejun explains that the tower is actually a massive gate, and in rare cases, the surroundings adapt to the dungeon. Despite its odd location, he clarifies that the dungeon itself is just like any other. Taejun notes that the dungeon used to be a regular building, though he wasn't around back then. As they walk through the arena, he wonders aloud if the old man they're searching for has gone missing again. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupts as a muscular figure crashes down, yelling, "Trainee." Taejun and the elf are caught off guard, shielding themselves from the debris in shock. A muscular old man suddenly appears, shouting about protein and startling Taejun. Recognizing him, the old man greets Taejun warmly and praises his improved physique. Taejun explains that he's been training thanks to the old man's previous help. He then politely asks the old man to repair an item with broken mana circuits. The old man gladly agrees to fix the item as a favor to his lifesaver, surprising Taejun. Before starting, he says he wants to ask Taejun an important question. Standing tall, he asks Taejun what strength means to him. Taejun is caught off guard as the old man explains that true strength is about upholding one's convictions. The old man explains that some pursue strength by building their bodies, while others dedicate themselves to training their skills. These people devote their lives to chasing great ambitions with conviction. Pointing directly at Taejun, he demands to know what Taejun wants to become strong for. Taejun sheepishly admits he never thought about it, prompting the old man to call him a foolish youth. The old man shouts that strength without purpose is poison and leaps toward Taejun. He launches into a surprise move called Practical Compressed Muscle Training. Taejun barely dodges the explosive punch, shocked by the sudden attack. As the dust settles, he stands up, stunned, realizing he just barely avoided death. Taejun yells at the old man, calling him crazy, but the old man calmly says Taejun's body moves fast, while his heart is uncertain. He compares Taejun to a lost, aimless beast with no direction. Taejun tries to fight back, but the old man easily counters and offers to give him a valuable lesson. With a confident pose, the old man assures Taejun that he'll take it easy on him despite his overwhelming strength. Taejun, clearly annoyed, glares at the old man and accuses him of provoking him on purpose. He launches into an attack, jokingly warning not to report him for hitting an elder. Using a powerful skill, he charges with intense force toward the old man. The old man blocks the move effortlessly, impressed by the weight and force behind Taejun's strike. Taejun, filled with determination, declares the fight isn't over yet. He unleashes his powerful technique, the Rising Dragon Divine Fist. His glowing fist charges forward, bursting with intense blue energy. The old man braces himself as the attack comes crashing down from above. Taejun's powerful attack creates a massive explosion, making it seem like the battle is over. Excited, Taejun and the elf girl wonder if they've actually defeated the old man. But the old man calmly reappears, praising Taejun's strength and creative combat skills. He warns them they've forgotten something crucial while Taejun focused on physical power. The old man reveals a glowing magical attack and reminds them that he's also a mage, casting Elkeroid's Fireball X. The old man confidently states he's a wizard and prepares to cast a powerful fireball. Taejun is shocked, wondering if the spell is the same as his own fireball technique. The old man explains that the fireball's power varies infinitely based on the caster's mana. He demonstrates how mana strength and quantity shape countless versions of the same spell. He then tells Taejun that while his fireball has improved, it still lacks the essence of ultimate power. The old man explains that mana is fueled by one's desires and inner cravings. He unleashes his ultimate fireball, an embodiment of his dreams and willpower. He shouts that mere desire to grow stronger isn't enough to reach the highest level. Taejun panics as the massive attack barrels toward him, accusing the old man of not going easy. The old man urges Taejun to block it with everything he has and discover his true self through the clash. Taejun questions his true reason for wanting to become stronger in the first place. He recalls the silent years he spent climbing from the bottom with no recognition. The more others belittled him, the more determined he became to improve. Even without acknowledgement or support, he pushed himself forward through pure persistence. Taejun realizes that he sought strength to prove all his effort and pain hadn't been meaningless. Still unsatisfied, he channels the frustration of years of struggle into a new surge of power. As he charges forward, he vows to keep pushing ahead no matter what. The old man is stunned by the burning intensity in Taejun's new flame. Though it's still weak, he can feel the raw, genuine desire, the spark of Taejun's true purpose behind the attack. As their clash ends, the old man wonders if Taejun has finally discovered his true answer. Taejun stands firm, glowing with newfound power and purpose after unleashing his full strength. The old man acknowledges Taejun's progress, saying he's finally found the right path. Although Taejun isn't yet ready to fully wield that power, the old man sees great potential in him if he continues training. Taejun collapses from exhaustion, relieved he survived the intense ordeal. The old man examines the mana circuit and confirms it's as complicated as he expected. He estimates the repair will take between 8 to 12 hours due to its intricate structure. Taejun is shocked by how long the process will take. The old man explains that restoring the circuit demands deep concentration, and he'll be unable to do anything else during that time. He places crystals around the item, channeling all his focus and energy into the restoration. He asks Taejun to guard him in case anything goes wrong during the process. Taejun casually agrees, brushing it off as something easy and not a big deal. The old man confirms he'll begin, and Taejun enthusiastically gives the go-ahead. He starts focusing his energy, placing his hand over the item surrounded by glowing runes. Suddenly, he erupts into a dramatic chant and intense ritual, surrounded by pink magical energy. Taejun and the spirit girl are left speechless, stunned by how extreme the process is. Taejun wonders what he's even guarding since there's no danger around, and the girl awkwardly realizes he has a point. Bored, Taejun decides there's nothing else to do but take a nap while the old man continues his intense ritual. He jokes about shadowboxing for 8 hours and lies down to relax, finding the situation surprisingly peaceful. The girl agrees and joins him in resting, reminding him to wake her when it's over. Taejun mumbles in his sleep, dreaming about receiving a gift and happily accepting it. Meanwhile, a monstrous spider-like creature creeps toward his unguarded body. Just as the creature gets dangerously close, it growls, breaking the silence. Taejun slowly opens his eyes in confusion, sensing that something is wrong. Taejun wakes up screaming as a monster nearly bites him, reacting in pure panic and smashing it in self-defense. After the loud screech and impact, he looks around in confusion, wondering when monsters even appeared. He realizes something's off. The tower was supposed to be cleared of monsters by the old man. More creatures begin to emerge from the shadows, and his spirit companion urgently checks if he's okay. Taejun realizes the monsters are not ordinary, they're void creatures invading through a dimensional shift. He recalls that such beings sometimes target strong mana sources in dungeons. Observing the old man deep in concentration, he connects the dots. They've come for the old man's powerful mana. It now makes sense why he was asked to guard him during this ritual. Energized and excited, Taejun powers up, ready to fight back with a grin finally shaking off his laziness. Taejun unleashes his Dragon Fang Slash, violently slicing through the wave of void monsters. His companion urgently warns him to watch his back as more creatures approach. Taejun sharply turns, realizing he's surrounded from behind. Facing the incoming threat, he braces himself with frustration, calling the monsters disgusting. Taejun casts a barrage of multi-fireballs to stop the monsters from reaching the item. His attack causes the void creatures to screech and fall, seemingly defeated. He cautiously asks if it's finally over while observing the aftermath. With a proud expression, Taejun declares that above all, he's someone who will always protect his items. Taejun wonders where all the monsters came from, and the spirit explains they're void creatures drawn by mana. Suddenly, a massive swarm begins pouring out from a dimensional rift with a loud screech. Taejun freezes in shock as he realizes just how many enemies are incoming. The spirit panics, warning Taejun about the overwhelming number of monsters, and he snaps back in frustration, already aware of the threat. Overwhelmed by the void spiders, Taejun realizes he can't fight them alone. He summons Eratus, his skeletal ally, to defend the old man during the battle. Taejun urgently commands Eratus to guard the area, and Eratus eagerly obeys without question. The intense fight against the void spiders drags on for nearly 2 hours as they fend off wave after wave. As they keep fighting, endless waves of void spiders continue to pour in, each swarm stronger and more numerous than the last. After 4 grueling hours, the battlefield is filled with corpses, yet the attacks show no sign of stopping. Exhausted and terrified, Taejun begins to break down, pleading for the relentless assault to end. With fear consuming him, he cries out in despair, realizing they might all die at this rate. A massive void spider lunges toward Taejun, leaving him paralyzed with fear and exhaustion. Eratus warns him to move, but Taejun is too drained to react and accepts he can't dodge anymore. Suddenly, a powerful blast hits the spider mid-air before it can strike. Taejun, stunned and confused, wonders what just happened. As he looks back, he senses something familiar about the attack and realizes he's seen it before. A confident man steps forward, sarcastically asking who's causing chaos in the dungeon, and recognizes Taejun. Taejun is shocked to see Choi Jin-hyuk and Lee Seon-ah appear together. Jin-hyuk greets Taejun casually, smirking and asking how he's been after a long time apart. Lee Seon-ah hands a potion to an injured man while Choi Jin-hyuk casually responds, explaining how they got there. Jin-hyuk, looking frustrated, asks if they even know what's happening outside the gate. A visual flashback reveals a berserk dungeon unleashing monsters, forcing civilians to flee in panic. Still annoyed, Jin-hyuk vents about their bad luck, lamenting how a national emergency ruined their rare vacation. Taejun drinks a potion while recovering and realizes the situation after hearing the explanation. It's revealed that each dungeon has a limit to the number of monsters it can contain before becoming unstable. When that limit is exceeded, mana destabilizes, leading to a dungeon break, releasing monsters into the outside world. Lee Seon-ah, shocked by the scene, questions Taejun about what happened and asks about the mysterious old man. Taejun stands silently as he watches a glowing magic formation in the distance, sensing something ominous. Taejun hesitates, unsure how to explain the mysterious old man's presence to Seon-ah. He reveals the old man is actually an NPC who guards the dungeon and is currently recovering from an injury. Taejun believes the monsters are attacking because they're drawn to the guardian's weakened mana during his healing. He suggests they all join forces to eliminate the spiders and restore the dungeon's stability. Lee Seon-ah confidently tells Choi Jin-hyuk they already plan to take down the spiders. Taejun joins in, and everyone splits up to begin the fight, with Choi telling them not to get in his way. Choi unleashes a powerful electric move, Light Blade Art, 5th form, slicing through enemies. With a Tempest Slash, he effortlessly tears through the monsters with blinding speed and force. Confident in his strength, Choi mocks the threat level, but is suddenly warned to watch out as danger strikes from above. Choi Jin-hyuk is caught off guard by a sudden enemy strike. Lee Seon-ah slashes through enemies and warns him not to lower his guard. She explains that even weak monsters can be dangerous when they attack in overwhelming numbers. Embarrassed, Jin-hyuk denies being careless, but Seon-ah bluntly tells him he already let his guard down. Choi Jin-hyuk agrees with Lee Seon-ah's warning and urges everyone to stay alert. A talking skeleton warrior suddenly appears, declaring the need to work together and not get complacent. Both Jin-hyuk and Seon-ah look confused and try to ask who or what this skeleton is. As they question him, the old man NPC is seen being swarmed by a wave of incoming monsters. Taejun unleashes a powerful strike that sends a wave of monsters flying. He notes that monsters targeting mana isn't unusual, but seeing such an overwhelming number of them surprises even him. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk senses a tremor and looks around, alarmed by the shaking ground. A sudden motion catches everyone's attention as a dark force stirs. Someone shouts to alert the group that something is emerging from the shadows. A powerful boss monster appears, towering with glowing red eyes and a fearsome presence. Taejun realizes the endless wave of enemies must be linked to this boss summoning them. The group realizes that the Queen Spider, an S-rank monster, is the source of the endless void spiders. Taejun figures out the spiders weren't being summoned endlessly, they were being spawned by her. He confirms the Queen was the first to appear and has been behind all the chaos from the start. Acknowledging the threat, he warns that the Queen won't go down easily and definitely revealed herself for a reason. Taejun warns that the Queen Spider might be baiting them into a trap. Choi Jin-hyuk argues they can't just stand by while it's exposed in the open. As the swarm intensifies, Choi fights back, saying they'll be overrun if they don't act. Taejun admits Choi isn't wrong, silently acknowledging the urgent threat around them. Taejun assesses the battlefield, realizing they can't attack blindly but also can't stay idle. He confidently commands Eratus to charge into battle as the best strategy. Eratus panics, questioning if his master is sending him to die, while Taejun casually shrugs. Taejun grins mischievously, reminding Eratus that he's immortal, so it's no big deal. Taejun laughs darkly, assuring Eratus he'll just revive him if he dies. He orders Eratus to stop hesitating since he's just a summoned being meant to charge ahead. Even Choi Jin-hyuk and Seon-ah join in, shouting at Eratus to go check if it's a trap, leaving him shocked. Eventually, everyone yells "charge," leaving Eratus speechless as he's pushed to lead the advance. Eratus realizes his true role and accepts his fate with a heavy heart. Feeling used, he laments that he was just a disposable tool from the beginning. Crying out to the heavens, Eratus bravely charges at the Queen Spider with all his might. He prays for strength as he clashes directly with the terrifying Queen in a bold frontal attack. Eratus looks confused when nothing seems to happen after his dramatic attack. Sitting on the Queen Spider, he casually reports back that everything appears normal. Taejun mocks him for overreacting, calling him a drama queen with a laugh. Suddenly, something shifts, and Taejun shouts in alarm as Eratus notices a strange movement in the Queen's body. Eratus panics as the Queen Spider starts absorbing his sacred mace mid-battle. Taejun and the others react with disgust and confusion, wondering why the spider is devouring the weapon. Taejun suddenly realizes that the Queen Spider is absorbing mana from anything magical. He urgently warns Choi Jin-hyuk and Lee Seon-ah to stop using skills and fight without mana-based attacks. Jin-hyuk is shocked at the idea of fighting without skills, calling it absurd, but admits Taejun is right. Lee Seon-ah recalls that stronger attacks only caused more spiders to spawn. She realizes the monster has been feeding off their mana all along. Frustrated, Jin-hyuk admits this dungeon is far more troublesome than any he's faced before. Jin-hyuk decides to fight without using any skills, determined to adapt to the situation. He charges forward boldly, declaring he doesn't need mana or flashy moves to win. Swinging his weapon with raw strength, he overwhelms the spiders and calls them weak pests. Taejun gives him a thumbs up and tells him to keep it up, impressed by his efforts. Taejun rushes ahead, declaring he'll take on the Queen Spider while the others hold the line. Jin-hyuk grumbles that Taejun is trying to steal all the credit again. He warns that if Taejun fails just to show off, it'll cost him his life. Taejun stays focused, confirming that the Queen's real target is mana, as proven by Eratus's earlier attack. Taejun realizes the Queen Spider doesn't absorb just any mana, it targets specific types. He taunts the Queen, suggesting it's still hungry for more, as he prepares a risky move. Charging up a powerful fireball, he deliberately offers it as bait to test the Queen's reaction. Seon-ah and Jin-hyuk are shocked, questioning why Taejun is using skills after warning them not to. Jin-hyuk yells at Taejun, warning that using magic will only spawn more spiders. The Queen Spider reacts as the blazing fireball hurtles toward her. Taejun watches as the Queen is overwhelmed, revealing that mana reflects the caster's desires. He concludes that the type and effect of mana vary depending on what the user truly wants. Taejun explains that if one can conceal their desires, they can mask the mana's attributes. A powerful, greedy fireball skill is launched, confusing Jin-hyuk with its hidden nature. Taejun mockingly offers the fireball to the Queen Spider, pretending it's a harmless gift. With a mischievous grin, he calls it a perfectly roasted fireball prepared just for her. A fluffy void spider shivers and cries out, looking both strange and cute. The boy sits down, clearly disgusted by the creature's appearance. Despite the spider's odd looks, he realizes it's a valuable discovery. The system reveals that the spider produces high-priced silk called void silk thread. Overjoyed, the boy exclaims that it's like finding a spider that lays golden eggs. The boy realizes the spider requires a constant mana supply to keep producing silk. Someone knocks and asks to enter, calling out for Hunter Taejun. Taejun responds with a creepy smile, unsettling the small spirit beside him. A woman, exhausted by reporters, enters and demands to know what madness he's been involved in. The woman panics about a dungeon break, saying it's beyond her ability to handle. Taejun reassures her with a fake smile, saying the guildmaster is taking care of it. He wraps his arm around her, pretending everything is fine, while she questions if it's really okay. She worries the lie will be exposed soon, while Taejun mocks her for not understanding how the world works. Taejun says people care more about the outcome than the method. He highlights the guildmaster's prediction and his own role in stopping the disaster. He believes this incident will be remembered for a decade, and it will help restore the damaged reputation of the Hwarang Guild. Taejun emphasizes that all of this will ultimately benefit the Hwarang Guild. He flashes a greedy smile while the woman imagines piles of money and rewards. Though hesitant, she admits his logic is strangely convincing. She then grows suspicious and asks why he brought her to this unused, isolated area. Taejun tells Guildmaster Ko that he plans to set up a workshop and needs her help. He reveals a small creature, the offspring of the Void Swarm Lord, and places it in her hand. He explains that with a mana supply, the creature can endlessly produce valuable silk. He shocks her by revealing the silk sells for 1,000,000 won per gram, leaving her stunned. Ko is overwhelmed by the profit potential and asks how much it all adds up to. Taejun slyly asks her to take care of the spider, calling it their cute little poppy. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room now covered in spiderwebs. Ko nervously offers a tray full of mana crystals to support the spider's production. Ko gently offers the mana crystals, telling the spider to eat well. Suddenly, the spider growls menacingly, revealing its monstrous size. It roars and lunges at Ko, startling her and making her panic. Out of breath and terrified, Ko realizes the spider has grown far more than expected. Ko panics, realizing the spider might devour the whole building if it keeps growing. Someone on the phone checks in, asking how the workshop is progressing. Taejun proudly replies that they've already produced a full kilogram of silk and tells them to proceed. Relaxed and smiling, Taejun allows the caller to ask a question. Ko nervously asks if the spider creature is really safe to be around. Taejun casually assures her it doesn't bite, while the creature looms ominously. He then says he'll be away on a business trip and leaves the spider in her care. Shocked, Ko demands to know where he's going. Taejun replies with a smile, saying he's visiting Dihwado, where the former guildmaster lives. Ko is shocked to hear Taejun plans to visit Dihwado, a highly restricted danger zone. She explains it's a Class 1 area that requires special permission from the Union. Normally, only those with clearance from her uncle or an authorized escort can enter, but she can't reach him. Taejun casually acknowledges the issue, pretending to take it lightly while lounging in his chair. Ko assures Taejun that she has connections and will find a way to handle the situation. She asks if he has urgent business with his uncle and why he's suddenly going to Dihwado. Taejun casually replies that as the new vice guildmaster, he wants to formally introduce himself. He smirks, adding that he heard his uncle has prepared a special gift for him. A system notification appears, assigning a quest to learn a blood magic skill within 4 days and 13 hours. The character realizes the urgency and decides they must act immediately. The scene shifts to the Chinjon Guild building under a clear sky. Inside the guild, a woman grants permission to enter after someone asks to come in. Taejun enters and greets Representative Seo Yeonhwa with a smile. She warmly welcomes him and asks how he's been doing lately. Reading the news, she mentions his recent feat of stopping a dungeon break. Curious, she jokes about how he's always involved in major incidents, and Taejun laughs it off, calling it luck. Seo Yeonhwa expresses regret, saying she would have tried harder to recruit Taejun if she'd known he'd join the Hwarang guild. She explains that not just she, but many others were disappointed by his choice. Taejun humbly reacts while she acknowledges his accomplishments make the disappointment understandable. She then jokes about other guild leaders getting drunk and singing in frustration over losing him. Seo Yeonhwa says Taejun's interest in dark magic explains why he joined the Hwarang guild. She asks why he came to visit her today, and Taejun begins to explain. He reveals his plan to visit Dihwa Island, but admits he can't go without an S-rank companion. Taejun then politely asks if she would accompany him on the trip. Seo Yeonhwa apologizes, saying she can't join Taejun due to prior commitments. Taejun panics, thinking her refusal ruins his entire plan. She clarifies that she can assign another guild member to escort him instead. Realizing he can still proceed, Taejun lets out a big sigh of relief. Seo Yeonhwa gives Taejun a gift as thanks for resolving the exam manipulation case. Taejun is surprised and asks what it is, and she explains it's a key card to a high-security apartment for top hunters. She says it's a perfect gift since he's been in the spotlight lately and needs privacy. The apartment is well protected, ensuring he can live peacefully without media disturbance. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Taejun tears up and asks if he can call her Nuna. Seo Yeonhwa laughs and playfully says she's not old enough to be called Nuna. The scene shifts ominously to Dihwa Island, revealing the lair of the Gucheng Bone King. A dark presence stirs inside the lair, declaring that the time has come. The Bone King ominously states he can no longer suppress his thirst, hinting at an impending threat. A dark, monstrous figure demands blood, threatening terrible consequences if it's denied. The shadow warns it will devour the man's entire body as blood tendrils start to engulf him. The protagonist arrives near Dihwa Island with only 3 days and 14 hours left on the quest. He realizes he must master blood magic within 2 days to meet the deadline. Even learning from the Gucheng Skeleton King might not be fast enough. The reward for success is unlocking the feature Horizon of Communication Ver 1.1. The protagonist asks Administrator Mia if a single skill can interfere with the system's status window. He brings up past incidents like the spell Dispel and QR scanner being added through shocking growth. He questions if it's acceptable for a skill from one employee to tamper with the system. Mia admits she reported it to higher-ups, but they didn't take any special action. Her only instruction is to monitor the situation unless something unusual happens. The protagonist confirms that his skill isn't currently seen as a threat to the company. During a quest, he obtained an item that unlocked the Monman Wiki feature in his status window. This feature provides detailed information about monsters' traits and weaknesses. Shocking growth not only boosted his stats, but also enhanced the overall functionality of his status window. The protagonist admits he doesn't fully understand his new skill, but plans to take advantage of it. UC Rin excitedly greets Taejun, saying he looks cooler than before. Taejun recognizes her as the representative from the Chinjon Guild. UC Rin happily volunteers to help him, saying no one else would. She smiles slyly, saying she can't miss such a rare opportunity, snapping a photo of him. UC Rin excitedly takes selfies with Taejun, praising him for stopping a dungeon break. Taejun is confused and embarrassed, especially as she calls him Appa despite not being close. She asks to post the photos online and suggests they follow each other on social media. Suddenly, a man dashes in, loudly greeting Taejun with exaggerated respect. Taejun is stunned, wondering who this dramatic guy is. UC Rin is surprised to see Hunter Kang Jin suddenly kneeling before them. He dramatically declares that he owes his life to Taejun and has sworn to follow him as his Hain. Taejun is overwhelmed and confused by Kang Jin's devotion. Just then, the boat captain yells at the group to hurry up because time is running out. Captain Kim Yong-soo waves from the boat, ready to depart once everyone boards. The group travels by boat toward Dihwa Island. Captain Kim Yong-soo grumbles that he wouldn't go there if it weren't for Yeon Hwa's request. He asks if the hunters are unaware of the monsters near the island. They mention that many monsters exist, especially a large number of sirens. The captain warns them that it's currently the sirens' breeding season, making the journey even more dangerous. Monsters guarding their eggs become extremely aggressive during breeding season. Even a slight intrusion into their territory can trigger a massive swarm. Captain Kim suggests taking a detour to avoid provoking them. Taejun, however, places a hand on his shoulder and says there's no need for that. With a creepy smile, he insists they head straight through instead. The captain is shocked by Taejun's order to sail straight into dangerous waters. Taejun confidently assures him that even a swarm of sirens won't damage the ship. He urges the captain to trust him and take the fastest route. Despite being convinced, the captain firmly refuses the risky plan. The captain refuses to risk his life, stating he has a family to provide for. Taejun offers to pay him double whatever Representative Seo Yeonhwa is paying. Shocked, the captain accuses him of trying to bribe him. Taejun ups the offer to triple the pay with a wild grin. The captain is left speechless and visibly shaken by the tempting offer. The captain yells, "Full speed ahead," as the ship charges forward at maximum speed. Taejun laughs excitedly, enjoying the smooth and fast ride. Yu-si Rin questions whether he's being too reckless with such confidence. She warns that marine monsters could ambush them unpredictably. Taejun acknowledges the risk but tells her not to worry, assuring her he's got it handled. Taejun uses the radar system and confidently announces he knows the exact positions of the enemies. As the sea creatures approach, he quickly assigns Yu-si Rin to cover the right side while he handles the left. Hostile monsters leap out from both sides of the boat in a sudden ambush. Yu-si Rin is shocked that they appeared exactly as Taejun predicted. Empowered with lightning magic, she admits she doesn't know how he did it but prepares to fight. Yu-si Rin launches a powerful ice arrow, committing to trust Taejun and fight. Taejun instructs her to wait until the monsters get close before attacking. As the creatures leap onto the ship, Taejun prepares a fiery counterattack. He activates a new attribute called Power Strike, added to his Rising Dragon Fist skill. This ability ignores 50% of the monster's physical defense, dealing massive damage. Smirking, Taejun remarks that it'd be a waste to just toss them back into the sea. Taejun grins wildly and decides to collect mana stones from the fallen monsters. As he hums while gathering them, Kim Jun watches in awe. Realizing Taejun really uses the Rising Dragon Fist, Kim Jun confirms the rumors were true. Taejun notices Kim Jun staring and awkwardly wonders how long he's been watching. Kim Jun explains that his Rising Dragon Divine Fist is different from Taejun's martial art. He suddenly declares Taejun as his official rival and pokes his forehead dramatically. Taejun is confused and annoyed, wondering why Kim Jun decided this on his own. Without warning, Kim Jun charges toward a dangerous area to prove his strength. The scene shifts to Dihwa Island, where a mysterious man stands on the shore. He is shocked to hear that Hunter Lee Taejun is arriving on the island today. Angrily, he demands to know why he's being informed so late. The woman on the call nervously explains she couldn't reach their great-uncle earlier. A woman is scolded for not using the crystal sphere to communicate due to Dihwa Island's poor signal. The old man realizes Taejun's arrival is badly timed and worries others will target him. Determined to act fast, he sails toward the island, apologizing to the Gucheng Skeleton King for being late. He jokes that the sea was too full of fish and delayed him. Meanwhile, Taejun confidently greets the Skeleton King, introducing himself as the deputy guild leader of Hwarang. Lee Taejun, the vice guild master of Hwarang, arrives at the shore on a ship. He asks if this many sirens were hunted during their spawning season. A tough man, with others behind him, says it's obvious just by looking at the bodies. The battle against the sirens was intense, almost as if they had a detector to find every one of them. Though they hunted all visible sirens on the way to Dihwa Island, it's still uncertain if the threat is fully gone. The boy suggests some sirens might still be hiding deep in the ocean, but says they've done enough. Lee Taejun calmly replies that the remaining sirens will vanish on their own due to lack of food. He explains that sirens surprisingly can't dive into the deep sea, implying they're vulnerable. The boy is surprised, but Lee Taejun's serious tone hints there's something more to worry about. The system alerts that one hostile entity is still targeting them. Everyone rushes as a giant siren leaps out of the water with deadly speed. The boy senses the intense presence approaching fast. Another hunter quickly identifies the threat's location northeast. Rin instantly prepares to attack as the boy reacts with urgency. Rin activates her magic, declaring she'll stop the monster immediately. She unleashes Ice Chamber, freezing the siren midair. The siren resists, its scales glowing with red energy through the ice. Straining under the pressure, Rin winces and struggles to hold her stance. The siren breaks free from the ice, violently shattering the spell. Rin is struck back, confused and hurt by the sudden backlash. She realizes the siren is immune to magic, which causes her own mana to go berserk. Shocked, she questions why a B-rank siren would have such a powerful passive ability. Rin warns Taejun that this siren is not an ordinary one. The massive siren leaps from the water, letting out a terrifying screech. Shocked by its size and power, the man panics and questions what kind of creature it is. It's revealed to be Siren King a monster with mana-nullifying scales that reflect magic. The boy recognizes the creature as a Siren King and prepares cautiously. He knows he can't use elemental attacks due to its skill reflection and resistance to freezing. Realizing direct combat won't work, he suggests retreating and forming a new plan. Meanwhile, Lee Taejun observes the situation, questioning if the boy's fate is sealed. Suddenly, he summons Mr. Gucheng's Skeleton King and orders the hunters to fall back. The Siren King rises from the blood-soaked sea, declaring it will fight alone. It lets out a loud screech as it charges forward with rage. Lee Taejun prepares a powerful dark spell, scolding the creature for its disobedience. He strikes the Siren King directly, showing no mercy. With overwhelming force, he states it must be disciplined, unleashing a devastating blow. The Siren King lets out a final screech as it falls lifeless. Everyone watches in awe as blood magic annihilates the sea monster. Rin is stunned that an rank boss was defeated so easily. The boy admires blood magic's unmatched power and magic penetration ability. Lee Taejun, walking away, considers that despite its risks, this magic might be worth mastering. Lee Taejun declares that Dihwa Island will finally have peace, at least for now. He mentions he meant to personally congratulate the boy on his new position. He thanks him for visiting first despite not having greeted him earlier. Taejun then invites everyone to follow him to his residence. The scene transitions to the grand estate of ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** amazed to meet Mr. Gucheng's Skeleton King on such a remote island. Yu Si Rin realizes why Sister Yonawa kept his identity a secret. They express disbelief that such a legendary hunter lives here quietly. Yu Si Rin excitedly recalls how he defeated the Siren King with just blood magic. Even compared to other top hunters, his power proves he's a true hero of the Great Cataclysm. One of the boys boasts that their master is even stronger than Mr. Guchong. Another mocks the claim, asking if he's just a kid trying to brag. The group starts settling in, with each person identifying their assigned room. The boy politely tells them to rest after their long journey. The boy tells the others to relax while he goes to meet Mr. Gucheng's Skeleton King. He knocks on the door and politely asks to enter. Gucheng welcomes him while calmly sipping tea. The boy happily responds that the room is spacious and the mansion is amazing. Gucheng is pleased to hear the boy likes the room. He invites the boy to follow him to receive his appointment gift. They walk down a dimly lit corridor beneath the mansion. Gucheng compliments Taejun for handling the dungeon overload in Mansion impressively. Taejun humbly says he just got lucky, but Gucheng tells him not to act modest. Taejun insists the Hwarang guild master worked harder and still does. Gucheng mocks his own nephew, calling him useless. He reveals the nephew ruined Hwarang with mismanagement and unpaid taxes. Now, thanks to Taejun's success, Hwarang is seen as heroic, and Gucheng says he deserves the credit. Taejun reflects on how Go Yong turned out to be worse than expected. He questions why Mr. Gucheng entrusted Hwarang to someone so unfit. Taejun presses further, saying even Gucheng must have known his nephew wasn't ready. Gucheng pauses and begins to explain, saying, "That's because..." Gucheng admits he's grown weak and suggests they continue the conversation elsewhere. Taejun wonders how someone like him could be considered weakened. He reflects that even awakened beings are still human and time affects everyone. As he thinks this, he tries to scan Gucheng's status using a QR reader. The scan fails, revealing that Gucheng's level is far beyond what the system can detect. Taejun is shocked that Gucheng can't be scanned, something only top hunters can resist. He recalls other legendary hunters whose stats also remain hidden from him. He wonders if Gucheng is still powerful enough to stand among them. A shadowy figure looms behind Gucheng, making Taejun question what secrets he might be hiding. Taejun is amazed as they enter a glowing, hidden underground room. He's surprised that such a space existed beneath the mansion. Gucheng calls it humble compared to the other major guilds. He then tells Taejun that his initiation gift has been prepared inside. Gucheng offers Taejun a choice from powerful items, warning some have penalties. Taejun considers his options carefully and picks Magnetus's skull. The skull grants boosted stats, dagger mastery, and Kingslayer's power. Taejun notes that even the other items are stronger than typical rare ones. Gucheng reflects that any ordinary hunter would be overwhelmed with gratitude for this opportunity. Taejun feels disconnected from the close combat-focused items on display. He asks Mr. Gucheng if there are any items related to blood magic. Gucheng is surprised and questions Taejun's interest in such a rare field. Taejun explains that blood magic has mana-free benefits and is useful for dungeon raids. Gucheng, looking serious, apologizes and tells him to choose something else. Taejun protests, but Gucheng tells him to take anything he likes and leaves to prepare food. Suspicious, Taejun senses something is off and wonders if Gucheng is hiding something. He starts to feel frustrated and restless about the situation. Taejun screams in desperation, admitting that only blood magic excites him now. Taejun begs desperately to be taught blood magic. He wonders if it's possible to learn it without using an item. He's told that blood magic can't simply be taught like a skill. Without the passive ability Mana Blood, it's impossible to use blood magic, no matter how hard one tries. Taejun searches for a skill book that might awaken his Mana Blood. His system's newly added flash function activates and detects a hidden device. Surprised by the function, he recalls adding it after getting stuck in a dark dungeon. The light reveals a secret compartment with something unusual inside. Taejun finds a red button and hesitates, fearing it could be something dangerous. Taejun jokes that a secret button can't possibly be a nuke and decides to press it. With a playful grin, he pushes the button, saying it's all or nothing. Suddenly, sirens blare and an air raid warning goes off, startling both him and the spirit. They rush toward the sound and discover a glowing device as Taejun mutters, "This is..." Taejun finds the Codex of Blood, a forbidden book that grants mana blood and enables blood magic. Delighted, he clutches it like a treasure, calling it "my honey." At dinner, Gucheng questions his choice, calling it underwhelming for an initiation gift. Taejun insists it's perfect for him, especially because he needs mental contamination resistance. He also receives Banjir's Onyx, which boosts his stats and grants resistance to mental corruption. Gucheng accepts Taejun's choice and calmly ends the dinner, telling everyone to rest for the night. The group thanks Gucheng for the delicious meal and leaves the dining hall. As night falls over the island, something ominous begins to stir. A mysterious hand drenched in blood appears, and a voice reflects on past memories involving Gucheng's Skeleton King. A dark entity confronts Gucheng, claiming Lee Taejun seeks to learn blood magic. It reminds Gucheng of his own past desire for power and accuses Taejun of having the same hunger. Gucheng resists, shouting that Taejun has nothing to do with the entity. The entity reveals that Taejun has already found the Codex of Blood, the key to forming a blood magic contract. Shocked, Gucheng realizes Taejun might already be on a dangerous path he tried to avoid. Gucheng is restrained by the dark entity as it declares it's no longer content with his offerings. The entity senses a new, more suitable host has emerged, one stronger than Gucheng's aging body. With a sinister tone, it says it will temporarily take control of Gucheng's body. Gucheng, now under possession, walks quietly into a room where a girl sleeps unaware. The entity expresses hunger for a greater feast, hinting at dark intentions as it approaches her. The possessed Gucheng looms over the sleeping girl, driven by the entity's growing hunger. The entity mocks Gucheng for only feeding it weak souls, calling them trash. With a sinister grin, it prepares to consume the girl's soul slowly and completely. Just as the situation turns critical, someone enters the room and calls out to Gucheng. The sudden interruption snaps Gucheng's attention, putting the entity's plan at risk. Taejun walks in, catching Gucheng off guard while he's dangerously close to the unconscious girl. Bowing in guilt, Taejun confesses that he couldn't sleep due to the dishonesty about his initiation gift. He admits he lied about his true desire and wasn't entirely honest with Gucheng. Finally, Taejun reveals the real object he wanted all along, the forbidden Codex of Blood. Taejun apologizes for taking the Codex without permission, explaining he has a powerful reason to learn blood magic. He declares that his motivation is so strong, he's willing to give up everything to achieve it. Gucheng, concerned, warns him that blood magic is far more dangerous than he can imagine. He questions whether Taejun is truly prepared to bear the enormous cost that comes with such forbidden power. With unwavering resolve, Taejun grips the Codex and affirms that he's always been ready to face whatever price it demands. Gucheng smirks ominously and agrees to begin the ritual, signaling the start of something dangerous. Taejun is confused and questions what exactly is about to begin. A monstrous voice suddenly speaks to him, asking if he can hear it. Taejun recoils in shock as a massive dark entity introduces itself as a legendary blood sorcerer. The entity declares it once ruled over countless deaths, and now it's the one who will grant Taejun a new and terrifying power. The dark entity announces that it will now reside within Taejun's body and demands a small amount of energy to stay alive. Taejun is alarmed as tendrils shoot out from the Codex and begin wrapping around him. He panics, realizing this possession wasn't mentioned in the agreement. The demon dismisses his concerns, laughing and saying it's too late to turn back now. As the cursed book glows with runes, the contract begins, binding Taejun's body to the ancient sorcerer. The entity forcefully begins fusing with Taejun's body, claiming his flesh as its own. Taejun struggles and cries out, but the synchronization starts regardless of his resistance. The entity mocks Taejun, pleased with the superior vessel compared to its old one. As the possession takes hold, Taejun briefly smirks, revealing he hasn't fully lost control. Laughing maniacally, Taejun surprises the entity, leaving it confused by his unexpected reaction. Taejun bursts into uncontrollable laughter, moving chaotically as the entity inside him panics. The sorcerer, now trapped, screams in confusion, realizing he can't control Taejun's body at all. A man screams in panic as his body moves against his will. He discovers a magic book hidden deep within a secret location. The girl's spirit feels uneasy and warns him not to touch it. He realizes the Skeleton King never meant for anyone to read this dangerous book. Blood magic backfires on a man, causing him intense pain and risking his life. The boy is shocked as his eye glows, sensing danger from the book. The book reveals it's a unique forbidden text that unlocks blood magic at a deadly cost. He finds it unusual for a magical item to clearly warn about its risks. He nervously wonders just how dangerous the book's price truly is. The boy asks if powerful items like the book exist in other dimensions. The manager explains that ancient tomes are usually collected by experts. She suggests getting the book appraised at Parsley Market. The boy remembers and agrees to check Parsley Market. They begin connecting to the Parsley Market system for appraisal. The boy posts a question online asking for information about the mysterious item. He learns that sharing more details could lead to better rewards. A user named Knowledgeable Wanderer quickly requests a chat. When asked if he's selling it, the boy replies he wants to check its details first. The boy chats online and learns the book is a soul-bound codex. He's told the book grants skills, but at the cost of the user's life. Shocked, he realizes his life might be the price. He anxiously asks what that actually means. When a contract is signed, the mage's consciousness merges with the user's body. This allows the user to access the mage's magic without limits. The boy realizes the book lets someone overwrite another's mind. But he's told the book is outdated and considered trash. Modern systems would block it instantly due to security risks. The boy smirks and says thanks after learning about Magic System 2.0. He promises to send a generous reward with a creepy grin. Suddenly, he hacks into the system, triggering an alert. The attacker laughs, thinking he's winning, but a virus is detected. Shocked and burning, he realizes too late that something has gone terribly wrong. The intruder is denied access and panics, realizing the system isn't normal. He suspects everything was a setup from the beginning. A fiery force strikes and sends him flying violently. Stunned and confused, he utters Lee Taejun's name, demanding to know who he really is. The firewall blocks the virus, preventing the system from being hacked. The attacker watches in disbelief, thinking the outcome is impossible. He mocks the failed attack, calling it pathetic until the end. The boy grabs the magic book with confidence, ready to claim it. A golden glow appears as he successfully acquires the Tome of Heavenly Blood and gains the passive skill Blood Magic. Lee Taejun unlocks a new feature called Horizon of Communication after completing a quest. He thinks the new function seems useless at first. Someone rushes to him in concern, asking if he's okay. Smiling, he reassures them and checks on the Skeleton King's condition instead. The older man is shocked, insisting he saw a demon's soul enter Lee Taejun's body. He questions why nothing seems to be happening afterward. He's confused how Lee Taejun is unaffected despite making a contract. Surprised, he asks if Taejun defeated Azazel on his own. Smiling, Lee Taejun replies that he simply chose not to listen to the demon. The man is shocked as Lee Taejun explains he broke the contract at the last moment. Taejun says the demon's soul was rejected from his body. He refused to sell his soul, no matter how powerful blood magic is. He declares that true strength comes from within. He jokes that the demon might now be lost in the afterlife, searching for a new host. The older man realizes the dark voice haunting him has vanished. He's amazed that Lee Taejun removed it with such a simple method. He thanks Taejun, recalling how he struggled with the contract for 30 years. During the Great Cataclysm, he had made a dark pact to protect the world. Now, he reflects that Taejun has shown him a better path. Mr. Gutchen reflects that none of the power he wielded was truly his. Lee Taejun acknowledges the heavy burden Gutchen has carried for so long. He reassures him that even without blood magic, he's already strong. Taejun gently urges him to finally let go of that burden. Suddenly, a girl complains about the noise, waking up and interrupting their moment. The girl wakes up and panics upon seeing Lee Taejun and Mr. Gutchen in her room. She yells, demanding to know why they're both there. Taejun awkwardly laughs, trying to explain the misunderstanding. Embarrassed and fuming, the girl hides under her blanket in frustration. Everyone panics as a terrifying sound echoes through the room. A sinister voice calls them foolish mortals, declaring its immortality. It claims that without a vessel, it still cannot be destroyed. The demon vows to be reborn using their flesh and blood. A monstrous, heavenly blood tree begins to emerge, summoned by blood mages. The group is stunned as they realize the massive figure is actually a tree. The system identifies it as the Thousand Blood Tree, a powerful blood sorcery entity. It reveals that summoning it usually requires 100 human sacrifices. Since no humans are present, Lee Taejun deduces the caster sacrificed himself. A sinister beast with glowing red eyes appears, confirming the dark ritual's result. Silver Fang beasts suddenly charge in, roaring as chaos erupts. The girl panics, shocked by the arrival of the strange tree and monsters. Mr. Gutchen declares they can't ignore the growing threat. He orders the girl to wake up hunter Kim Jun immediately for support. The enemy, still hungry after consuming countless souls, continues its advance. The monstrous tree begins absorbing all life around it, expanding its reach. Mr. Gutchen calls it greedy and prepares to fight using a massive bone weapon. A panicked hunter demands to know what's going on. Another fears that a gate has opened nearby, worsening the situation. Lee Taejun steps forward, ready to explain everything before it's too late. Lee Taejun explains that the monstrous tree is the remnant of the blood mage who once haunted Mr. Gutchen. He thought the mage had vanished after failing to form a contract, but somehow it returned. The girl is shocked that such a terrifying being could come back in this form. Mr. Gutchen confesses that all his past power came from that demon's blood magic. Another hunter expresses regret, ashamed of being called a hero despite the dark truth behind his strength. Mr. Gutchen is told not to belittle himself, as he's still a hero without blood magic. Magic users prepare to handle the incoming Silver Fangs with confidence. One of them casts a freezing spell to intercept the beasts. Lee Taejun notices something unusual about the enemies. He warns everyone that these Silver Fangs are not ordinary monsters. The Silver Fangs look normal, but are powered up by blood veins and buffs. They have magic absorption and healing, making regular attacks useless. Lee Taejun says they must destroy the tree first, or the battle won't end. He wonders if there's a way to completely eliminate the Thousand Blood Tree. Unfortunately, the tree's regeneration and passive skills make it nearly indestructible. Lee Taejun thinks hard, unable to find any weakness in the monster. Then he confidently says there must be one, and he knows a way. He asks everyone to trust him and buy time by handling the Silver Fangs. Mr. Gutchen agrees and prepares to fight, ready to show his skills again. A powerful green energy strike slams down as the battle begins. A creature emerges from the ground, relieved that the parasite on its body is gone. Surrounded by undead, it declares that it feels great for the first time in ages. The silver fangs roar fiercely, ready to attack. A muscular fighter charges forward with a loud battle cry. Using triple step charge, he smashes into the beast with explosive force. Seren summons ice magic, calling upon the spirits of the frozen earth. She activates the blessing of the Ice Spirit King to empower their undead allies. She signals Mr. Gucheng to launch his coordinated attack. Skeleton warriors clash with the Silver Fangs in a fierce battle. But the monsters activate a regeneration buff set to fully recover in just 13 seconds. Seren admits that if things continue like this, they won't be able to win. Guchen reassures her, acknowledging the challenge of the enemy's magic absorption ability. They both start wondering why Lee Taejun hasn't made any progress yet. Despite fighting the Silver Fangs for a while, Taejun appears to be struggling. Guchen grows concerned and calls out, sensing something might be wrong with him. Lee Taejun faces off against multiple Silver Fangs, readying his stance. He launches into triple step, Phantom Flash Strike, dodging and attacking swiftly. He follows up with triple step, Dragon Fang Strike, striking the enemy head-on. Despite cutting through the blood veins, the creatures remain unaffected. Taejun realizes in frustration that no matter how many times he attacks, the blood veins won't break. Lee Taejun realizes that attacking through the blood veins no longer works. With determination, he decides to execute his final plan. Stepping forward, he declares to Azazel that he's changed his mind. Shouting boldly, Taejun demands to be taught blood magic again. His allies are left shocked and confused by his unexpected decision. Lee Taejun boldly mocks the monster, praising blood magic as unbeatable. He offers his entire soul, begging to be granted blood magic one last time. The demon attacks, furious that Taejun would try such a trick again. Taejun is pierced violently, shocking his allies as they cry out. But despite the pain, he forces his way toward the core, blood veins latching onto him. The demon rejects Lee Taejun's body, claiming it's no longer useful due to his low blood levels. As Taejun screams in pain, the system warns of severe blood loss and shock. The demon's twisted form begins to materialize from gathered blood and flesh. It sets its sights on the others, intending to use them as fuel for full resurrection. As the monstrous figure grows, it taunts Taejun face to face with a mocking, "Hello there?" The demon screams in shock as Lee Taejun suddenly appears inside the blood realm. Taejun smirks, saying the blood magic gave him a clever idea. He reveals he realized he could take what he needed directly from the demon. The demon panics, confused by Taejun's words and sudden confidence. Taejun mocks him, telling him to experience the pain for himself, laughing darkly. Taejun grins maniacally as he declares control over the blood tree, revealing he now holds an overwhelming 14,573 milliliters of blood magic. Seren and the older man witness a terrifying red monster hanging Taejun in the air. Seren screams Taejun's name in shock as he is badly injured. Angry and desperate, she blames the enemy's magic absorption for the failure. The older man insists there's no hope left now that Taejun has failed. Refusing to give up, Seren dashes forward, determined to rescue him herself. The older man warns Seren that rushing in recklessly will put her in danger too. Crying, Seren asks if she's supposed to just stand by and let Taejun die. She shouts that she would rather die fighting beside him than do nothing. The man silently reflects, blaming himself for waking the enemy and causing this. Meanwhile, Taejun remains impaled and motionless, trapped by the monster. A deep sound echoes as the giant red eye monster begins to speak. It introduces itself as the legendary mage, Azazel, addressing everyone. Seren and the others watch in shock as a strange green aura surrounds them. Azazel pretends to show regret, claiming he wants to apologize for his past actions. The old man and another hunter don't believe him, warning others not to be fooled. Azazel cries out in pain and claims he is truly apologizing to everyone. He says he no longer wishes to cause harm and wants to leave peacefully. Shouting farewell, Azazel begins to retreat into the sky. The older man stares in disbelief, trying to process what just happened. Confused and suspicious, he questions why Azazel would suddenly apologize. Seren doubts Azazel's sudden change, saying the one she knew would never act like this. She wonders if he's deceiving them or if something deeper is going on. She notices the silver fangs returning to their original spots, signaling a shift. The environment begins returning to normal, which surprises everyone. The old man reflects that Azazel could have fully revived if he waited, making his retreat suspicious. Someone notices a hidden figure near the tree and starts to suspect something. They wonder if everything that happened was part of a larger plan. A man laughs from the center, joking about the situation being like an avatar blind date. A system message reveals that the user's mana now exceeds the original entity, and all its powers have been transferred to him. The man laughs maniacally, saying he now understands why fame feels so good. Azazel tries to fight back, screaming for him to leave the body immediately. The man refuses and tightens his grip, mocking Azazel as he takes control. He uses blood magic to drain Azazel's power and claims its payback. A system alert appears, warning that the 1,000 blood wood can no longer be sustained due to low blood supply. The 1,000 blood wood begins to collapse, its power unraveling violently. Azazel is shocked, unable to believe a human could take control of his power. He laments that if he had just a bit more time, he could have fully revived. Screaming in frustration, Azazel fades as the blood supply completely runs out. A system message confirms the entity has been fully deactivated due to blood loss, and the sky starts to clear. Blood is transferred from the 1,000 blood wood to Taejun, stabilizing his condition. Taejun coughs and gasps, realizing he barely made it out alive. Looking at his hand, he reflects on how dangerous blood magic truly is. Seren and the others rush toward him, overjoyed that he survived. Seren hugs him tightly, crying in relief that he's alive and safe. Seren cries in Taejun's arms, saying she truly thought he was going to die. Taejun smiles and says he was just unconscious for a bit. Embarrassed, he politely asks her to let go while they talk, making Seren flustered. Seren quickly apologizes and tries to change the subject. She wonders if Azazel truly changed, noting that he restored the silver fangs before vanishing. The group admits they don't understand Azazel's actions, but are glad things ended well. Hangjin proudly claims all the credit, saying it was thanks to him. Seren and Taejun give awkward smiles, clearly not taking him seriously. The elder approaches Taejun, saying he has many questions after witnessing his actions. He acknowledges that while strength matters, what Taejun achieved tonight was something no solo hunter could have done alone. The old man hints that an unknown entity might have helped Taejun during the battle. He smiles and admits he can only guess, hoping Taejun's hidden power continues to grow. Taejun nervously thanks him while thinking the old man might have figured something out. They shake hands in mutual respect, with Taejun wondering how much the Skeleton King actually knows. Taejun reflects that the Gutchen Skeleton King seems to understand everything about him. Suddenly, Azazel's presence returns, declaring that he's not finished yet. Taejun reacts in shock and frustration, wishing Azazel would stay dead. The Skeleton King calls out Azazel's name, realizing he's still clinging on. Azazel swears vengeance, saying he will forever haunt them, even from the abyss. Azazel begins casting a massive spell, calling the mortals to join him in the abyss. Seren and Taejun are frustrated that he still won't die peacefully. They realize the giant red magic sphere is formed from Azazel's remaining life force. If the sphere explodes, it will destroy everyone and the entire battlefield. Taejun panics, knowing his mana is depleted and the situation is extremely dangerous. Taejun yells at the management team, demanding to know where they've been. They respond that they were conducting investigations and assure him there's no need to worry now. Suddenly, something strange happens and Taejun turns, asking, "What is this?" Time itself appears to have stopped, confusing everyone present. A mysterious figure appears, commenting on how long it's been, possibly 150 years, since they last saw a distribution site like this. A mysterious figure steps forward and accuses someone of being an illegal status window user. The agents casually prepare to finish their task quickly so they can head home early. The boy looks at unfamiliar people and wonders if they work for the same company as manager Mai. He becomes suspicious as the strange individuals don't resemble anyone he knows. One of the newcomers checks a digital interface while a green creature watches, saying something seems off. A conversation reveals confusion about a police line setup and ongoing activity on the system. The mysterious person asks the boy if he is a status window holder of version 2.0 or higher. The boy nervously admits that he is, clearly unsettled by the situation. The man acknowledges that the situation differs from what they were told and apologizes for the inconvenience. The boy calmly asks them to explain what's going on instead of worrying about the disturbance. The man hesitates, unsure how to begin explaining the situation. He tells the boy that anyone with a version 2.0 status window should already know about their company. The boy responds that he only knows there's a company managing status windows, and the man confirms it. The green creature adds that they are part of the special security division of that company. The agents reveal that they were dispatched to capture an illegal status window user, though most of their mission details are classified. The boy is shocked to hear the term illegal status window user and begins to piece things together. They confirm that the individual is wanted for trying to misuse the system for personal gain. While the exact reason remains confidential, they explain the suspect tried to exploit status window functions. The boy recalls hearing vaguely about the company, but never imagined meeting anyone from it besides manager Mai. He realizes manager Mai might not have been lying after all, as he reflects on her overtime work and hidden duties. The green slime politely asks to speak, but is scolded for interrupting the superior officer. Suddenly, the red creature begins breaking out of containment, alarming everyone present. The enraged red entity screams in confusion, accusing the humans of summoning attackers. Furious, it declares it will burn its entire life force to fight back against them. The monster unleashes a powerful energy blast, vowing to kill them all. The agents quickly prepare for battle, realizing they've spent too much time talking. The green creature rushes forward, calling out the enemy's name, Azazel von Arceus. With a magical seal, it declares the enemy under arrest according to company law. The red entity is shocked by how close the green agent has gotten. The battle intensifies as the green creature traps the enemy in a swirling vortex of symbols. The boy watches in awe, questioning the unbelievable scene unfolding before him. He's stunned that the creature suppressed powerful blood magic without even using its hands. The green slime agent makes a gesture as the situation wraps up, signaling the end of their task. The officer apologizes again and mentions the status window manager likely already informed them. He adds that, as a thank you for cooperating, they will offer a token of appreciation. The boy looks confused and repeats the words, "token of appreciation," unsure what to expect. The officer smirks and warns him that he'll soon lose consciousness, leaving the boy stunned. The officer says goodbye as a portal begins to open behind him. The boy panics, confused and alarmed by their sudden departure. A senior figure quickly orders Hunter Taejun and Kang Jun to escort Seren to safety. As the portal vanishes, people are left staring at the sky in confusion. Saren asks what just happened, realizing everything changed in mere moments. Suddenly, Hunter Taejun is violently thrown back, shocking everyone nearby. The boy is unconscious as someone urgently checks if he's okay. He wakes up in a peaceful, sunlit building that appears to be a recovery facility. Manager Mai greets him enthusiastically with exaggerated, outdated language. The boy yawns and questions her odd way of speaking, finding it old-fashioned. She asks why he lost consciousness when he still had enough mana to stay awake. Manager Mai explains that even an advanced status window couldn't prevent Taejun's stamina from being drained. She adds that navigating a quarantine dimension is extremely difficult and not something easily handled. She encourages the boy to check his own status window, hinting his opinion of the special division might improve. Confused, he opens it and sees a bounty reward notification for capturing a Tier 3 criminal. Shocked, he exclaims at the massive reward of 10,000 Parsley coins being deposited into his account. He realizes the large payout makes sense given the high-level bounty on the criminal they captured. The boy comments that the bounty reward isn't as much as he expected. He realizes the token of appreciation was actually the bounty reward all along. He suddenly tells Manager Mai that he wants to quit being a hunter. With a dramatic expression, he declares that his new dream is to become a bounty hunter. Manager Mai stares at him blankly, asking if he's joking. Manager Mai reminds Taejun that everything started thanks to her reporting the illegal user and expects some gratitude. Taejun jokes about wanting a hug, then asks if she can teleport like the special agents. Manager Mai replies she could with higher approval, but declines his playful request. Taejun confirms that Azazel was a Tier 3 wanted criminal and wonders if higher tiers exist. Manager Mai confirms there are Tier 1 and Tier 2 criminals, though they're very rare. She explains that even Tier 3 criminals are dangerous and far from being small-time offenders. Taejun asks what it takes to be classified as a Tier 1 criminal, and Manager Mai explains it's based on power and crime severity. Manager Mai gasps and suddenly realizes she might reveal too much. Nervously, she says she can't share anything further because it's classified company information. Taejun silently reflects, realizing the seriousness of what he's learned. He concludes that if someone as powerful as Azazel was only Tier 3, the higher tiers must be unimaginably dangerous. Taejun wonders how powerful the employees must be to capture such dangerous criminals. Manager Mai smiles and tells him not to overthink it. The boat arrives at a chaotic and damaged shoreline. The captain, confused by the destruction, wonders if a volcano erupted. Yu Si-rin happily greets the captain while approaching with her group. The captain recognizes Si-rin and invites them aboard warmly. As everyone gets ready to set sail, the captain suddenly tells them to wait. The captain is shocked by something unexpected right before departure. A man in a suit unexpectedly climbs onto the boat, surprising everyone. The crew questions why he's boarding, jokingly asking if it's for fishing. The captain refuses to go fishing today because it's his wife's birthday. The suited man says he's just hitching a ride for business inland. A confident woman with blue hair and stylish clothes appears at the dock. Yu Si-rin excitedly runs toward her, shouting "Yonhwa Ioni" with joy. Si-rin runs into Yonoa's arms, crying that she missed her deeply. Si-rin says no one would believe what happened on the island, and Yonoa comforts her. Si-rin wishes she could share more, but she's bound by a confidentiality clause. Yonoa gently notes that Si-rin has traces of undead magic and drained mana. Shocked, Si-rin asks how Yonoa knew, but Yonoa chooses not to press her. A man acknowledges Yonoa's efforts and respectfully calls her Guildmaster Asio Yonoa. The old man asks if anyone else came, and she replies it was just her and a knight guarding the Skeleton King. He's relieved the media isn't present and appreciates the privacy. Yeonhwa says she expected that and handled everything discreetly. The man thanks her, acknowledging the difficulty of setting everything up alone. He assures her he's still working on a solution to her request, and she humbly says it was her honor. Yeonhwa quietly thanks the man with a grateful expression. She waves goodbye and says they're heading back to the guild, while Si-rin replies politely. Si-rin shyly calls out to Taejun, who looks surprised and curious. She admits she's been calling him Appa without permission and wants to grow closer to him. Taejun smiles and says this experience helped strengthen their bond, including with Kim Jun and the Skeleton King. Si-rin shyly asks if she can keep calling him Appa, and he happily agrees. Taejun tells her to call him whatever she likes, making her feel relieved. Si-rin smiles warmly and says goodbye while waving from the car. As the car drives off, Hangjin runs after it, begging to hitch a ride too. He respectfully addresses Taejun as Master T and compliments his martial skills. Hangjin passionately declares that he will surpass Taejun the next time they meet. He runs off dramatically, shouting adios, while Taejun watches silently. The older man tells Taejun they should move quickly since everything is ready. He then asks Taejun if he's prepared to be the center of attention. Taejun is surprised for a moment, but quickly regains his composure. With confidence, Taejun responds that he's always prepared. A press conference is being held for the return of the Gutchen Skeleton King. The reporters prepare in excitement as the event banner is revealed. Cameras start flashing the moment the Skeleton King appears on stage. A shocked reporter recognizes someone and quickly zooms in. Everyone is surprised to see Lee Taejun on stage with the Skeleton King, questioning his involvement. Reporters are surprised that the Skeleton King looks normal, unlike the rumors. He asks the media to lower their cameras and promises a cue and a later. He explains that although he's back, he won't return as a hunter. Instead, he plans to train a successor to inherit his rare blood magic. He reveals that his chosen successor is none other than Hunter Lee Taejun. The audience is shocked, whispering that Taejun is learning blood magic and must have had a deeper reason for joining Whirling. Reporters agree that someone like Lee Taejun is worthy of the Skeleton King's trust due to his high standards. One reporter calmly notes that everything happening was within expectations. A panel explains that blood magic requires international certification, and only the Skeleton King can use it in Korea. For Taejun to legally wield it, having the Skeleton King's support is crucial. The Skeleton King begins an official announcement during the press conference. He declares Lee Taejun as a special candidate for the rank evaluation, shocking everyone. The press is shocked that Lee Taejun is nominated for a special rank evaluation. Reporters quickly rush in to ask questions about Taejun's promotion. Reporter Hong Sujin raises her hand and formally requests to ask a question. The Skeleton King grants her permission to speak. She asks about the requirements for a rank promotion, which include clearing dungeons, slaying rank monsters, and owning S-rank items. It's revealed that a special evaluation allows candidates to bypass these usual conditions. A reporter questions the true reason behind nominating Taejun for the special evaluation. She warns that if Taejun fails, the one who suffers most will be the Skeleton King himself. Taejun realizes the weight of the risk failure means a 5-year ban from taking another rank test. On top of that, his recommander would face serious fines and consequences. The guild's reputation would plummet, and the public would ridicule them. Despite the risks, the Skeleton King confidently states that Taejun is more than capable of passing. The reporter thanks the Skeleton King for his answer and prepares to move to the next question. She announces that the next question is directed at Hunter Lee Taejun. Taejun, slightly nervous, gives permission for the reporter to proceed. The reporter points out that the Skeleton King's return drew major media attention. She then asks Taejun what makes him worthy of a rank evaluation, given all the eyes on him. The reporter asks Taejun to briefly introduce himself in front of the press. Another reporter comments that it's a sharp question, basically asking, "Who do you think you are?" The room murmurs, realizing it's a clever way of questioning his special treatment. Taejun feels the pressure, knowing this is a question he absolutely can't dodge. Overwhelmed, Taejun screams loudly, shocking the entire audience. The press conference is suddenly disrupted by unexpected noise. One of the reporters expresses frustration, saying this isn't a place for childish behavior. A woman questions the speaker, confused about his random mention of ice. The man jokingly tells her to chill out, comparing it to ice in cold coffee. She's stunned and doesn't know how to respond. The man mocks her further, saying she's not chill and just uses fancy words to persuade others. He grabs a drink and says hunters should prove themselves with their skills, not their words. The man confidently raises his drink, saying he'll stay chill and let his skills do the talking. Reporters swarm him with cameras as one steps forward to ask a question. The woman at the table watches him, surprised by his attitude. Despite his ordinary appearance, he handles the pressure with confidence. A reporter acknowledges, it's been a long time since a rookie stood out like this. The scene shifts to Moscow, Russia, hinting at a global scale. A mysterious person holds a drink, saying they haven't lost a single night of sleep in 3 years. Sergei Mavrodi says he unexpectedly woke up at dawn today. He wonders if his awakening is related to the Bone King. He feels pain in the shoulder that was wounded by blood magic. His subordinate asks if they should take care of the situation. Jin Woo-young, a team leader, confirms the name of the disciple, Lee Taejun. Sergei asks if they have any information on Lee Taejun. Jin reports that Lee Taejun broke records during a rigged B-rank test and got a double promotion, even clearing an S-rank dungeon within 2 months. Jin adds that Lee also defeated a dangerous villain team and even overpowered a powerful vampire noble. The man explains that Lee Taejun earned his Vice Guild Master title through pure skill. He acknowledges Taejun as someone truly worthy of the Skeleton King's recognition. Another man asks if there's a plan moving forward. A woman suggests proposing a collaboration with the Hwarang Guild for an upcoming 72-gate expedition. She adds that if they refuse, they can use it to stir up a scandal and damage the Skeleton King's reputation. The man smirks and says he likes the idea. With flames in his hand, he vows to see how the Skeleton King's disciple survives from now on. Taejun lives in a luxurious apartment gifted by Manhwa. He enjoys a big bite of fried chicken, savoring it. Relaxing at home, he watches himself on TV while eating. A spirit questions if he's really okay just lazing around. The spirit warns that enemies are likely scheming against him right now. Despite upcoming challenges, Taejun is carefree and says he'll deal with it later. He knows people are targeting him after the press conference, but shrugs off the pressure, saying he can't fight everyone. Taejun believes taking a break now will help him grow stronger later. He decides to relax, eat chicken, and binge-watch some dramas. Suddenly, a notification pops up, catching his attention. The system says Horizon of Communication has been downgraded to version 1.1. Taejun is surprised and confirms that it's really a downgrade. The spirit wonders if the previous version wasn't already 1.1. Shocked, the spirit points out this is the first time they've seen a system downgrade instead of an upgrade. The spirit explains that the first version of Horizon of Communication is quite old. Taejun suspects his abnormal growth is interfering with system functions. He wonders why the system downgraded instead of upgrading and suspects a hidden reason. Taejun asks manager Mimi to explain what Horizon of Communication really is. Mimi compares it to a superior or possibly inferior version of the Parsley Market. She clarifies it's basically a community board for users from different dimensions. Curious, she taps to activate it and launches Horizon of Communication version 1.1. Taejun sees the Horizon of Communication and realizes it's just a basic forum. He notices that all the posts are extremely old and nothing new is there. Merie explains the forum was already shut down before she even started working. Taejun wonders why he was given a dead forum as a feature. Suddenly, they receive a notification that a new post has been uploaded. Surprised, Taejun and Merie rush to check it, realizing someone is still active on the forum. Merie is shocked someone actually posted, while Taejun jokes she's panicking more than he is. Merie is shocked that a regular user could access the closed system, suspecting Taejun's abnormal growth might be the cause. Taejun wonders if the other user might also possess abnormal growth. Merie states that officially, Taejun is the only remaining holder of explosive growth. Taejun realizes he might be the only one, which confuses and intrigues him. In the forum comments, a user named Sky Thief notices someone is reading and asks for a reply. Taejun responds. Sky Thief wants to start a face-to-face chat with Taejun, asking if he wants to accept. Taejun is shocked by the sudden face-to-face chat request, while Merie warns it's dangerous. Unlike regular item markets, this feature allows users to physically enter a shared space. Some used it for deadly duels, while others misused it for money laundering. Because of the risks, this function was removed from newer versions. Taejun wonders if the other person is targeting his resources. He imagines the other user could be a crazy fighter seeking thrills. Despite the danger, Taejun hesitates but ultimately decides to accept the request. Taejun confidently accepts the face-to-face chat, claiming he always wins anyway. Despite Mimie's warnings, he's excited and pumped with adrenaline. He teleports into the communication dimension, eager to meet his mysterious opponent. The fog clears to reveal a shadowy silhouette with an ominous presence. Taejun's opponent appears with glowing red eyes, looking dark and dangerous. He gets shocked as he's suddenly transferred to Sky Thief's communication dimension. As he arrives, he looks around and sees floating islands. He's surprised and thinks the place looks better than expected. He wonders where Sky Thief is and questions his absence. Annoyed, he decides to teach Sky Thief a lesson once they meet. Suddenly, a mysterious figure dashes past him with incredible speed. He's stunned by how fast the figure moves. He questions if the fast-moving man is Sky Thief. He watches silently as the man walks away without saying a word. The man mutters bird names with a chilling aura around him. The boy smirks, saying he didn't expect an attack right after arriving. He charges up his magic and prepares the greedy Fireball X. A massive energy blast shoots toward the opponent. Someone smells the magic and instantly recognizes it. The man swiftly draws his sword to counter the spell. The boy is shocked as his attack is easily nullified. The chicken leg he was holding floats midair due to the blast. Calmly, he bites into the chicken while the intense moment settles. The man panics as he realizes the mysterious object is actually chicken. Shocked, the boy repeats it in disbelief. "Excuse me." The man takes a bite of the chicken drumstick. He's stunned by the overwhelming flavor coursing through him. He praises the mystical taste and juicy texture of the chicken. Curious, he asks what the divine food is called. Hearing the name chicken, he finds it fascinating despite its plainness. As they sit peacefully, the boy laughs while wondering what's up with this guy. He wonders if the man is just some random vagrant. The man apologizes, saying he hadn't eaten in 3 days and lost control. He feels the portion was too small and asks if there's any more food. The boy offers to bring some leftover chicken from home. The man agrees, saying his body is withering from hunger. The boy logs out briefly from the communication dimension. He returns happily, holding a full box of leftover chicken. The man is amazed to see that so much chicken was left. The man praises the aroma of the chicken and prepares to eat. As he eats, the boy reminds him he must pay for the meal. The boy says that in his world, chicken is a very expensive dish. The man panics, realizing nothing comes for free. To repay, he offers a rare and valuable deep sea black iron from his world. The boy rejects it, saying it's not equal to the sacred chicken. Shocked, the man wonders if chicken is actually a sacred being. The man sees chicken as a godly dish beyond comparison. He cries out, wishing to taste just one more bite. Sadly, he offers only the scrap metal as he has nothing else. He feels unworthy, calling himself a penniless man. The boy says there's one way he can earn more chicken. He asks to be taught the Soha divine art in exchange. Shocked, the man wonders how the boy knows that name. A scan reveals that Byung's stats are even lower than a D rank hunter. By Earth's standards, Byung's stats are average for a normal human. However, the Soha divine art he used surpasses even X rank skills. The boy believes learning it could become his strongest weapon. Byung is surprised the boy can perceive his heaven's gate. The boy explains he uses something called the horizon of communication. Byung understands and calls it a status window from other dimensions. Sadly, he refuses to teach the Soha divine art even for chicken. The man offers the scrap metal again and tells him to leave. The boy calmly asks why he can't be taught the Soha divine art. The man hesitates before giving his reason. He explains that the technique is corrupt and flawed. He gives his final answer, saying it's not worth learning. The boy accepts it but decides to enjoy the chicken instead. He excitedly says he'll eat the whole hot box himself. Shocked, the man tries to stop him, begging with a B but. The boy introduces honey sauce as the ultimate chicken upgrade. He dips the chicken drumstick generously into the golden sauce. He eagerly prepares to take a big bite. Byung panics and yells in shock, trying to stop him. The boy devours the chicken with intense satisfaction. He celebrates loudly, saying eating with honey sauce is the best. Byung is stunned, repeating, "Honey sauce?" in disbelief. Byung is overwhelmed and begs to at least taste the mysterious seasoning. The boy pops open a can of beer with excitement. He pairs the chicken with beer, calling it the perfect combo. He starts feeling a little guilty about eating it all alone. Byung rushes forward, yelling for him to stop. Desperate, he offers to teach anything, even the Soha divine art. All he wants is just one piece of the heavenly chicken. The boy leans in creepily and asks, "You promise?" The boy grins wickedly as he calls to order a fresh, hot new batch of chicken. Byung leans back, satisfied after finishing the entire meal. He happily exclaims it's been ages since he felt so full. The boy asks if he enjoyed the food, and Byung praises the fizzy drink. The boy smiles and calls it a fresh experience. He promises to bring new food daily if taught the Soha divine art. Byung is tempted by the delicious delicacies shown from the boy's world. Honoring his promise, Byung agrees to teach the Soha divine art. But before starting, he asks why the boy wants to learn it so badly. The boy stays silent, and the fairy says there's no need to hide the truth. The boy explains he can read special information from the heavenly tome. According to it, Byung's power levels should not be this low. He sees information about the Soha divine art connected to Byung. Byung confirms it's a passage from the tome only the boy can read. The fairy asks if he'll explain that passage more in the future. The boy agrees, promising to share more when the time comes. Byung begins teaching, saying materials are needed to start the art. He points out the boy lacks internal energy and even a danshan to learn martial arts. Byung explains that an elixir is needed to open the acupoints and build internal energy. He begins listing the ingredients as the communication session ends. The boy sighs, realizing Soha divine art is harder to learn than expected. His companion notices his mood and checks if something is bothering him. She explains the system upgrades the status window and unlocks a hidden message board. The boy realizes it's not just a skill, but a full growth system. He gains a breakthrough quest that will enhance his horizon of communication. The system makes it clear that Byung's case revealed a sealed-off communication feature. Learning Soha divine art unlocks a new breakthrough growth quest. There's even a mysterious message written beneath the skill itself. Gwarnami finds it strange and questions Taejun about it. Taejun admits it seems weird, but hasn't caused him any harm so far. He tells Gwarnami to investigate and report back with any findings. Gwarnami confidently tells Taejun to focus on getting stronger. Taejun cheers her on and counts on her to handle the rest. He begins checking the ingredients Byung mentioned by opening the Parsley Market. Taejun searches online for the rare elixir ingredient 1000-year Hishuwu. He finds multiple listings, but all are extremely expensive. He groans in frustration, realizing how costly it will be. At the Hwarang Guild building, someone rushes in urgently. The man shouts that there's a situation and calls for Deputy Guild Master Lee Taejun. Taejun, in the middle of training, asks what's going on. The man explains that the Russian mercenary guild has sent a request for a joint expedition. The Russian guild representatives have arrived in person to meet Taejun. Taejun realizes someone has been monitoring him all along. While making money through combat, he decides to see what they want. He agrees to meet them and prepares to head inside. They are informed the guests are waiting on the 19th floor. The elevator opens, and Taejun is greeted by a new presence. A man introduces himself as Jin Waijong, team leader from St. Winters. Taejun silently observes Jin Waijong, recalling his name. Jin is introduced as one of the top disciples of the Heavenly Stream Sword Saint. Taejun greets him, impressed that Jin operates on a global scale. Jin responds with a smile and handshake, recognizing Taejun. Internally, Jin mocks Taejun, doubting his strength. Jin tries to expose Taejun's weaknesses using a mana scanning technique. A firewall blocks the intrusion, and Jin is thrown back by a shockwave. Startled and sweating, Jin shouts in disbelief, "What?" Jin is shocked that his mana probe was completely blocked. Taejun jokes that it must be static electricity causing the interference. After introductions, he invites everyone to get to the point. Jin confirms they're here to collaborate on the 72-gate expedition. Taejun notes the gate was auctioned for over $1 billion. Yet Jin is offering expedition rights for less than 10% of that value. Taejun finds the offer too favorable and grows suspicious. Jin explains the dungeon is inhabited by dangerous Russian giants. The representative explains that Russian giants are tough enemies. He adds they're weak to undead-type summons used to provoke them. Since Hwarang is known for necromancers, they request the guild's help. Taejun confirms the payment will follow proper international contracts. Jin agrees, saying they only have one small request. They want Hunter Lee Taejun to personally join the expedition. One advisor whispers that something feels off, but Taejun accepts. Smiling slyly, Taejun asks if he can adjust the terms just a little bit. In Moscow, they're surprised that Taejun accepted the offer so easily. A man questions if Taejun agreed without hesitation and gets confirmation. He suspects the Gutchin Skeleton King must have warned Taejun. Another man asks if there were any unusual demands. Jin explains Taejun only requested mana stone distribution based on contribution. Surprised by the simple request, the man questions if that was all. He approves the contract and tells them to proceed immediately. Jin, frustrated, walks away while Taejun smirks silently. Someone is shocked that a rookie B rank like Taejun could block their mind-probing technique. The enemy swears to come after Taejun, no matter who or what he becomes. Taejun unleashes a powerful technique called Rising Dragon Divine Fist, Spider Silk Palm. A quiet town is shown with people walking through the streets. A dirty bone lies on the ground with some leftover food stuck to it. A hungry boy named Chindo notices the bone and moves toward it. As he picks it up, someone yells and strikes him from behind. The boy is knocked down while a group watches him angrily. A leader orders someone to bring the bone to him. The leader calls Chindo a worthless thief and holds up the bone. He mocks Chindo, saying he'll return the bone only if Chindo answers his question. The boy mocks Chindo, saying he was cursed by the heavens. He claims Chindo has no heavenly outer gate and must be slow and useless. Laughing, he says someone like Chindo couldn't even catch a weak monster. He demands an answer from Chindo while shoving the bone near his face. Chindo stays silent, and the bully angrily kicks him hard. While Chindo lies in pain, the boy says he heard an interesting rumor. He mocks the rumor that Chindo has a gate, but it gives no stats. Chindo stays silent, holding his torn clothes tightly, refusing to speak. The boy challenges Chindo, saying if his gate stat is higher, he'll return the bone and apologize. He mocks Chindo again, saying even a low gate stat user would get hit only once. Chindo remains silent while the bully presses for an answer. The first boy's stats appear, showing low values and no skills. The second boy's stats show much higher values and a grappling skill. The crowd rushes in to compare their stats with Chindo's. Chindo is beaten again, and the boy laughs, saying he lost once more. Chindo gets hit hard, bleeding as the bully mocks him for thinking he had a chance. A boy smirks while introducing a dish with excitement. He dramatically announces the name, Royal Pigs Trotters and Bossum. The food is shown sizzling, looking delicious and tempting. Another boy calmly points out that it's just a bone. A peaceful scene shows someone sitting alone beside a river. That person experiments with something while sitting quietly in nature. A boy suddenly asks what kind of life someone named Byung lived. Another boy guesses it must have been very hard, remembering something unpleasant. The person admits they're unsure but confirms Byung's stats are extremely low. They recall checking Byung's status window before and not being surprised. In Byung's world, checking others' stats seems to be normal. The girl explains people instinctively look down on those weaker than themselves. When someone weak suddenly gains power, it usually causes problems. She reveals she has created a special item called the Spirit Pill. The boy asks what kind of problem she meant, but she says it's hard to explain. She offers to let him check the item himself instead of explaining it. The boy is shocked by the green glow, but she says the color is normal and not to worry. The boy groans as the strange green pills are being analyzed. The system identifies them as linked cycle pills used to restore inner energy. Though effective, the pill appears rough and is now contaminated. The system warns that eating it without caution could be deadly. The boy notices it's poisoned and asks if there was a mistake. The creator is confused, saying the pill wasn't poisoned before and decides to try again. Confidently, the boy says he's good at detoxifying and prepares to purify it. He uses a skill called Spell Dispel C to remove the curse. As magic activates, everyone is shocked by the strong energy the spell releases. The boy proudly says he's still using the skill given by CEO Seo Yon HWA. The curse removal process on the pill progresses with glowing energy. The curse on the linked cycle pill is fully removed by Spell Dispel. The boy admires the pill's pretty green color now that it's purified. As someone suggests trying it, another person shouts to wait. The boy bites the pill and immediately feels a strange, intense reaction. He is shocked by the horrible taste and questions what it is. Even without chewing, a sewer-like smell makes him gag. A warning appears, saying the elixir must be chewed 20 times for effects to work. The boy thinks he might die if he chews the pill and considers spitting it out. The other person explains he should have taken sweet dew grass first to make it taste like honey. The boy suffers badly, saying it's hard to breathe after swallowing the disgusting pill. The boy sits cross-legged as power surges through him after taking the Yonwon pill. The girl confirms he has properly consumed the pill. He shyly admits he did take it, with a small smile. She explains it's time to fill his empty energy center now that his internal energy is reset. She hands him a wooden sword and tells him to take it. He looks confused and wonders what to do with a wooden sword. He asks if she's going to teach him an internal energy technique. He recalls that in martial arts comics, people gather energy by sitting and breathing. The girl explains the Sowa technique is different and not based on quiet meditation. Instead, it builds energy by pushing the body to its limit through calmness and action. The girl explains that Kai must be gathered amidst crashing waves and storms. She unleashes a powerful red energy blast, shocking the onlookers. A red-haired boy reacts in fear as a strong force rushes past him. He thinks it felt like something amazing just happened. A massive shockwave destroys a rock into pieces. The girl stands calmly with her stick while the dust settles. She reveals the move is the first form of Sowa divine art. The boy is shocked she turned a rock to dust using only a twig. The spirit beside him can't believe this power is possible with internal energy. The girl tells him to stop asking questions and try to follow her now. The boy looks shocked and wonders if the training is progressing too fast. He swings his wooden sword with full force toward the large rock. His strike hits the rock with a strong burst of energy. He tightly grips the sword, feeling like danger is always nearby. He yells loudly while giving his all in the strike. The sword hits the rock, but it doesn't even crack. Breathing heavily, he realizes the rock didn't move at all. He complains that smashing a rock head on feels like an outdated training method. He questions how he can learn the Sowa divine art through such brute force training. The master explains that the rock is called Immutable Deep Rock, known for its unbreakable hardness. The girl says that even top martial artists and swordsmen couldn't leave a scratch on the rock. The boy casually responds with a bored so, showing no surprise. She tells him to keep repeating her move until the rock changes. She explains that once he succeeds, he'll be able to fully master the Sowa divine art. The boy screams in frustration, calling her a brat for making him copy it. He complains that just showing and telling him to mimic her is a bad teaching method. The girl smugly says even she could teach it that way. He believes it would take a year to learn this skill, even if it's powerful. He notices that he's been in the chat room for a long time. Confused, he asks the admin if the time system is broken. He realizes he's been there over 6 hours, yet the time hasn't moved at all. The boy is shocked, thinking something's wrong with the system. The spirit girl checks and confirms the system is working fine. She realizes in disbelief that this might be a time distortion. She explains that early versions of the chat room had time-related anomalies. The boy listens as she says 10 minutes on Earth equals 2 hours here. He's stunned to learn that 10 minutes could stretch into a whole 24 hours in this realm. She explains 1 Earth day equals months here, but activating this time distortion requires massive internal energy. She can't even imagine how powerful the one who created this must be. The boy admits he always knew that man wasn't ordinary. He thinks back to the Sowa divine art and realizes it defies common logic. Now determined, he decides not to waste any more time and activates the Parsing Market feature. The girl is surprised and asks why Taejun is suddenly using the Parsley Market. He says time is money and he can't afford to log out even to eat. The system shows all his meals will now be handled inside the chat room. The girl panics, realizing he doesn't plan to log out at all. Taejun calmly asks if that's a problem, since the time feels the same to him. He decides to train day and night without worrying about logging out. He declares that he's survived at the bottom for 7 years and isn't afraid. Holding his sword, he says no matter how long it takes, he'll break the rock. He slams his sword into the rock, determined not to give up. As the fire crackles at night, the master silently watches. The girl nervously calls out "You user," while the master remains unimpressed. The spirit girl is surprised because the user contacted her first, which is rare. She blushes and explains it's because he usually never contacts her at all. She apologizes, saying she didn't mean to cause him suffering as the administrator. The user admits he doesn't really believe her apology, but doesn't hold a grudge. He says he knows she didn't act with bad intentions, so it's okay. She asks what he's curious about now. He questions why she activated the time distortion feature, knowing how risky it is. She stays quiet, remembering that a mistake could have ruined his entire energy center permanently. She reflects on her empty life and how gaining a disciple made her act on impulse. She explains she just wanted to see how far he could grow. She promises not to give him any more advantages from now on. The master says it's time and prepares to leave. She decides to visit her first disciple after a long time. She teleports down to the land, quietly approaching. She sighs, calling her disciple foolish. Seeing the chaotic scene, she says he turned the place into a complete mess. The boy stands quietly, recognizing her presence. He turns around and says, "It's been a while, master," with full internal energy restored. Lee Taejun continues intense training on his 247th day. The girl notices a scratch and gets worried. She pauses, realizing she might be imagining things too. Taejun says it's understandable since he's repeated the same routine for nearly 2 years. She asks if he's really okay staying there for so long. Taejun responds that she can disconnect from him and return to her original timeline. The girl insists she will keep watching over him as his manager. She says it's her duty to record all his actions as Master Taejun. Taejun quietly thanks her. He thinks he might have lost his mind and become a sword-swinging machine without her presence. He leaps off a cliff, explaining the second reason he survived there. Lee Taejun releases a powerful strike during his training. His internal energy keeps growing steadily over time. He unlocks a new passive skill called Weak Spot Insight Eye. The skill lets him detect hidden weak points in opponents or objects. On his 6,507th day of training, he asks his manager if she sees a glowing part on the rock. She looks but says she doesn't see anything glowing. Taejun confirms it's a weakness only visible to him. He decides to focus on this weakness as a clue for progress. He needs to narrow the entire surface down to a point to break it. He attacks the exact weak spot with precision. His internal energy rises again after the successful strike. Taejun strikes perfectly as the circle focuses into a single point. His internal energy increases as a result of his precision. He channels his energy and unleashes a powerful blow. He finally masters the first technique of the Soma divine art. His internal energy reaches its maximum level of 800. A skeleton with glowing eyes praises Taejun in awe. On his 7,253rd day of training, others cheer for his success. The skeleton claims Taejun's effort surpasses even other Lichdom warriors. He says no human has worked this hard to learn just one move. Taejun smiles as his manager excitedly calls him Eratus. The manager praises Taejun's tenacity as top tier among all users. Taejun smiles and says thank you. He reflects on training alone for 2 full years. He senses that his isolated training is finally reaching its end. He prepares to use 500 internal energy and activates Piercing Flow. With glowing energy, he strikes the heartless rock. The massive rock cracks and shatters from the impact. Taejun clenches his fist, saying he's finally done it. He smiles, proud of learning the difficult skill. He's greeted by someone who calls him Master after a long time. The man notes it's Taejun's first time accepting that title and asks if he's had a change of heart. Taejun acknowledges his master's guidance and addresses him respectfully. The master questions what Taejun thought of him before. Taejun jokes that he saw him as a mukbang YouTuber. The master calls him an ungrateful disciple. He says Taejun's piercing flow still needs improvement. Taejun humbly agrees and promises to get better. He reflects on how his version only chipped the rock, unlike his master's complete destruction. Taejun asks his master how long it took him to master the technique. The master pauses silently for a moment. He replies it took him 1 gapja 60 years, shocking Taejun. Taejun realizes 1 gapja means around 60 years. He's shocked that his master repeated one move for 30 years straight. The master tells him to enjoy some fresh air and bring back food. Taejun agrees, knowing their next meeting may be far off. He confirms he's going to test his skills in the real world. He wants to prove his master's teachings through action. The scene shifts to the outside world as he logs out of the training chamber. Taejun wakes up in the real world, stunned to be back. He's relieved to breathe freely again after being in the chamber. He jumps onto the bed, amazed at how soft it feels. Taejun jokes with his manager to lie down too because of the lighting contrast. He tosses away his fasting pills, ready to eat freely. Suddenly, he notices a lot of missed calls on his phone. All the missed calls are from Guild Master Go Yong. Taejun picks up the phone and calmly introduces himself. The deputy guild master is shocked and says they thought he was dead. Taejun explains he was fully focused on training and asks what's going on. He's informed about an upcoming joint operation and the guild's concern. The deputy warns about enemy schemes and scolds Taejun for not preparing. Taejun smirks and replies that he's already prepared everything. Taejun tells the guild master to relax while he handles everything. With a crazed grin, he declares he'll wipe the floor with all of their enemies. A car arrives at an old, abandoned location near a ruined entrance. A man steps out of the car. The girl, shocked by the surroundings, asks Taejun what this horrible place is. Taejun says it feels like a place straight out of a nightmare. He explains it used to be a popular theme park, but was destroyed when a gate appeared 10 years ago. Since then, the place has been left in ruins. Taejun adds that this ruined theme park is the site for their joint expedition with St. Winters. The girl realizes this is the infamous T-274 gate. Taejun confirms that gate activity was recently detected here. At a glance, Taejun observes it's a fairly ordinary precursor-type gate. Unlike random gates, precursor-type gates show signs before opening. These signs allow researchers to gather data in advance. However, exact gate details remain unknown until activation. The Dungeon Observer System, created by the International HQ, helps detect these signs. It can even predict what kind of monsters might appear. The timer shows how long remains before the gate opens. Taejun looks ahead as something unusual catches his attention. The girl is shocked and confused by what she sees. Someone yells at the broadcast crew to set up cameras quickly. Taejun is annoyed to see the media already there and mutters about the broadcast crew being creepy. Taejun activates the ring of the Howling Hound as the girl urges him to leave quickly. The scene shifts to the Hwarang Guild's base camp area. Inside the camp, someone stares at a screen, overwhelmed by the situation. A shadowy figure calls out to the boss. The stressed-out boss is frustrated and muttering about losing his mind. Taejun appears and surprises the boss with a greeting, causing the ring to deactivate. The boss recognizes him with shock and stutters, "TT." The girl shouts Taejun's name dramatically and rushes toward him using a spinning hug attack. A monster suddenly charges in and gets slammed to the ground by Taejun. The boss complains that Taejun didn't react to his hug, saying he was just excited to see him. Taejun awkwardly replies that he's not really into hugging. The boss notices that Taejun seems different and stronger. Taejun admits he's been doing some secluded training. The boss asks about the expedition plan and if Taejun has any details on the T-274 gate. The boss explains the gate will activate in 17 hours and the target monsters are biodescent giants. He reveals the real goal of the expedition is to damage the Hwarang Guild's reputation. He warns Taejun that the whole thing is actually a trap. Taejun thinks for a moment and responds, "In that case." Taejun jokingly says he'll back out and join the support team because he's scared. A man reacts with confusion, saying, "Excuse me." At the St. Winter's mercenary base camp, someone asks if the plan is going smoothly. A subordinate confirms they'll enter the T2 gate with Lee Taejun as scheduled. The boss is pleased and says success is only a matter of time. But the subordinate mentions something strange. According to the Hwarang Guild, Taejun won't be joining the main raid team. Instead, Taejun is assigned to the support team, surprising the listeners. The boss questions whether Taejun is a coward or has another plan. He orders them to stick to the original plan, kill Taejun after entering the gate. Meanwhile, the scene shows the base camp just 15 minutes before the gate opens. People are shocked to hear that Taejun has left the main party to join the support team. Lee Taejun walks silently through the crowd, drawing attention. A reporter reflects on Taejun's unexpected move, saying he stepped down like it was nothing. The reporter thinks Taejun must have a reason and notes his confidence even in risky decisions. A director tells the crew to pack the camera because they're moving. A staff member asks where they're going, and another complains about not having the main character. They decide to follow Taejun's support team instead. The team heads toward the gate area as time ticks down. One of the support members admits they're nervous despite not being essential. Taejun smiles and notes that usually the support team wouldn't matter in a raid like this. The girl notes there are no civilians to evacuate and jokes the raid team is strong enough without them. Taejun tells everyone to do their best just in case something unexpected happens. The support team enthusiastically responds, promising to give it their all. Taejun admires their spirit and finds their total experience amusing. A chart shows their years of experience, with most having only 1 to 5 years. The girl wonders why someone like Hunter Yoon, and a rank, is doing support duty. Yoon explains he lacks summoning skills, so he was placed on support this time. He adds that he's worked hard to improve his dark element support abilities. Taejun tells him that his skills will actually be quite useful. Yoon is surprised and curious, asking what Taejun means. Suddenly, something shocks Yoon before Taejun can explain further. One of the team members says the gate is about to open, and Taejun agrees. Taejun tells everyone to stay calm and focus in case something unexpected happens. The countdown to gate activation begins from 5. The team is shocked as a secondary dimensional portal suddenly opens. Someone screams that it's a top-level emergency. Taejun immediately commands the support team to follow him and attack the Birazan giants. He charges forward with a crazed smile, shouting about collecting all the magic stones. People look up in shock, wondering what is happening. Someone realizes it's not a transfer-type deployment. Another explains it's a pre-deployment. They conclude the main gate has limited defenses. Ferocious Burosan hounds appear, attacking. Chaos erupts as the monsters charge forward. A giant Burosan creature roars loudly. Someone panics, saying they'll all be wiped out at this rate. A powerful monk of the ascending dragon fist strikes the giant. A man checks if everyone is all right. He warns them not to fight the giant directly and to focus on rear support. He tells them he'll be counting on them. Some doubt what they can do against the monsters from the backline. Others agree they might just get in the way. A girl tells them not to be afraid and to listen closely. She says even if they work together, they'd still struggle against one giant. She points out that they have Deputy Guild Leader Lee Jun with them. She rallies everyone to give their all in support. A giant roars as she prepares her weapon. She traps the giant with a skill called Bone Prison. Someone checks if the Deputy Guild Leader is all right. He notes that the situation is good enough to call a specialty. He thinks it's now much easier to hunt. He says the table is nicely set for battle. He prepares to farm like crazy using his skill. The attack, Greaseter X, is unleashed. The giant roars as the attack hits. Spectators are amazed, saying they never expected such a pre-deployment type. They praise his instincts, saying their stream will blow up. One notices something odd and asks why the strange look. Another explains the giant isn't part of a swarm, but a lone unit. They realize it almost certainly appeared through a direct transfer. Hunter Lee Jun acted as if he knew everything from the start. He even patrolled the site without any clear reason. Observers watch him in surprise, saying his name. They wonder how far ahead he can see. His battle map analyzes the closest gate and its details. The display shows a pre-deployment gate with time remaining and monster details. He notes they won't have to worry about such gates anymore. He adds that's not all and checks further information. They can now investigate other dungeons before entering. He launches a powerful attack with his skill. His strike lands on the giant, causing a heavy impact. He laughs, saying that was some satisfying action. He notes that the giants drop big mana stones too. He tells everyone to move to the next dimensional gate. A call comes for Hunter Jun to return to the main squad. They report the monsters are transferring in an unexpected direction. They ask everyone to regroup so they can assess and respond. Jun claims he can't hear well and decides to give the briefing himself. He explains the gate is a pre-deployment type. The officer is shocked to hear they took down 4 giants so quickly. Jun estimates it will take about 15 minutes to finish the remaining 3. He says he'll regroup with the support team. Someone wishes him good luck as they part ways. A person yells for Hunter Jun to get over there immediately. Another warns that the monsters keep coming. Jun's name is called out in urgency. An enemy accuses him of thinking they're just clowns dancing in his palm. The enemy says that today will be different. They claim the clown will kill Jun with his own hands. Jun looks determined as monsters fall around him. He finishes off the remaining creatures. Jun reports that he just finished patrolling and there are no more monsters nearby. They ask if they should proceed into the gate and inquire about the other Hwarang Guild members. They inform him that he missed the communications. The boss subjugation will be handled by their squad and Hunter Jun. Jun responds casually, saying it can be helped. He's asked if he's really that clueless. They explain that a critically injured guild member was part of his support team. Jun admits he was so focused on fighting that he didn't notice. He laughs, revealing he made up the story himself. The bluff was to enter the gate alone with the others. Jun says he's ready to start the mission. He thinks to himself that they're still dancing in the palm of his hand. A figure sits on a grand throne inside a hall. He catches a scent and recognizes it instantly. He identifies it as the blood of his subordinates. The team enters a large hall, surprised by the unusual boss field. They note that the room resembles some kind of temple. The glowing green aura suggests the boss monster is inside. They realize the boss hasn't been activated yet. One member hesitates, unsure whether to deal with Lee Taejun before or after the boss fight. He considers that, now that they're inside, outside help won't reach them. Just as planned, he secretly disables the communication on the team members' suits. Smiling, he thinks about defeating the boss first and then eliminating Taejun. Suddenly, someone shouts that Hunter Lee Taejun has disappeared. Shock spreads as they realize he was just there a moment ago but is now completely gone. The captain angrily scolds his teammate for failing to keep an eye on Lee Taejun. The nervous soldier apologizes, realizing his mistake. Another member mocks the rookie for already slacking off. The captain asks when was the last time anyone saw Lee Taejun. They recall entering the gate together, but don't remember exactly when he vanished. The captain grows tense, wondering where Lee Taejun could have gone. He senses a faint trace of Taejun's energy still lingering nearby. Realization strikes Lee Taejun may have already uncovered their plan. He identifies the hidden power as the Elixir of Obscurity, which cloaks mana. The others realize Taejun must have used it immediately and now knows they're trying to kill him. A soldier nervously wonders if Lee Taejun is now planning to hunt them instead. The captain dismisses that idea, saying it would be reckless. He explains that the Elixir of Obscurity loses its effect if the user is detected. They realize they cannot leave the gate unless they defeat the boss. The only exit available is through the dimensional portal that opens after the boss is killed. The soldiers decide to secure the exit and wait until Taejun's potion wears off. For now, the captain orders them to focus on eliminating the boss first. The team advances toward the throne, preparing to confront the monster. Suddenly, the boss grips its massive weapon, signaling the battle is about to begin. The giant boss suddenly swings its weapon, smashing a soldier brutally to the ground. The team is horrified by the overwhelming power of the monster. Another soldier trembles, realizing the dire situation they're in. Screams echo as more teammates are struck down without mercy. From above, they notice the giant isn't just strong, it's wielding a spear like a warrior. Shocked, one exclaims that the broken giant is actually using a weapon. Fueled by rage, a soldier powers up, determined to strike back. He launches forward, shouting that he'll kill the monster right now. But the giant effortlessly counters, gripping him tightly. The soldier struggles desperately, shouting for the beast to let him go. Meanwhile, the rest of the team watches in alarm, realizing how hopeless the fight has become. The giant slams its weapon down, crushing soldiers mercilessly. A terrified teammate stammers, calling out to the captain. They question if the creature is truly a broken giant. Another soldier screams for help as his body is torn apart. The horror spreads as blood and chaos fill the room. Shocked, someone wonders what kind of monster they are facing. Observing closely, the captain realizes its strength, speed, and intelligence far surpass normal. He concludes it is several times more advanced than the original giant. With determination, he prepares himself, knowing this is the only chance to use a secret technique. Clutching his weapon, he steels his resolve for a desperate counterattack. Blood splashes violently as the forbidden technique activates. The captain unleashes a dark, overwhelming power that engulfs his body. It's revealed to be a forbidden skill, banned even among advanced hunters. The destructive aura around him grows stronger and more unstable. He declares that this power will crush the enemy completely. With explosive speed, he leaps high into the air. His eyes burn with fury as he vows to kill the monstrous variant. Slashing downward, he pours all his strength into a devastating strike. The ground erupts under the force of his attack, blood and energy scattering everywhere. As he steadies himself, he declares that Lee Taejun will be next. But suddenly, his expression shifts to shock as something unexpected happens. The monster withstands the powerful attack, leaving everyone in disbelief. A soldier gasps, realizing there's no way it should have survived that technique. The massive creature steps forward, showing no signs of defeat. Its strength is compared to a mere B rank, yet it defies all logic. Raising its weapon, the giant prepares to strike back with deadly force. Bloodied and exhausted, the captain trembles, muttering in denial. The giant lunges forward, ready to finish him off. Just as the blow is about to land, a new surge of blue energy intervenes. A mysterious voice taunts the monster, calling it baldy muscles and demanding it back off. The newcomer coldly declares that he has already claimed the captain as his target. He warns the giant to back off with a cold smile, as his words are magically translated into the monster's language. This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video.